In noble families, magical skills were very important. This was also true for the Count family of Eldorado. The official heir of the family, a boy named Crow Eldorado, received two special skills, Appraisal and Alchemy. This was his story. Crow's father was happy at first. He thought it was great that his son had two skills instead of one. The family butler, Sebas, also supported him, but Crow felt unsure. His father's reaction made him wonder if he had gotten a weak or useless skill. A few hours earlier, Crow had been riding in a carriage with Sebas. The butler asked if Crow's headache had gone away. Crow told him he felt fine now. Sebas smiled and reminded him that they would go straight to the elder church once they reached the capital. Crow asked about his father, and Sebas said the rest of the family was already waiting outside the church. This made Crow feel excited. It was finally time for something he had been looking forward to. In this world, children would receive magical skills when they turned 12. This happened in a church. A skill was a magical power that stayed inside a person forever. There were many kinds of skills. As a noble, Crow dreamed of protecting the kingdom and his family's land one day. Because of this, he hoped to get a strong skill for combat. There were 4 powerful types of magic: fire, water, wind, and earth. His oldest brother, Hawk, had a strong fire skill. He was considered a genius at the academy. The second brother, Owl, trained with a sword and used wind magic along with strength-enhancing magic. He had just won the youth division in a sword-fighting contest. Seeing his brother's success, Crow hoped he would get one of the top skills too, maybe something even stronger. Finally, the carriage arrived in the royal capital, Belfire. Crow looked around in awe. The city was amazing. He couldn't wait to find out what kind of skill he would receive. Back in the present, Crow's father was shocked to hear about Crow's skills. Appraisal was a skill no one had heard of, and alchemy was usually seen as something only weak mages used to make potions. Thinking the results were strange, he paid the high priest to keep them a secret. Crow misunderstood this and thought it was just a handling fee. But when he saw how the adults reacted, he realized that they all believed he had been given useless skills. Still, Crow didn't think the skills were bad just from their names. After that, Crow's father told Sebas, the family butler, that he had things to do in the capital and asked them to return home without him. So, Crow began the trip back to his home in the Eldorado territory. On the way, he noticed the mood was very different from when they first traveled to the capital. Sebas apologized for the skills Crow had received and told him to start thinking about his future. To Sebas' surprise, Crow stayed calm. This wasn't like the old Crow at all. He seemed different now. The reason was that Crow had just remembered his past life as someone who lived in Japan. Before reaching the capital, he had a strong headache, and during that moment all of his past life memories came back. Because of this, Crow didn't see appraisal and alchemy as bad skills. Appraisal let him check and learn about anything he looked at. Knowing the right details and the value of things was very useful. He used appraisal to check what alchemy could do. A screen appeared in his mind showing the skill's details. Alchemy could create different materials, and it was mainly used to make potions. But more than that, it could also change matter by using magical energy. It wasn't powerful magic or a skill that would impress nobles, but Crow thought it could be helpful in other ways, like managing land and helping a village grow. Crow told Sebas that he didn't want to become a noble who protected the kingdom. Instead, he wanted to be a small lord who took care of a village and supported the Eldorado family in his own way. He asked for Sebas' help. The old butler was surprised that Crow had already thought this far ahead. Sebas promised to support him however he could. Crow thanked him. About a month later, Crow was called to the capital by his father. They met in his father's office, and Sebas and Owl were there too. After a short silence, Crow's father spoke. He said it might feel sudden, but Crow had been given the job of looking after Nest Village, a place far away on the edge of his land. Crow was ready for this. He already knew that Nest Village was one of the most remote places in the area. Still, he didn't hesitate. He accepted the responsibility right away. His father was surprised by how willing he was, but Crow explained that his skills didn't really fit in with the life of nobles. He wanted to be useful to the land and was thankful that his father found a way for him to help. Sebas and Owl looked a bit worried, but Crow was just happy to leave the difficult noble life behind. He had skills he wanted to use, and working in a faraway village gave him a sense of purpose. His father was surprised but then smiled. He went on to explain more about Nest Village. It was near the Demon's Nest, a dangerous place full of monsters. Because of that, he decided to let Owl stay with Crow for a while. Owl quickly hugged his younger brother. Crow asked if he was really okay with that. Owl said it would be good training, and since his little brother was heading to a risky place, he couldn't let him go alone. Crow didn't like being treated like a kid, but he let it go. He thanked everyone and left to pack his things. When the day came to leave, Crow finished loading his bags into the carriage. Most of the bags were filled with empty bottles, which were important for his work. Owl came by to ask if everything was ready. Crow said it was. Then Owl told him that others had come to see him off. Hawk, the oldest brother, called out to him while their father, Pheasant, watched from a distance. Crow thanked them for making the effort to come. Hawk apologized for not going with him and handed Crow a large red gemstone. Crow knew right away it was a crimson magic stone, something very valuable. Hawk told him to use it if he ever needed it. Crow thanked him and also thanked his father. Pheasant simply told him to do his duty. Sebas told Crow and Owl to get into the carriage. Crow thanked Sebas for everything and hoped they would meet again. But Sebas said he was going with Crow. Crow was surprised because Sebas was the head butler of the family. Sebas explained that he had already gotten permission from Pheasant. He then said Crow had changed a lot in just 1 month. Even though Crow didn't have strong skills, he never gave up. Sebas saw how determined Crow was and decided to dedicate the rest of his life to serving him. Crow held Sebas's hand and promised to take good care of the territory. His father and brothers stayed quiet until Crow turned to face them one last time. He said his final goodbye. Hawk said he believed Crow would do well. Pheasant asked Sebas to look after him. Sebas promised he would. It would take them a week to reach their new home, and Crow was excited for the journey ahead. One day, this young boy would be known as the father of territorial management. This was the story of Crow Eldorado. A week had passed, and Crow thought they would arrive at Nest Village soon. The trip went mostly well, but some unexpected things happened along the way. One of them was when they saw bandits attacking a merchant guild's carriage. Crow had been practicing his alchemy non-stop since returning from the royal capital, so he stepped forward to test his skills. He fought the bandits, managed to beat them, and saved the merchants. Later, the Swift Archers, a group of B-ranked adventurers, told Crow they were getting close to the village. They said they would go ahead to scout. The team had 2 archers named Yord, the leader, and Nursus, and a mage named Sypha. They were Crow's escorts and would stay with him in Nest Village for a while. Crow began to wonder what the village would be like, but when they finally arrived, they saw a gloomy place that clearly showed signs of poverty. Crow and the others were silent. Even the experienced adventurers were shocked. The poor condition of the village made it clear they were deep in the countryside. As they entered the gates, they noticed someone standing on a rooftop. The man was aiming his bow at something. Looking in the same direction, the group saw a pack of wild fangs, monsters ranked at D level. Sebas realized right away that the village was in trouble. Crow quickly gave orders. He told the Swift Archers to attack with him to pull the monsters away from the village. Meanwhile, Owl and Sebas would sneak around and attack the monsters from the sides while also protecting the village. Sebas warned that it was dangerous, but Owl reminded him how Crow had fought off the bandits. Crow asked if they could make a loud sound to get the monsters' attention. Sypha said he would handle it with his magic. He cast a fireball into the sky and made it explode. The wild fangs turned their attention toward the group. Crow gave the signal. Yord and Nursus began firing arrows accurately, but they were open to attacks from the sides. Luckily, Crow protected them by creating walls of earth. Yord thanked him for the save. Crow had made the clay wall using alchemy. He combined earth with magical energy. But what is alchemy? It's a skill that lets someone create things through something called equivalent exchange. For example, it's possible to make gold by using a certain amount of silver. Alchemy allows the mixing of materials, and with the appraisal skill, it was shown that magical energy could also be used as a material. By mixing magic with matter, people could change its shape. Depending on how it's used, alchemy could even change or create magic. Crow was the only one who truly understood how powerful alchemy could be. The fight continued, and Sebas and Owl kept cutting down the monsters. But Yord saw there were too many and that the battle would take time. Crow then told Owl and Sebas to pull back for a moment. He shaped the earth and created sharp needles that shot up from the ground. The needles pierced the monsters all at once like food on a stick. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. Sebas praised Crow for defeating all the monsters in one move. Crow was surprised too. He had only used Earth Needle, a beginner-level spell, but Sebas said it looked just as strong as Ground Needle, an intermediate-level spell. Crow couldn't believe he had made something that powerful. Just then, a man arrived and introduced himself as Wagner, the leader of Nest Village. Sebas spoke on their behalf and introduced Crow as the new lord of the village, sent by the Eldorado family. Wagner felt sorry for making them travel such a long way, but Crow said it was important to visit because Nest Village was still part of their land. He said he came to help the village grow and treated Wagner with respect. After that, Crow and the others went on a tour around the village. Crow was surprised to see how broken down the houses were. The villagers didn't seem very happy either, and he felt something was wrong. His first goal was to make sure the villagers had safe homes and were protected. Crow then asked Wagner if the wild fangs attacked the village often. Wagner explained that monsters usually stayed in the cursed forest, but lately many rallybirds had started showing up, as if they were being chased out. After that, the wild fangs followed. Rallybirds were strange, flightless bird-like monsters and were known to be among the weakest in the area. Crow felt something was not right, so he told Owl and the Swift Archers to check the cursed forest the next day. Sebas would help defend the village with the other villagers. Sebas was worried and told Crow to rest since he had been using a lot of magic lately, but Crow said he still had work to do. The others were confused, so Crow took them to the edge of the village. There, he used magic to build a refined earth wall. Sebas quickly understood what Crow was planning. He wanted to build a strong wall around the village to keep the monsters out. The adventurers were shocked to see Crow still had magic left, especially after using a powerful spell called Ground Needle earlier. Saifa, who was also a mage, said most people would have run out of magic by now. That made Crow think. He never felt like he had run out of magic before. Maybe there was something unusual about him. Sebas smiled and said that, at this rate, they might finish everything before sunset. He offered to cook some food. As he watched Crow work, Sebas couldn't help but smile. Crow always managed to surprise him. For now, Ness Village had around 50 people, including the newcomers. Thanks to Crow, it now had a new wall to help keep everyone safe. The next morning, the villagers were surprised to see brand new houses in their village. Wagner and Sebas couldn't believe their eyes. Crow showed them the houses and said they were for the villagers. Sebas was curious how Crow managed to build something like that. Crow explained that he used alchemy to make the ground flat and strong, which was important for building. He made the walls using the same method as the earthen wall spell. Inside, each house had a kitchen near the entrance, small holes for air to flow, a large living room for eating and resting, and bedrooms with thick walls for privacy. Crow said he used everything he learned from creating earthen walls. The villagers were even more surprised to see a tall building that looked like a small condo. It turned out to be Crow's own house, though he didn't mean to make it look that way. Wagner started to wonder if earth magic was always this useful, but Sebas said his young master was just very talented. Later, Crow asked everyone to follow him to the center of the village. It was just an open space where kids usually played, but nothing exciting was there. Crow wanted to change that, so he used alchemy again. He built slides and jungle bars, turning the empty area into a real playground. The kids were amazed and wanted to know how to use the slides. Crow showed them, and soon the kids were lining up to try it out. Even Wagner joined the line. Sebas said he had never seen toys like these and praised Crow for the great idea. Crow felt a bit strange because the idea wasn't really his own. As the sun started to go down, Sebas remembered that Owl and the others would be coming back soon. While waiting, he decided to cook something for everyone. That night, everyone gathered in the village plaza, which now had benches and tables. Owl came back carrying a huge pile of monster birds and said it would be enough to feed everyone. He asked if Crow had made the grill tables. Crow said yes, he built tables with grills in the middle that could turn into regular tables by covering the center. Sebas brought over grilled larrabird meat for the two young masters. They loved the taste after just one bite. Crow then asked Owl if he had brought the things he requested. Owl handed him a bag filled with healing herbs, detox herbs, and mana compost. These items would help Crow continue improving the village. As Crow watched everyone eating, playing, and smiling, he felt hopeful. Even though there was still a lot to do, he believed they were making good progress. He looked forward to what they could build next. At the rambling family estate in the eastern part of Eldorado's land, a woman came to tell her young miss named Rose some news. She said a letter had just arrived from the Eldorado family. The letter said that Crow had gone on a journey to the borderlands. Rose felt excited when she heard this and asked her servant to explain more. The next day in the farming area, Crow saw that the wheat fields were badly damaged because of the monster attacks. Wagner was worried that they wouldn't survive the winter like this. Crow also realized that the wheat they had collected wouldn't be enough, and Sebas confirmed it. Crow then asked if the village grew anything besides wheat. Wagner said they also planted pearl millet, which is like corn because it grows well in dry soil. Crow whispered something to Sebas, then told the villagers they would stop growing corn and instead focus on planting herbs, like healing grass. The villagers were shocked. They feared that if the herbs didn't grow well, they might go hungry. But Crow said they should still grow wheat as usual. He then asked Sebas how much merchants paid for corn. Sebas said one piece was worth 100 gil. Then Crow asked about healing grass, and Sebas said a bundle was worth 300 gil. Wagner realized that Crow wanted to grow herbs instead of corn to make money. Crow said he already had someone willing to buy the herbs. He reminded them that he was an alchemist and he could use the herbs to make potions that could sell for tens of thousands of gil each. The villagers were surprised, but Wagner was still unsure if healing herbs could grow in the damaged fields. Crow promised to help by using his magic on the soil. He explained that healing herbs usually grow in places where monsters live. He thought it was because monster waste, like poop and pee, had some magical power in it. When he studied the soil from herbs his brother had found, he noticed it had a bit of magic too. Then Crow had an idea. He wondered what would happen if he gave normal plants some magical power. So he tested it on a dead wheat field. Using only transmutation, the field suddenly looked healthy again, like it was ready for harvest. His appraisal skill showed that the soil now had magical energy, and the wheat was growing well. Crow said he could bring the other fields back to life too. The villagers were amazed and called it a miracle, but Crow was more focused on the fact that he could now grow healing herbs. The villagers agreed to help him. They doubled the area where the herbs were planted. With that, Crow could now make potions regularly. Soon after, Owl and the adventurers came back with lots of eggs. Crow asked where they got them. Owl smiled proudly and explained that they found a group of rallybirds eating healing grass. He noticed that when the birds ate the grass, they became very calm, and at the same time they started laying eggs. He wasn't completely sure, but he believed rallybirds laid eggs when they were relaxed. Yord quietly confirmed to Crow that Owl was telling the truth. The birds even fell asleep after eating, which made it easy for the group to collect as many eggs as they could. Crow then wondered if the eggs tasted good. Owl shared that he once ate a larrybird egg sandwich in the capital and said it was delicious. Everyone started imagining the taste and couldn't wait to try it themselves. Later, they all cooked and tasted larrybird egg sandwiches. Crow was the first to take a bite. His eyes lit up with excitement. The sandwich was amazing. The taste and texture were just right, and he couldn't stop himself from eating more. After finishing one, Crow started thinking about how great it would be to eat them whenever he wanted. He talked to Owl and Cebus about an idea he had. The next day, the villagers saw a larrybird laying eggs while eating healing grass. Even though the bird looked strange and had blank eyes, it was clearly laying eggs. Owl said that Crow had made it happen. Now, the village could enjoy egg dishes every day. Sometime earlier, Crow had gone with Owl and the others into the demon's forest to capture some rallybirds, especially the females. Cebus wasn't very happy about the idea. Crow then used his alchemy skills to build a place for the birds to live. He added straw to make it comfortable for them. Crow also looked for someone to take care of the rallybirds. A man named Kentucky volunteered to help. Crow warned him not to eat the birds. Soon after, the rallybirds started chirping again. They had run out of healing grass. Somehow, Crow could understand what they were saying. The birds looked like they were desperate for more grass. Even though they seemed a bit too hooked on it, the rallybirds were now a good source of food for the village. Still, Crow looked a little worried at these herb-addicted birds. Meanwhile, a carriage was traveling down a road. Rose was riding with a merchant group. One of the merchants asked if it was okay for someone like her to be their escort. Rose said she came along because staying home was boring and she wanted to train. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. The driver said monsters were up ahead. The merchant was surprised since they weren't near the cursed forest yet and didn't know what to do. But Rose had already jumped into action. She moved to the front and easily took down the monsters, known as Wild Fangs. After the fight, she said the frontier seemed like an interesting place. The next day, Crow and his group went out to check the traps they had set for Wild Fangs. These creatures could be sold for a good price, but instead of trapped animals, they found many Wild Fang bodies in a place where no traps had been set. Then a villager noticed someone nearby talking. When they went to check, Crow was shocked. It was Rose, fighting the Wild Fangs like they were harmless animals. She didn't seem to have any trouble with them at all. Crow couldn't believe she was there and asked why she had come onto his land. Rose Rambling was the eldest daughter of the Viscount Rambling family, and also Crow's childhood friend. Like Owl, she was known for being skilled with a sword and dreamed of becoming a knight. Crow asked if she was the one who defeated the Wild Fangs, and Rose calmly said she was. After that, Crow welcomed her to Nest Village. Later in the village, a merchant named Stuart greeted Crow. It had been a long time since they last met. Stuart worked for Crow's family and led a traveling group of merchants who moved around the territory and the royal capital. He was also the one who owned the caravan that Crow and his friends had helped earlier. As a way to thank him, Crow invited Stuart to visit Nest Village often. Crow also said sorry for the trouble and thanked him for giving Rose a ride. Stuart said they only made it safely to the village because of Crow and Rose. Stuart looked around and was surprised. He saw a watermill and a well. He thought he might be dreaming because he had read in a report that Nest Village was a poor place with only about 50 people. But a month had passed and things had changed. The fields had grown and everyone was working hard. Crow had spent the whole month working on the village's land. Because of this, the village was now getting water from the Ugrit River, which flowed from the Kyrgyz Mountains. They finally had enough water for drinking and daily use. Digging the 10-kilometer-long channel and making it strong had been a very tiring job. Crow led Stuart to a warehouse where the goods were stored. Stuart wondered if it was built underground. Crow explained that keeping potions in a place with steady temperature and humidity helped maintain their quality. The same was true for monster parts and processed items. Stuart told Crow he was looking for recovery potions, monster materials, and processed goods. Crow confirmed that he had what Stuart needed. He had 3 A-ranked potions and 120 B-ranked ones. Stuart was surprised to see so many high-quality potions in one place. There were 3 potion ranks, A, B, and C. Most people used C-ranked potions. These were cheap and could stop bleeding while slightly restoring energy. B-ranked potions were more powerful. They healed wounds and brought back a lot more strength. Because they were expensive, only nobles and high-ranking adventurers usually used them. A-ranked potions were very rare and usually only owned by the royal family or powerful nobles. These potions were known to heal serious injuries like lost limbs or rare illnesses. Crow understood why Stuart was shocked, especially since these potions came from a far-off place. With shaking hands, Stuart tested them. He used a special paper to check the B-ranked potion, and the liquid turned orange. When he tested the A-ranked potion, the paper changed into rainbow colors. That confirmed both were real. Crow knew the potions were genuine because he had already checked them with his appraisal skill. But he didn't say that. Instead, he asked if Stuart was fine with letting Sebas handle the transaction. Stuart agreed. Crow went outside to look for Rose, but he saw her already playing with the kids on the slides. He felt happy seeing her have fun. Rose noticed him and asked what was happening in the village. She called the person who made the playground a genius. A child quickly said that Crow was the one who made it. They also said he built the houses, walls, and everything else. Rose was surprised. She couldn't believe such a strong defense system in a normal-looking village was made using alchemy. Crow offered to show her his house. When Rose saw it, she called it unusual and asked if he made it too. Crow said yes. Rose stayed quiet for a while, then said she had felt worried when she heard about Crow's alchemy skill and that he had left home. Crow was surprised but quickly thanked her. He told her he wasn't worried because his brothers at the Eldorado house were with him. He said he would do whatever he could. Rose was amazed by how serious and strong Crow sounded. To her, he seemed brighter and more confident than ever. She thought he had changed a bit since the last time they met. Crow then asked Rose what kind of skill she got. Rose proudly said she received a wind magic support skill like Owl. She only needed to learn how to use it. Crow was happy that someone like Rose who loved fighting got a skill like that. He guessed that she was tired from traveling and suggested she take a bath to rest. Rose was surprised that the village had a bath, but Crow explained it was in his house for now. He also said there would be a party in the plaza to welcome her and to greet the merchant caravan. Later, Sebas reported that the deal with Stuart was done and showed the final amount. Crow was shocked because it was so high. Sebas said it was due to the difference in the ingredients they had sold. Crow asked why it turned out that way. Even though they sold one A-ranked potion, they had already bought a lot of ingredients. Sebas explained that monster materials and finished goods sold for more than expected. The Larabird feather pillows and blankets especially sold at the highest price. Crow agreed. They were very high quality and looked like something nobles would want. Then Crow asked about the food they bought. Sebas said they got a lot of wheat, tomatoes from Red Village, and dairy like cheese and butter from Ragnar Village. He explained that the tomatoes could be made into sauce and the dairy products would be stored in the underground warehouse. Crow used the ingredients he had and made something special. That same day, the villagers noticed a delicious smell coming from a kiln. Curious, they gathered around. Crow pulled something out of it. His special pizza was finally ready. He took the first bite and was surprised by how tasty it was. He didn't think he'd be eating pizza in this world. He had built the oven not long ago, and thanks to his civil engineering skills, it worked really well. Some kids saw it and asked if it was a toy. Crow told them it wasn't for playing. It was for making pizza, and since it got very hot, it could be dangerous. The kids asked if the pizza tasted good. Crow said it did and told them to bring their friends too. Soon, Stuart showed up and asked if he could try the pizza. Wagner and the other villagers followed. Crow asked everyone to form a line. Then one of the kids came back, bringing her friend Rose along. Crow looked around and wondered if he was really a noble. After all, here he was cooking for everyone. But at least now he had created a new popular dish. Meanwhile, deep in the cursed forest, there was a dead giant wolf lying on the ground. Next to it was a small pup, making sad sounds like it was crying. But then, it suddenly stopped when it noticed something nearby. A few days later, Crow visited the cursed forest to check things himself. The leader of the hunting team, Kariski, told him that more wild fangs had been getting caught in their traps lately. Crow explained that this was probably because there were fewer rallabirds around. Since wild fangs followed rallabirds, fewer rallabirds meant fewer wild fangs near the village. This helped keep the village safer, and also let the hunters collect more useful materials. It was a good situation for everyone. After that, they checked the traps set for rallybirds. These traps had healing grasses inside. When something heavy enough stepped in, the entrance would close and trap the creature inside. While the other hunters gathered the birds, Crow noticed another trap nearby. But this one didn't have a wild fang. Instead, it held something different, a silver fang. Kariski said he had never seen this type before. It looked like a young one. Crow used his appraisal skill and found out it was actually a Lavany fang, a legendary ice wolf from snowy mountains. When fully grown, it became an A-ranked monster. There was also a strange belief. When a Lavany fang dies, it creates a copy of itself. Crow told the others what it was. One of the hunters started to sweat nervously. He had heard stories from the guild about this monster. People who saw it never came back. But Crow could tell this one was just a baby. That meant its parent had to be nearby. If left alone, the pup might not survive, and if it did, it could grow into a real danger. Crow decided to bring the pup back to the village. The others were shocked and warned him that it was an A-ranked monster. Crow said he understood and would still talk to Sabas to ask for permission. Still, he couldn't stop thinking. Why was this kind of monster in the cursed forest? He guessed it must have come from the Kyrgyz mountains. He hoped they wouldn't have to kill it. Soon after, the adult Liveny Fang's body was found, and Crow was surprised at how big it was. Owl walked over to him. Crow asked what the creature was. Owl said he had found it in the cursed forest and thought it might be useful. Crow then realized something. It looked like this monster was the parent of the pup he had. Sebas asked what Crow was holding. Crow casually said it was a baby Liveny Fang. Sebas was shocked and asked if it was the same kind of legendary monster. Crow said yes and explained that this baby was the child of the monster they had just found. He said it might be dangerous to leave it alone and asked Sebas if he could raise it in the village. Sebas sighed and said he would have to report the situation to the head of the family. After all, the baby Liveny Fang could grow into an A-ranked monster someday. They also had to decide what to do with the monster's body. In the end, the final decision might be up to Pheasant or even the king. Crow was surprised that it had become such a big issue, especially since they were already raising rallybirds. But Sebas explained that those birds were only E-ranked, much weaker than a Liveny Fang. Suddenly, the pup wiggled out of Crow's arms and ran off. It headed to the spot where Kentucky and the others were cooking rallybird dishes. The pup ran over with its mouth watering. Crow followed and asked Kentucky if he had seen a small white wolf, but the pup had already started eating the food Kentucky gave it. Rose walked in holding 2 drumsticks and asked what was going on. She put the food down and went straight to cuddle the pup. Crow was surprised that a tough swordsman like Rose liked soft and fluffy animals. Rose asked what kind of pup it was. Crow said it was a baby Liveny Fang. At first, Rose was silent, then she looked shocked that such a monster was in the village. Crow said he had just found it in the forest. Rose guessed that the parent's body was nearby, and Crow said yes. She felt sorry that the pup had lost its parent. Crow said they didn't know what would happen yet, but he would take care of the pup in the village for now. Rose said that if it was staying, it should have a name. She lifted the pup into the air and called it Ravi. Crow thought her naming style was very simple. Rose then invited Ravi to eat some more food. Before Crow knew it, there were stacks of plates that needed washing. Kentucky also said they were almost out of rallybird meat that was meant to be saved for later. The next day, Crow and Ravi were still asleep by noon. Rose complained about how long they had been sleeping. Crow finally woke up when he heard her and realized he had overslept. Sebas wasn't there to wake him up like usual. Sebas had already left with Stuart to report about Ravi to Pheasant and to explain the A-ranked potion. Sebas planned to return in a month with Stuart's caravan. Crow asked Rose why she didn't go with Owl to the forest. Rose said she had thought about staying to take care of Ravi for a while. Crow understood and offered to make lunch. He also mentioned that he had some work to do later in the afternoon. When Rose asked what kind of work, Crow said he was planning to make a reservoir and asked if she wanted to come. Rose was curious and wanted to see how Crow used his alchemy, thinking it might be fun. While cooking, Crow asked how long Rose planned to stay in Nest Village. Rose said she would stay until the next swordsmanship tournament. Since that would happen next summer, Crow realized she was planning to stay for about a year. He thought having her around would make hunting easier. As they were finishing up, the smell of food woke up Ravi. Lunch was ready, and both Ravi and Rose started eating right away. Later at the reservoir site, Wagner thanked Crow ahead of time. Rose was surprised to see that Crow was working on it all by himself. When she saw how big the area was, she thought it would take a very long time to finish. Crow noticed this and believed Rose didn't think he was skilled enough. To prove her wrong, he decided to start by digging a hole 5 meters deep and a 1 meter deep edge for the water. He used his alchemy subskill called Excavate. The ground shook, and in just a few seconds the hole was finished. The next step was to make sure the ground wouldn't let water leak through. To do this, he used 2 of his skills, Refining and Air Cannon. Rose wondered if he was really using alchemy, since it didn't look like how she expected it to. After learning how to create strong earthen walls, Crow also learned how to use air cannon. Since air is everywhere, it could be used any time as a material. He even used it before to make the ground under the villagers' houses stronger. It was also very helpful in fights. He once used it against bandits. After one last air cannon, Crow said the job was done. Rose was speechless. A huge hole was already finished in front of them. She said she never thought alchemy could be used like that. Then she asked what the next step was. Crow explained that they needed to connect the river to the reservoir. Once the water reached a certain level, he would make another path so the water wouldn't overflow. At that point, he would also add a drainage system. Rose found it all a bit too much to think about, but she believed Crow would finish everything quickly. She called his alchemy skill amazing and said he deserved to succeed in the noble society. Crow smiled and shared how he was already fine just the way he was, and most of all he liked seeing the villagers smile more and more. Rose was taken aback and mentioned how Crow had really changed. She claimed she now likes the current Crow. Was that a confession? After that, Crow stored water in the village reservoir and fixed the sewage and drainage systems. Because of this, the villagers were finally able to take baths in their own homes and use toilets that flushed with clean water. The drainage was handled by slimes that ate the dirty water and released cleaner water afterward. Later, Wagner showed up and said he had heard the loud construction noises from the village. Crow apologized but said that the work was already done. Thanks to the improvements, the villagers now had better ways to stay clean. Just then, Ravi suddenly jumped out of Rose's arms. He barked like he was warning them about something. Rose asked what was wrong, but Crow already felt that something strange was happening in the cursed forest. Deep inside the forest, a bull-like monster with a scary presence had appeared and let out a loud roar. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Owl looked through a telescope and spotted some bull-like monsters from far away. He realized things were getting worse. He confirmed that a large group of black buffaloes was heading toward the cursed forest. Based on how loud their footsteps were, he guessed there were at least 1,000 of them. Somehow, these buffaloes found a trapped wild fang and broke open the cage. But they weren't there to help. One of the black buffaloes even ate the wild fang like a snack. Owl saw that the buffaloes were still focused on the wild fangs, but he knew it wouldn't last long. Sooner or later, they would attack Nest Village. He quickly gave out orders. First, he told Sypha to use his strongest fire magic. Then he told Nelson and Yord to bring Sypha back to the village if he ran out of magic, and to warn the others about what was coming. Sypha worried that his fire might burn the forest, but Owl said the most important thing was to lower the number of black buffaloes. If they used big flashy spells, the others would realize something serious was going on. Yord asked what Owl would do. Owl pulled out his sword and said he would stay in the forest to fight off as many monsters as he could. Since he had magic that made his body stronger, he believed he could hold them off for a while. He hoped to buy enough time for Crow to get ready to defend the village. Meanwhile, Ravi kept barking toward the cursed forest. It was the first time he had barked so loudly. At that moment, Crow and the others heard a loud explosion coming from the forest. Rose asked what it was, and Crow realized it was Sypha's fire magic. Rose thought something serious must have happened for Sypha to use that kind of power. Crow agreed, and quickly told Wagner to check which villagers were missing and who had left the village. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Yord and the others came running out of the cursed forest. Yord told Crow they needed to evacuate right away. Crow asked if they were okay and what had happened. Yord explained that a huge herd of black buffaloes was swarming through the forest and heading toward Nest Village. He said that while one black buffalo was already strong and ranked C, a whole group together could be ranked A and would be much harder to stop. He also said there were around 1,000 of them. Yord added that Owl was still in the forest trying to slow the monsters down by himself. Owl had sent them ahead to warn Crow and the others. Rose was shocked to hear that Owl had stayed behind. Yord offered to help Crow and Rose escape while Owl bought them time. He believed the village would be destroyed soon, but if they could at least save the people, they could rebuild later. The other villagers agreed that with Crow's help they could bring the village back to life. Rose looked at Crow, who had gone quiet. Everything the others said was true. Crow could rebuild the village. He wasn't worried about that. But what about the people who lived there? They had already suffered from monster attacks for so long. Now that they were starting to feel safe again, another disaster was coming. If they could protect the village this time, it would give everyone hope. Crow told the swift archers to let Wagner know that the villagers should evacuate to the nearest village. He also told them to escort everyone out safely. Yord asked what Crow was planning to do. Crow said he would face the black buffaloes himself. Everyone was shocked. Rose also chose to stay behind. She said she wanted to return the kindness the villagers had shown her. This was the same village that Crow had worked hard to build, and she wouldn't let monsters destroy it. She also believed it made no sense to train in such a dangerous place only to run away when real danger came. Crow truly appreciated her support. Yord stood quietly in front of the kids. Crow snapped him back to reality and asked if his ground needle spell would work on the black buffaloes. Yord said he wasn't sure because the monsters had very thick skin. If his strongest magic couldn't hurt them, Crow started to wonder what else he could do. He then asked if there was any strong earth magic they could use. That question made Rose remember that earth magic could be used to create golems, giant entities powered by magic. But Yord explained that they would need a special magic stone to make one, and those stones were very expensive. Rose agreed, saying they wouldn't find something like that in a place so far from the city. To their surprise, Crow said he actually had one. It was finally time to use the magic stone. Crow and Rose went to an empty field carrying the crimson magic stone. Crow said he got it from his big brother Hawk before he left home. He felt like Hawk somehow knew he would need it, and he wanted to thank him for that. Rose, however, didn't think Crow could make a golem on his own. She also wondered why they were out in the field. Crow explained that the soil there was full of magic. He admitted he wasn't completely sure he could do it, but he had to try. Since coming to the village, he had used his alchemy skills many times, especially with earth magic. He had gained a lot of experience. Now, with the best red magic stone in hand, he was ready to craft again, just like always. He closed his eyes and imagined a giant that moved like his own body. He pictured it with arms and legs like a human. In his mind, he was building the ultimate golem. Rose watched closely as Crow activated one of his alchemy subskills. Crafting Create Golem. A strong wave of magical energy spread through the area, focused around the red magic stone. The earth began to move, shaping itself into solid pieces of the golem. It started from the feet, then built up the legs, the waist, chest, shoulders, and finally the head. Crow felt tired. He had never used this much magic before. Rose could only whisper his name in amazement as she looked at what he had made. It wasn't just any golem, it looked like a Gundam. Let's go back a few days before Crow left for Nest Village. At that time, Hawk and Owl were talking about how surprised they were to hear that Crow was being sent to rule such a dangerous place. They couldn't help but feel worried. They had always spoiled him, especially because he looked a lot like their mother. Owl said it was because Crow was the only one who had inherited their mother's silver hair. He missed their calm and gentle mother. Everyone loved her, especially their father. Owl remembered how their father had been refusing to remarry for a long time. Hawk added that their parents had truly loved each other, which was rare among noble families. Because of their father's kind and caring nature, Hawk believed that even he had mixed feelings about sending Crow to the frontier. Maybe in his own way, it was also a sign of love for his son. Besides that, Sebas had spoken with their father about something important, something for Crow's sake. Owl also noticed that Crow had recently started to look more thoughtful and wise, just like their mother. He believed Crow would end up doing great things on the frontier. Hawk agreed. Hawk also felt that once he graduated from magic school, he needed to work even harder. As the eldest son, he promised to help their land grow and succeed. Before Crow left, Hawk asked Owl to watch over him. That was how Owl ended up going along with Crow on his journey. Back in the present, Owl was fighting off a group of black buffaloes. Even though there were many of them, he had no trouble keeping them back. He had already lost track of how many he had taken down and how much time he had bought. Then, he noticed something huge in the distance. Owl could only guess that it was Crow's work. Meanwhile, Crow stood quietly watching the large golem he had just made. He wasn't sure if it would move, so he gave it a try. The golem suddenly jumped high into the air and landed with a powerful crash. Its arms spun around easily. Crow realized he could control it with his thoughts, almost like a robot. Rose saw the golem and pointed out that it wasn't the size of a normal one. She called it a gigant golem. Crow felt unsure because he didn't even know what normal golems were supposed to look like. Curious, Crow used his appraisal skill. It confirmed the golem was a gigant golem, a rare and powerful type. It was said to be as strong as an S-rank monster. Crow told Rose it could keep moving forever as long as it had magic to power it. Rose was surprised because she thought refilling magic like that wasn't possible. Just then, Yord and the others came back. They felt bad that Crow had to make such a big golem alone. Crow asked about the villagers, and Yord said his teammates were protecting them, along with some hunters from the village. Crow thanked them and said he had a plan that needed everyone's help. Everyone got ready. The hunters would stand on top of the earth wall, throwing rocks and shooting arrows. They had spread dry wheatgrass around the village, which they planned to light with fire arrows to scare off the monsters. Crow also dug some trenches, though he couldn't finish them fully due to limited time. They were meant to slow down the charging black buffaloes. On the side of the wall facing the cursed forest, hunters stacked more rocks and took their positions. One of them gave the signal that everything was ready. Yord also confirmed his side was set. Crow and Rose waited quietly as the sound of rumbling hooves grew louder. Soon after, the black buffaloes came rushing out of the cursed forest. In response, Crow called out his gigant golem to fight them. The golem ran forward like a football player, then jumped and kicked the black buffaloes away like balls. Rose and the others were too shocked to speak. Crow guessed that around 50 monsters were taken down by that one attack. Rose saw Owl fighting nearby. She said he should join the main fight and asked Crow to take care of Ravi. Crow told her to be careful. Rose smiled and quickly joined the battle. Crow noticed that Ravi looked worried. He thought Ravi might be scared for Rose, so he told him not to worry because Rose was strong. From that moment, the real battle had begun. Crow needed to stop as many black buffaloes as he could with his gigant golem. He told the others to take care of the ones his golem missed. Yord understood and told the hunters to light their arrows. Once they had fire arrows ready, he told them to shoot. The flaming arrows hit the straw on the ground, starting fires that surprised the monsters. The black buffaloes changed direction and ran into the moats. Yord saw this and said the monsters were now confused. He then ordered the others to throw large stones. The monsters roared in pain as the heavy rocks landed on them. Crow was glad their plan was working, but then he saw a part of the monster group moving around the flames. This smaller group reached the dirt walls and started attacking them. Crow had expected something like this and was ready. He used his magic again and again to make the walls stronger. Meanwhile, Rose was fighting hard, cutting down monsters one after another. One almost hit her from behind, but Owl stepped in and saved her just in time. Now fighting together, Rose said she was glad things were going okay. Owl replied that things were fine for now, but it could get worse if this kept going. At the same time, Crow wasn't sure if he should call back his golem. Even if he did, his magic power was almost gone. He wanted to finish the monsters in one big move. Just then, he looked at Ravi and got an idea. Rose had been fighting the monsters so hard that she was starting to get tired. She began to wonder if they could really keep going like this. Just then, an arrow with a piece of paper tied to it landed nearby. Owl noticed it, read the message, and told Rose they were supposed to retreat, following Crow's instructions. The two quickly disappeared. Crow took this as a sign to start his plan. He needed to stop the monsters from spreading out, so he decided to build a long, straight path between the village and the cursed forest. Then, using his magic, he created tall earth walls along the sides of the path to guide the monsters. He could feel his magic getting weaker, but this would be enough to lead most of the monsters away from the village. Crow then called for his giant golem. The giant golem had already finished off the monsters in the forest and rushed back to the village. At the same time, the rest of the monsters were charging straight down the path toward the village. Crow gave the order. He told the golem to crush everything in its way. The golem stomped on the monsters like they were bugs, trying to reach the front of the herd. The people cheered for Crow. He used the last of his magic to make the giant golem kick the remaining black buffaloes off the path. The golem then stood in front of the monster herd and stomped loudly, scaring them. Panicking, the monsters turned around and ran back into the forest. Crow dropped to the ground, completely exhausted. But they had done it. They kept the village safe. After that, Crow passed out. Later, Crow woke up in his room. He realized he had passed out and saw both Rose and Ravi sleeping beside his bed. He wondered if Rose had been taking care of him. When Ravi heard Crow's voice, he woke up and jumped onto him. Crow thanked him for being worried. The noise also woke Rose. A whole day had passed since the black buffalo attack. Crow's magic had returned and he was feeling much better. Everyone who helped defend the village was safe, and the people who had left came back to Nest Village. Things in the village were back to normal, and the strong dirt walls were taken down. Crow then went to the special field where he let his giant golem rest. Rose showed up with Ravi and said she was glad Crow was okay, but she asked why the golem was sitting in the field. Crow said it was better to place the golem near the entrance because if it stood up, it would get too much attention. He explained that since he used magic to charge the field every morning, keeping the golem there meant it could charge too. That way, it would be ready in case something bad happened. Rose understood but still thought it looked odd. Just then, Wagner came running up and said there was an emergency. Crow asked if something bad had happened again. Wagner told them that lizard men were seen at the water reservoir. This news surprised both Crow and Rose. Surprisingly, the lizard men seemed calm as they gathered around the reservoir. It was the first time Crow had ever seen creatures like them, and he wondered what they were. Rose was shocked that he didn't know. She explained that lizard men were lizards that walked on two legs and usually lived near rivers and swamps. But unlike most monsters, they could speak human language. Rose couldn't believe Crow had never heard of them. Crow understood what she meant, but he was more focused on how the lizard men looked like they were trying to make the reservoir their new home. Then, someone from the group stepped forward and asked if they were the people who lived inside the walls. The leader of the lizard men tribe introduced himself as Chichikaka. Crow was surprised by how strong the lizard man's accent was. He quietly told Rose that they looked peaceful, but Rose wanted to know why they had come here. Crow introduced himself as the representative of the village. Chichikaka then introduced his group as the Kapoku tribe from upstream. He said that another tribe had forced them to leave their home. While moving downstream, the river had widened and they found this place, which they thought was a paradise, and wanted to stay. Crow wondered if such a small pond could really be called a paradise. He explained that the place was man-made, something he built to bring water to the village. But Chichikaka didn't believe him. He said it must have been a gift from the gods, since it hadn't been there just days ago. He even laughed, saying Crow would have to be an amazing magician to create it so quickly. Crow was annoyed that Chichikaka didn't believe him, but he was more worried about another tribe possibly living nearby. To help, he offered to make a place for the Kapoku tribe to live and asked Chichikaka to come with him. After walking for 10 minutes, the group reached an empty piece of land. Crow asked Wagner if it was okay to be this far from the village. Wagner said the villagers wouldn't mind the distance. Chichikaka looked around nervously and said all he could see was flat, empty ground. He didn't believe a marsh or river could be made there. Crow said it would be done quickly, but Chichikaka still had doubts. He asked if they could at least use the pond nearby since some of their people were hurt. He let out a sigh knowing they couldn't use it, especially since Crow wasn't talking to him and had walked away. But then, Crow suddenly said it was ready. Chichikaka turned around and was shocked. A pond had appeared along with small houses all created in an instant. Crow proudly showed what he had made. He explained that the whole area was surrounded by earth walls to keep them hidden. He also told Chichikaka to use the huts he built. Then he asked if everything was okay now. Chichikaka called Crow a great magician for making what seemed like a perfect place to live. Crow replied that he wasn't a magician. Chichikaka quickly ran off to tell everyone. In the end, the Kapoku tribe was happy with the new pond and decided to stay there. They gave Crow lots of river fish to thank him. Because of that, Crow started a trading relationship with the lizard men. A month had passed since then. Rose, Owl, and the adventurers went out to check the cursed forest. Crow stayed behind to take care of some tasks. He added magic to the fields, controlled the number of slimes at the water treatment area, checked the earth walls, and inspected the playground and its equipment. After doing all this, Crow realized that his duties, even though not very flashy, were tiring. It was hard doing everything on his own. Just then, a caravan entered the village gates. It was clearly Stuart's caravan, and Crow felt excited. Stuart waved happily at Crow, with Sebas following behind. Sebas got down and greeted him. Stuart noticed how much the village had grown, but he seemed more focused on the strange objects sitting in the fields. Crow simply said that something bad had happened. He asked Sebas to handle the issue with the potions and to check on Ravi later. Then, Crow turned to Stuart and asked about the request he had made earlier. Stuart confirmed that he had brought the people Crow asked for. They were alchemists. When Stuart first came to the village, Crow had asked him to find people willing to move to Nest Village. Alchemists were the top priority because the village needed to make a large number of potions. Since they were growing a lot of high-quality herbs, trained alchemists should be able to make B-ranked potions on their own. Stuart said he had found 30 alchemists who agreed to move. Crow asked him to line them up so he could check them. Stuart admitted he hadn't looked into their backgrounds because he was just told to bring them. Crow said it was fine, he could use his appraisal skill to evaluate them. Most of the alchemists seemed patient and hardworking, but none of them stood out as very talented. However, one of them caught Crow's attention. She was a 14-year-old girl who had not just one but two useful skills. She had a B-ranked alchemy skill and a C-ranked quality preservation skill. Her name was Marika Krabens. She had worked in the royal capital and often received direct requests from the guild and nobles. She was capable of making B-ranked potions. Crow was surprised to see another person with two strong skills. That night, everyone gathered for a welcome dinner. While they were eating, Crow asked Sebas for an update. Sebas said he had already reported everything to Pheasant, and that he also talked about it with the Duke of Rosenberg. Crow wasn't surprised. The Duke would naturally be informed. Since the Eldorado house was part of the Duke's faction, any major problem in the area needed the Duke's permission to handle. The first issue was about the A-rank potions. The Duke ordered that these potions shouldn't be sold through normal trade channels because they could bring danger to the village and to Crow. Instead, they would be shared through the Duke's own network. Crow understood why. Potions like these were powerful and could affect the balance of power among the noble families. The next issue was about the remains of the Lavany Fang. Sebas said the rules weren't very strict, but the remains could be worth at least 100 million gil. Crow was shocked by how much money that was. Still, what mattered more to him was Ravi. Sebas explained that the Duke said Ravi shouldn't be called a Lavany Fang anymore. Instead, Ravi would be known as a Silver Fang, a type of wild fang. Sebas also told Crow that Pheasant had used the A-rank potions as a way to make a deal to protect Ravi. After seeing the dead adult Lavany Fang, Pheasant allowed Crow to take care of the young one. He also asked Sebas to take good care of both Crow and Ravi. Crow wasn't sure if the adults really trusted him or not, but with his father's support, he felt ready to start improving the land without any doubts. Sebas then asked what Crow planned to do next. Crow said he wanted to start by training an alchemist. When Sebas asked if there was anyone good among the people he had chosen, Crow said there was one. About 3 hours ago, after using appraisal on the alchemist, Crow gathered everyone in the field to check their skills. He introduced himself as the lord of the village, which surprised everyone. But Marika stepped forward calmly and introduced herself. She asked Crow if he was the one who made the amazing potion. Crow was confused and asked what she meant. Marika explained that 10 days earlier, Stuart had given her some B-rank potions to try. She thought they tasted great and asked who made them. Stuart proudly said they were made by Crow Eldorado, the new ruler of Nest Village. That's when Marika became interested. Stuart also told her the village was looking for alchemists who wanted to move there, and he asked if she was interested. Marika didn't hesitate. The chance to make potions with Crow was enough for her to say yes. That's how she ended up in Nest Village. Crow confirmed that he was the one who made the B-rank potion. Marika then knelt down and called him a god. Crow could tell she wasn't a bad person. Marika then pointed to the grass growing in the fields and said it looked like healing grass to her. Crow said she was right. The village was growing healing grass. The other alchemists couldn't believe it. Healing grass wasn't something people could normally grow. Crow reminded them that healing grass usually grew in places where monsters lived. He said he had studied the soil and found that it had magic in it. So he thought that if they added magic to the fields and made the soil like the one in the cursed forest, they could grow the grass. Marika wasn't surprised. She expected that kind of thing from someone she called a god. She then lay down in the field, happy to be near the high-quality healing grass that could be used to make the tasty B-rank potions. Crow slowly realized that Marika was a bit strange. Crow explained that the area around the village had clean, tasty underground water that came from the Kyrgyz mountain range. This special water helped make their potions better. He said the village didn't just make low-quality potions, only potions below C rank. Until the alchemists could make B-rank potions, he had them take care of the fields and do simple jobs around the village to help improve their skills. When the alchemists finally reached the level where they could make B-rank potions, they asked Crow what they should do next. Crow told them to start using their alchemy right away. He improved the soil, and in just a moment the healing grass grew bigger and healthier. Marika, who was lying on the ground, was surprised by what she saw. Crow told them this wasn't the only thing they could do. He used one of his skills and made a wall rise up from the earth. He explained that he used alchemy to put magic into the ground and changed it into a wall. He also said the wall's strength could be made even better. The other alchemists thought it was earth magic, but Crow said it wasn't. It was alchemy. He explained that alchemy could mix with magic to change materials and create things like this. It wasn't just for making potions. Marika was amazed by what Crow could do. She knelt and said it felt like she was seeing the future of alchemy through someone godlike. Crow told her to at least call him by his name. Then he asked the other alchemists to try using magic on the fields. At first nothing happened. Crow noticed they were having trouble using their magic, which he expected. But then, one of them started doing well. Marika gave it a try too, and when she used her magic on a field, the healing grass there quickly grew bigger. Back in the present, Sebas told Marika that she was impressive. He said that now, Crow might have less work to do. Sebas also shared that he extended the contract with the Swift Archers, and now they had a salary of 1 million gil per month. This time the contract was directly with Crow, not with the Eldorado. Crow was fine with it since the three had been helpful all along. In return, Sebas said that Owl would be leaving soon to join the night school with the merchant caravan. Crow already knew this would happen. Even though he felt a bit sad that Owl was leaving, he was thankful that Owl had stayed with them for so long. The next day, Marika visited the alchemist's atelier and was surprised to see where Crow made his potions. On the ground floor, Crow showed her a well that could give water at any time. Marika was amazed and said she could make potions forever with it. Crow hoped that wouldn't be the case. She asked if she could try making a potion using Crow's materials. Crow agreed and set up a pot with water and Marika grass. If Crow made it, it would turn into an A-ranked potion. He hoped Marika could do the same. Marika took a deep breath and focused her magic on the pot. The dark liquid slowly turned lighter until it glowed brightly like a flash of light. Crow recognized the color. It looked like an A-ranked potion. But the glow faded and the potion stopped changing. In the end, it became a B-ranked recovery potion. Crow said it was a bit of a waste because for a moment it looked like an A-ranked one. Still, it was close. Marika grabbed him in excitement, asking if the shiny color meant it was really close to A-rank, and wondered if she could reach the level of the gods. Ravi barked, snapping her out of it, and she let go of Crow. Crow was a little scared by her energy. Even so, it seemed the village could now make more high-level potions. But since A-ranked potions couldn't be sold easily, Crow decided Marika should focus on making B-ranked ones for now. He said it was a shame, but he believed she would soon be able to make A-ranked potions on her own. Marika said she could work for 3 days without rest, but Crow told her to stop that kind of thinking since it could be dangerous. He also said he wanted her to try another task besides potion making, so he could see what else she could do. Later in the potion warehouse, Marika used her quality preservation skill on all the potions stored there. Crow knew this skill was just as strong as her alchemy. Even if they made a lot of potions, her power could stop them from getting old or weak over time. Before this, the village only made a small number of potions to sell. Crow noticed Marika couldn't move while using her skill. To help, he gave her some pizza. Marika was amazed by how good it tasted. She liked the high-quality eggs, cheese, and other ingredients she didn't recognize. Crow told her he was thinking about selling eggs soon. Marika offered to use her skill on the eggs to keep them fresh, so they would sell better. When Crow asked if that would be a problem, Marika said she wanted to help the village. Crow thanked her and asked what reward she wanted. Marika asked him to call her by her name without any formal titles. Then she requested that he make 3 B-ranked potions a day as her reward. Not long after, Marika and the other alchemists found out how the Larabirds were being kept and why they seemed friendly to humans. That day, Crow decided to give the alchemists a break from their usual work and took them on a tour around Nest Village. At that time, only Marika was able to make B-ranked potions. To help train the next group of skilled alchemists, Crow had been asking the others to use their magic in the fields, make potions, and build walls from the earth. The goal was to help them get better at using transmutation accurately. If they improved a bit more, Crow planned to give them some of his own tasks to handle. One of the alchemists, Jimmy McDaniel, who was ranked C, was surprised to learn that the village was really raising monsters. Crow believed Jimmy had the potential to be the next top alchemist after Marika. In fact, only Marika and Jimmy could earn a living just from alchemy without needing extra jobs. Crow explained that Larabirds could be tamed by feeding them healing grass. Marika asked to try, and Kentucky allowed it. Marika noticed that the caged Larabirds seemed smarter than the wild ones. She thought it might be because of the healing grass grown by Crow. But Crow wasn't sure if smart was the right word. He thought the birds just seemed sluggish. Later, they walked past the water reservoir on their way to visit the Lizardmen village and show their respect. Crow told them that the reservoir had been made using alchemy. The others were surprised that Crow had built something so large on his own. But Crow believed that anyone could do the same if they worked together. Jimmy asked what kind of relationship Nest Village had with the Lizardmen. Crow explained that they traded vegetables and fish with them. Then he said they had arrived, but when the group looked around, the village seemed empty. There were no Lizardmen in sight. It turned out that the Lizardmen were hiding underwater in the nearby pond, and they looked afraid. When they saw Crow and the others, they made hand signals. Jimmy realized they were warning them to run away. Then another alchemist noticed something strange in one of the huts. Crow quickly told everyone to hide behind the trees. Suddenly, a group of D-ranked monsters called goblins came out of the hut. Crow quickly realized they were under attack. Jimmy suggested going back to the village to get help, but Crow said he could handle it alone. Marika tried to stop him, but Crow told her not to worry. He said alchemy could be used in fights too. Crow used his alchemy skill to change the ground behind the goblins. Sharp spikes made of earth, called earth needles, rose up and hit all the goblins before they could react. One goblin managed to escape the attack and started running away. But Crow wasn't done. He changed the air around him to make an air cannon. It didn't hit the goblin directly, but it hit the ground under it. The goblin fell into a hole and another earth needle came up and hit its chest. Everyone was shocked, especially Marika. They couldn't believe how easily Crow defeated the goblins. Crow explained that alchemy could be used in many ways during battle. Seeing this, the others got excited and wanted to train more. Just then, Chichikaka showed up. He called Crow powerful and thanked him for the help. Crow asked about the others. Chichikaka said they were safe because they sensed the goblins and hid right away. Crow was surprised that over 50 lizardmen had run from just a few goblins. Chichikaka asked if Crow's companions were new villagers. Crow said they were also alchemists. Chichikaka was surprised to hear this, but Marika said that even though they were alchemists, none of them were as strong as Crow. That helped Chichikaka understand that Crow was the most powerful among them. Crow then changed the topic and asked if the tribe was safe now. Chichikaka said no. He explained that the goblins were actually under the control of a group called the Swamp Lizardmen. These were dangerous lizardmen who had already forced Chichikaka's tribe out of their old village. Now that the enemies had found this new place, they would keep attacking until they took over. Marika thought that was awful. Crow asked where the Swamp Lizardmen used to live. Chichikaka said their old place could be reached by going upstream just outside the cursed forest. Crow realized that Nest Village was also in danger. He knew what he had to do. He promised to protect Chichikaka's tribe and make sure they could live in peace. He said he would go back to the village and come up with a plan. The lizardmen cheered. Chichikaka also said he wanted to help. With that, Crow and the other alchemists returned to the village. After they came back, Crow quickly told his brother Owl and the others about what happened. He asked for their help. Owl agreed right away, and for now, Yord and the rest were sent to do scouting missions. Later, Crow collected some bones from the black buffaloes they had recently fought. These bones had magical power and could be turned into fertilizer when crushed. But this time, Rose was curious about how Crow planned to use them. Crow explained that the swamp lizardmen were strong because they had good tools. He thought it was a good idea to make new weapons for everyone. Owl, Rose, and the other adventurers got excited when they heard this. They asked if Crow could really make weapons and started saying what kind they wanted. Crow told them to wait their turn and promised he would make one for each of them. Even though he agreed, this was actually his first time trying to make weapons. He touched the bones and thought about what shape the weapons should be. He remembered that Owl and Rose fought with speed, so heavy swords wouldn't work well for them. But if the swords were too light, they wouldn't be strong enough. Crow decided to make the swords thin but strong by increasing the bone's density. With his alchemy skill, he quickly created 2 swords. Owl and Rose were excited when they held them. Rose noticed that the sword was easy to swing, and Owl said it worked well with body enhancement magic. The other alchemists were surprised that weapons could be made with alchemy. Crow told them they could learn to do the same if they kept practicing and used their imagination. Yord and Narcissus also received their weapons. Then Crow reminded them about their scouting job. The two gave their report. The enemy village was built around a swamp and most of the area was muddy. There were about 50 goblins guarding the place. Along with them were around 30 red lizards. These were likely the swamp lizard men since the goblins seemed to follow their orders. Crow realized the enemy had more people than he expected. There were enough of them to attack Nest Village. He thought about trying to talk with them if they could speak the human language. Owl also hoped they could solve things peacefully. After thinking for a while, Owl shared an idea with Crow. The two brothers talked it over and Crow agreed to the plan. He also had something he wanted to test out. Then he told everyone that they would begin the mission the next day. Meanwhile, in the swampy village of the lizard men located in the old river area once home to the Kapoku tribe, a red lizard man named Babalgio received news. He was the chieftain of the Dufun tribe. One of his lizard men reported that the Kapoku tribe had disappeared. The goblins had found a source of clean water, and after defeating the remaining Kapoku, one goblin came back to tell the story. Babalgio laughed when he heard that only 4 goblins had taken down the weak lizard men. The goblins also told him they saw a large town ahead, but they couldn't enter because it was protected by walls. Babalgio said they should destroy it when the gates opened. But the humans acted first. Owl, Rose, and some adventurers arrived at the settlement. Babalgio asked who they were. Owl explained they came from a village in the south and that the goblins had been causing problems there. He asked Babalgio to stop the goblins from going near their village or hurting anyone from the Kapoku tribe. Babalgio wondered what would happen if he refused. Owl warned him that they would fight back. Babalgio said Owl didn't understand the situation and didn't seem to care. He gave a signal and more goblins appeared. Babalgio said they wouldn't be allowed to leave safely. Realizing there was no chance to talk things out, Owl stayed calm. He used body enhancement magic on his new sword and quickly cut down the first goblin that attacked. 3 more tried to surround him, but he defeated them easily with his bone sword. Babalgio was shocked. At the same time, Rose moved quickly through the goblins, cutting them down with skill. When one tried to attack her from behind, she flipped over, used the goblin's head to push off, and stabbed it from behind. Seeing how strong they were, Babalgio started to understand that Owl and his group were powerful. Owl and Rose tapped fists after their attacks. Yord and the other adventurers were also handling the fight well. They were slashing, shooting, and burning the goblins without much effort. The rest of the goblins began to shake with fear. Babalgio angrily shouted at them, asking what they were doing. Suddenly, the ground shook. A wall of earth rose up in front of them. On top of the wall stood hunters from the village, aiming their arrows at the goblins and red lizard men. Crow was with them. Babalgio finally realized that their entire village was now surrounded by walls. He wondered if some powerful magician had appeared to trap them. While the enemies were still confused, the hunters quickly took advantage of the moment and shot arrows down at them. Many goblins were hit. Babalgio just stood there, feeling helpless. He saw that the walls were on every side and escaping was impossible. Then Owl rushed at him. Babalgio managed to block his sword in time. Owl mocked him for being distracted, but Babalgio wasn't. He quickly fought back and pushed Owl away. From the top of the wall, Crow remembered what his brother had told him. Owl asked Crow to only help from the sidelines during this fight. Owl said he had been training Rose for a while, but now it was time to return home. Before that, he wanted to give Rose one last challenge, and this battle against the red lizard men was perfect. He wanted to see how much Rose had improved before joining night school. Crow agreed with the plan. Since Crow couldn't use his Earth Needle's magic in the swamp, he chose a different kind of magic. The hunters then aimed at the red lizard men, but their arrows didn't work because of the thick armor the lizard men wore. Babalgio called the goblins useless and told his own tribe to attack instead. Once they joined the fight, the battle became harder for Yord and Narcissus. Luckily, Sypha was there to support them by casting fire magic from a distance. But he didn't realize that some red lizard men were hiding behind him in the swamp waiting to attack. Just when Sypha thought he was done for, the swamp behind him suddenly froze. It turned into a field of ice, trapping the red lizard men in place. Since the swamp had more water than solid ground, Crow decided to use water magic instead. He also saw that Owl and Rose didn't need his help. They were doing well even on the uneven ground. Babalgio shouted in frustration as he saw his forces failing. Owl stared at him and swung his sword, knocking Babalgio's war axe away. Babalgio looked around and saw all the goblins defeated and his own men injured or unable to move. Owl pointed his sword at Babalgio's neck. With no other option left, Babalgio dropped to his knees and admitted defeat. The fighting stopped and Crow walked forward. He asked if Babalgio was the leader of the clan and wanted to know his name. Babalgio introduced himself but was already confused, thinking that such a child had been the leader all along. Owl then asked Crow what they should do with the red lizard men. Babalgio got on his knees and begged for mercy. He promised they would never fight again. In return, he offered to give up the land, their weapons, armor, everything they had in the area. He asked them to please consider it. Owl stayed quiet. Until now, he had always killed monsters without hesitation because he thought they couldn't be reasoned with. But these lizard men were different. They could talk and understand. Owl began to wonder if killing them was still the right thing. Crow thought his own idea was a little too hopeful since he also saw a chance for the lizard men to change. He wondered if they really deserved harsh punishment. Finally, Crow made a decision. He told the red lizard men to leave and go far to the north. He also warned them never to deal with goblins again. If they broke this promise, he swore to annihilate them. Babalgio was relieved that his people were spared, but he also knew he now owed Crow a great debt. Owl didn't say a word against Crow's decision and quietly put away his sword. Babalgio told his warriors to give up their weapons. He also declared that their tribe would now be known as the One-Armed Clan. To make it official, Crow stepped in and cut off their arms himself, helping Babalgio carry out the punishment. Afterward, Owl and the others burned down the red lizard men's settlement and took all the weapons and armor. Crow stood in silence, still thinking. He wasn't sure if he had made the right choice. Rose saw that something was bothering him. She gave him a hug from behind and told him not to worry. If the red lizard men ever attacked again, she would stop them herself. Crow felt touched for a moment, but the smell of blood on Rose made him feel dizzy. Embarrassed, Rose realized she needed a bath. Crow laughed at her, and Rose said she would head back to the Nest Village. From this event, Crow learned an important lesson. He realized that he had to be more careful, not just with monsters in the cursed forest, but with others as well. He knew it was time to rethink their defenses and make sure the village and everyone in it stayed safe. A few days later, it was time for Owl to go back home. Crow thanked him for everything he had done for him in the village. He also wished Owl good luck at the Night Academy. Owl promised to do his best, and said he would use the sword Crow gave him. He then asked Rose to protect Nest Village while he was away. Rose promised she would fight any monsters that showed up. Robbie barked at Owl, and Owl told him to watch over Crow for him. Sebas reminded Owl to be careful during his travels. Owl said he would return during his next break. He waved goodbye and told everyone to take care. Stuart also planned to leave with Owl. Crow asked Stuart to look after Owl and, for his next visit, to bring more magic stones. Stuart agreed, knowing that Crow was trying to improve the village. As he left, Stuart looked back and saw a villager asking an alchemist for help with lifting something. Jimmy had made a golem that could carry heavy things. Crow told Stuart he had been thinking about strengthening the village's defenses after the red lizard men attack. He used the magic stones from Stuart to create more golems. He also wanted the other alchemists to learn how to control golems, since they had decided to watch over the Kapuku tribe too. Even though the golems helped with heavy work, the villagers were still working hard. Stuart noticed how the village was improving and said he looked forward to visiting again. To make Nest Village safer, Crow wanted the golems to become a guard force. So he took the alchemists and their golems to the cursed forest for combat training. Since the golems would be guarding the village, the alchemists needed to learn how to use them in fights. Jimmy said he would try his best, but he was still nervous. Crow told them not to worry since adventurers were joining them for support. Suddenly, Yord reported a monster nearby. A wild fang appeared. Crow told Jimmy to get ready. The wild fang attacked the golem first and Jimmy started to panic. Crow reminded him to stay focused. Jimmy then made the golem grab the wild fang and throw it aside. The golem charged forward and hit the monster hard, knocking it down. The wild fang was defeated. The other alchemists were surprised and impressed that Jimmy was able to control the golem so well. The training continued and the other alchemists followed Jimmy's lead. Even Marika was enjoying the fight. Her golem, decorated with a ribbon, defeated several monsters easily. After seeing how powerful the golems were, Jimmy said they were amazing. The others also realized they could fight with their golems too. As Crow had expected, Marika stood out the most. She defeated as many as 15 wild fangs. It seemed that the alchemist's skill level made a big difference in how strong the golem was. Crow then told the group he had something else to do. He left the rest of the training to the adventurers and asked Marika to come with him since she was doing so well. Marika happily agreed. Later, the giant golem walked around the village, checking the area. Marika still couldn't believe she had actually gotten the chance to ride it. She, along with Crow, Rose, and her own golem, sat on the giant golem's palm having a picnic. During the picnic, Rose asked where they were going next. Crow said they needed to visit the lizardmen's settlement first, then head north. Rose realized that Crow was worried about the swamp lizardmen. Crow admitted that the lizardmen might have let them pass before, but they could still be holding a grudge. He wanted to make sure they kept their promise. Even if the lizardmen showed up, the giant golem could scare them away. While they were traveling, Marika spotted a small settlement and asked if that was their destination. Crow suggested they go down and check it out on foot, so they all got off the golem and looked around. They searched the area for a long time, but after hours of searching, they found no signs of the lizard men. With nothing left to do, they decided to go back home. On the way back, Crow noticed something strange. A group of small people with long beards were surrounded by goblins, but the bearded men were doing fine. They fought back with their axes and seemed to be holding their own. Rose was surprised. She realized they were dwarves and wondered why they were in the area. One dwarf complained about how many monsters there were in the frontier. The other was more worried about the giant golem walking toward them. Marika looked closer and recognized the two dwarves. Crow asked if she knew them. Marika said she had met them in the royal capital. They were brothers who made the glass bottles she used for potions. The dwarves were surprised to see Marika again. One of them said they had thought about following her and decided to move to Nest Village. The other dwarf asked who Crow and Rose were. Marika introduced Crow as the Lord of Nest Village and Rose as someone from the rambling Viscounty. The dwarves were shocked that someone as young and small as Crow was the village lord. Marika told them not to be rude. She said Crow was the one who created the giant golem and helped bring a new future to alchemy. The dwarves were impressed. They agreed the golem was amazing and said Crow must be a great alchemist. One of the dwarves apologized for judging Crow by his looks. He introduced himself as Nord, a 200-year-old craftsman who could make everything from bottles to weapons, but only if he had alcohol. The other dwarf was also 200 years old. He worked on finishing Nord's items, but just like Nord, he couldn't work without drinking. Crow could smell alcohol on them using his appraisal skill. Then he got an idea. If the dwarves stayed in the village, they wouldn't need to buy bottles from his father's territory anymore. They could make them locally. Crow asked if the two had caused any trouble by drinking. The brothers were shocked and asked how he knew. Marika whispered to Crow not to worry. She said they were skilled and used to be blacksmiths. If they lived away from the village center, they wouldn't cause trouble. Crow was surprised she knew them so well. Since they were blacksmiths, Crow figured they'd be noisy while working. But if they were drunk and making noise in a far-off area, it wouldn't bother anyone. He decided to let them stay and work in the village, especially since they had come such a long way. The dwarves were happy, saying it would be hard to go back to the capital because of their drinking habits. They then asked how Crow figured out they liked to drink. Rose said they smelled like booze, and Ravi agreed. Verdo laughed and admitted it, but Nord was more interested in the monster with them. Crow introduced Ravi as a creature they were raising in the village. Nord picked up Ravi and hugged him, saying he was cute, but Ravi quickly got dizzy and went limp. Nord asked what happened, and Crow said it was probably the strong smell of alcohol. Right then, Rose got angry. She banned the dwarves from going near Ravi again. Crow agreed it was best to keep the dwarves away from the village center. When autumn came, 300 new people moved into Nest Village. Everyone gathered for a welcome dinner. Sebas noticed that the newcomers were fitting in well since the party went smoothly, but he also saw how tired his young master Crow looked. Crow had checked all 300 people in just one day. On top of that, the village had to expand. They built 4 new areas to give everyone a place to stay. Each area would hold about 100 people. Sebas figured Crow was worn out from doing all of that work. Even though the village was treating people well, Crow was still surprised that so many came to live in such a faraway place. Sebas said it showed that other places must be struggling too. He believed many people came because they were told they'd survive the winter here. Just then, Chichikaka and the other lizard men walked up to Crow. They asked if now was really the right time to join the village. Crow said it was fine. They were under the protection of the Kepoku tribe. Chichikaka began to cry, saying they were touched because other races had been kind to them. Meanwhile, a small crowd had gathered in the middle of the plaza. Crow went to see what was going on. In the center, 2 dwarves were having a drinking contest. Marika apologized to Crow for letting them drink so much. Crow told her it wasn't her fault and walked over to the dwarves. The dwarves were happy to see him. They had brought the tools he had asked for, the ones that could help make the perfect snack to go with sake. Crow was pleased and said he'd use them right away. Soon after, Crow started preparing the snack. Rose was helping, but she asked why she had to join in. Crow said she could be the first to taste it. Rose then asked about the tools he was using. Crow called them the peeler and slicer. Rose had heard he asked the dwarves to make them, but she didn't know how to use them. Crow showed her how the peeler worked. He peeled a potato quickly and easily. Rose was amazed at how fast it was. Then he showed her the slicer and how it cut the potato into even slices. Marika pointed out how much faster it was than using a knife, and how all the slices looked the same. Rose heated a pot of oil to the right temperature, and Crow thanked her. He put the potato slices, which had been soaking in water, into the pot. After frying them for a while, he took them out, sprinkled some salt, and let them cool down. The potato chips were ready. Crow asked the girls to try them. Everyone loved the taste. Rose was surprised that deep-fried potatoes could be so delicious. Then the dwarves came over, tried the chips, and said they went well with sake. Other villagers started noticing the smell and came to check it out. Even the kids ran over after hearing the adults. Crow didn't hesitate, he shared the potato chips with everyone. After that, Crow looked very tired. He had finally reached his limit. During that time, Sebas helped him, and with that support, Crow was able to keep going. Sebas later returned with the dwarves, who were feeling better after using the detoxifying potions. The dwarves asked Crow what he thought of their prototype tools. Crow said they worked well, but instead of using iron, he asked them to try making something out of wood or other cheaper materials. He explained that he wanted to keep the cost low for mass production. His goal was to sell each tool for under 500 gil. He also said it was okay if the tools didn't last long. Verdo was worried that the tools might break easily, but Crow said it was fine since they would be cheap enough to replace once a year. Verdo then asked why not just make strong tools and sell them at a higher price. Nord also wondered why Crow was focused on making them so cheap. Crow explained that he wanted potato chips to be something anyone could enjoy. He wanted them to become popular. His plan was to sell large amounts of chips in the royal capital and earn a good profit. To do that, the tools needed to be affordable. Nord understood, but Verdo said they weren't used to making cheap tools. However, as the dwarves looked around, they saw how happy the villagers were while eating the potato chips. The smiles on people's faces made them realize something important. Making people happy was the best reward for a craftsman. After that, the dwarves went back to drinking and told Crow to look forward to the improved tools. Crow was happy that they figured something out for the peeler and slicer, but to sell more potato chips, he thought about adding new flavors. He had an idea to make a consommé flavor by boiling meat and bones from rallybirds, though the process might not be very efficient. He also remembered that they were depending on the trade guild for salt and pepper. Crow started thinking about growing their own spices in the future, so he asked Sebas to bring different kinds of spice seeds next time. Crow then looked around and saw that everyone was having a good time. The adventurers were enjoying food and drinks. Even the lizardmen seemed happy. Rose, Marika, and Ravi were cooking together. The dwarves kept drinking like usual. Seeing the village full of life, Crow began thinking about new ideas. He decided to visit a nearby place called Ragnar Village, which was known for dairy farming. The next day in Ragnar Village, sheep and goats were kept as farm animals, and a large golem stood outside the village. Dimitri, the village leader, welcomed Crow and asked why he came. Crow explained that his village had been using dairy products from Ragnar, so he came to show his thanks. He also brought some gifts, crates filled with B-ranked potions and fresh vegetables. Dimitri was surprised to receive such valuable items, but Crow told him not to worry because his village had plenty. Dimitri had heard rumors about how much Nest Village had grown, but he didn't think they were true. Wagner said that it was all thanks to Crow. Dimitri felt grateful for the gifts. His village had recently been attacked by goblins and many people were hurt, so the potions were just what they needed. Crow felt sorry for the troubles they were facing. Dimitri said it was fine as long as their animals stayed safe. Crow noticed that Dimitri smiled, but he still felt bad. He knew that Ragnar Village moved from place to place regularly. Unlike Nest Village, they didn't have strong defenses, and their mobile tents made life stressful. Then Crow got an idea. He asked Dimitri if they wanted to move to Nest Village. He promised a safe place to live and a better daily life with steady food. In return, Crow could receive dairy products regularly. He believed it would help both villages. Dimitri was surprised and thanked him for the offer, but he explained that they raised animals that ate grass, so they had to keep moving to find new fields. Staying in one place would be hard. Crow asked again if they could stay in one place as long as there was enough grass. Crow walked to a nearby area where the grass was almost gone. The sheep and goats were barely eating. The villagers wondered what Crow, the Lord of Nest Village, could do using alchemy. Crow placed his hand on the ground and sent out magic. Suddenly, the dry land turned green and grass began to grow. The animals were surprised and started eating quickly. The villagers were amazed that alchemy could bring back the grass. They also noticed how hungry the animals had been. Crow asked Dimitri what he thought now that there was a way to solve the food problem. The villagers asked Dimitri to decide. After thinking about it, Dimitri asked if Nest Village could really accept them. Crow agreed and said he looked forward to working together. Dimitri looked at his son and his people, dropped to his knees and began to cry. He thanked Crow with all his heart. 2 days later, Crow brought the Ragnar villagers to their new home. He welcomed them and showed them around Nest Village. Since the villagers were herbivores and easily scared by monsters, he placed their new homes on the southern side of the village, far from the cursed forest. Crow had also built houses for them ahead of time. The children were amazed they could live in such homes and quickly enjoyed the soft beds before the adults could even react. Crow then showed them a barn for their animals. He told them not to worry about bad smells reaching the houses because he had built a thick wall of earth to block both the smell and the noise. The villagers were happy to see that the barn was strong and big enough for their animals. After that, Crow led them to the farm, which was larger than they expected. Dimitri's son was very excited. Dimitri said the animals would live well there. Crow thanked the alchemists who helped prepare everything. Just then, Rose arrived with a cheerful Ravi in her arms. She said she brought him because he got excited by the smell of animals. As soon as she let him go, Ravi ran toward the barn. Dimitri was surprised and worried when he saw Ravi, a silver fang. He asked if Crow was really keeping such a beast in the village, even though it wasn't attacking. Crow told him to calm down and then asked Ravi to guide the sheep into the barn. Ravi barked and quickly ran toward the herd. He started herding the frightened sheep and Rose laughed. The villagers called Ravi smart. Crow told them they could always ask Ravi to help with tasks like that whenever he was nearby. Crow then asked Dimitri if there was anything else they needed. Dimitri said making dairy products, especially cheese, was too much trouble with what they had. If Crow wanted to produce more, he suggested building a workshop just for it. Crow asked what kind of workshop it should be. Dimitri explained that there should be a room for heating, a room for shaping and draining, and another for aging the cheese. He also hoped they could have a place to turn sheep wool into yarn. Crow promised to build those places. For the equipment, he said he could ask the dwarves to help. Then, he asked Dimitri if he could take care of the horses being raised in Nest Village and said he wanted to raise more and train them for riding. Dimitri agreed happily. This would help the village guards ride horses, making it easier for them to move around and protect the area. With more dairy products and useful wool coming in and winter on the way, the village would be better prepared. Now that the Ragnar villagers had joined, Nest Village was sure to grow stronger and richer. Meanwhile, in the rambling Viscounty, Rose's father gave an order. He wanted someone to go to Nest Village where his daughter was staying. He chose a female knight named Diana. For some reason, her smile looked strange and gave off a bad feeling. A few days later, the villagers, especially Crow, were enjoying some cheesy pizza. But their breakfast was suddenly interrupted when Rose came running in, looking very worried. She said something bad had happened. According to her, Diana had arrived in the village. Right behind her, Diana followed and told Rose there was no point in running. Rose answered that she wasn't running away. She just wanted to know why Diana had come. Crow started to worry about Rose. Then Diana stepped forward and gave Rose a long hug. She didn't want to let go. Crow used his appraisal skill on Diana. It showed that she was a 12-year-old girl who was a knight and also Rose's maid and helper. She was strong and skilled with a sword. Her favorite person was Rose, and she didn't like being disliked by her. Feeling embarrassed, Rose asked Diana to calm down. Crow greeted Diana and thanked her for coming all the way to the village. Rose was shocked that Crow already knew Diana was coming. Crow explained that he had received a letter from Viscount Rambling asking him not to tell Rose in advance. Diana said she came because Al had gone back home and she was sent to take his place. She also thanked Crow for looking after Rose, but said that from now on, she would take care of everything Rose needed. Rose couldn't believe her relaxed life was now over. Crow told Diana she could live in Rose's house since it had enough space. In fact, Crow had built a mansion for the Rambling family in Nest Village. Rose told Diana to follow whatever Crow said. For some reason, Diana seemed excited about living alone with Rose. Crow quietly hoped no awkward romance would happen, but he was glad their group had become stronger. Even though Diana had just arrived, Crow apologized and asked her to start helping right away. Crow led the group into a nearby cursed forest. He explained to Diana that they often hunted there to gather ingredients and materials. Rose asked how far they were going this time. Since Diana was now part of the team, Crow wanted to go beyond the area where the black buffaloes usually lived. Diana, feeling unsure, asked why they had brought a monster along. Crow said Ravi wanted to come, but he had been fast asleep ever since they entered the forest. The golem carrying Ravi belonged to Marika and had been borrowed by Crow. The larger gigant golem was too big to use for hunting. Suddenly, Diana smiled when she saw some black buffaloes. She asked Crow to move aside, then pulled out her sword and shield. One of the buffaloes saw her and charged. Diana blocked it with her shield and stopped its attack. Taking the chance, she quickly struck its legs with her sword. When the monster fell to the ground, she finished it with a powerful downward slash. Two more black buffaloes charged at them from different directions. Luckily, Rose reacted quickly and cut both monsters down with ease. Crow was happy to see how well the team worked together. After the fight, they reached a new part of the forest. Crow guessed they were somewhere between the Kyrgyz Mountains and the Cursed Forest. Rose said they had never gone this far before and warned Diana to be careful. Just then, they heard something approaching. Rose said something was coming. A strong monster called an Elder Grizzly appeared. It was a B-ranked creature known for living alone and protecting its territory fiercely. Yord was shocked to see one so close. Crow realized the monster was as powerful as 100 black buffaloes. Rose asked what they should do. Crow took Ravi off the golem's back and said this was a good chance to test the monster's strength. Then he told everyone to fight. Marika's golem, Rose, and Diana quickly jumped into action. The Elder Grizzly attacked the golem first. The golem tried to protect itself but was quickly knocked down by the monster's powerful punches. As soon as the golem hit the ground, Diana saw an opening. She ran in and swung her sword at the monster's neck. But when the monster stepped back without much trouble, she realized her cut wasn't deep enough. Suddenly, the monster lashed out with its sharp claws. Diana blocked the attack just in time and was shocked by how fast and strong the huge creature was. Then out of nowhere, a wall made of earth rose up from the ground and slammed into the monster, throwing it backward and dropping it with a loud thud. Diana was surprised. It was an earth magic attack. The archers shouted for Diana to fall back and started shooting arrows at the monster. But the Elder Grizzly was too fast and dodged them all. Right then, a mage cast a fire magic spell. He formed a burning spear and sent it flying at the monster. Still, the grizzly jumped back and avoided it easily. Crow wasn't surprised. The monster was ranked B after all, but everything was going as planned. Rose had snuck behind it, and in one quick move, she slashed off its right arm. The monster let out a loud scream and looked tired and scared. Crow saw the change and knew this was their chance. He didn't want to use his ground needle spell because it might hurt his teammates, so he decided to control the golem instead. Marika's golem stood up again and charged at the monster. This time, it managed to hurt the Elder Grizzly. The monster fought back and punched the golem with its one good arm, cracking the golem's head. But the golem didn't stop. It stood back up and attacked again. With one strong uppercut, it hit the monster so hard that the grizzly's head flew off. The Elder Grizzly dropped to the ground, completely defeated. After they won, Crow praised the others for their efforts. Diana, still surprised, said the small golem was really strong and asked how Crow got it. Crow said he made it using alchemy. Diana was shocked because she thought he used earth magic. Rose also mentioned that the earthen wall they saw earlier was made with alchemy too. Crow just gave a quiet laugh. Right then, Ravi jumped out of Crow's arms and started running around the area. It rolled on the ground and some archers wondered if Ravi was marking the place as its territory. Rose thought maybe Ravi liked the area. Crow could see that Ravi was claiming the spot, but he didn't know why. At the same time, the adventurers noticed something strange about the Elder Grizzly. They told Crow it had a large, old scar, like a deep cut. Crow took a closer look and confirmed that the wound wasn't from the bear itself. Based on how big it was, it seemed like the grizzly had been attacked by another large monster. It might have been another Elder Grizzly, or maybe something even bigger. Seeing Ravi with them, Crow guessed it could have been a ravine fang. These monsters usually lived in the snowy mountains and treated those areas as their territory. For some reason, one of them had come down to the cursed forest. Based on the stomach wound of the ravine fang they saw before, Crow thought it had lost a fight over territory. Still, it was strange. Rank monsters weren't supposed to lose that easily. Crow looked toward the Kyrgyz mountains and started to wonder if there were even scarier monsters hiding there. He thought he might need to investigate the area again. Finally, Crow told everyone to quickly take apart the monster they had hunted and get ready to return to Nest Village. He announced that they were going to hold an Elder Grizzly meat festival. That night, everyone gathered in the center of the village where the meat was being cooked. The village dinner for the night was Elder Grizzly stew. Since roasting the meat was too difficult, they decided to add vegetables and turn it into bear stew instead. Crow scooped some stew into a bowl and gave it to Rose. She blew on the spoon to cool it down, then took a bite. Her eyes widened from the taste. Right away, she lifted the bowl and sipped the soup. She enjoyed the warm broth in her mouth before swallowing and saying how tasty it was. She said the meat melted in her mouth and had a flavor she had never tasted before. Diana also said it was her first time eating fatty meat that tasted sweet. She liked how the rich flavor of the meat blended into the soup. Crow also thought it tasted really good, and believed it was the right choice to make stew instead of roasting the meat. After finishing her meal, Diana said it was all thanks to Crow that their hunt was a success. She was also surprised that a skill like alchemy, often seen as useless, could be helpful in battle. She learned that it could even be used to build not just parts of a village, but an entire town. She also noticed how happy and full of energy the villagers looked, and she guessed it was because of Crow. Crow scratched his head and said he felt a bit shy after hearing that. Then Diana held out her hand and asked Crow to take care of her too. Crow smiled quietly with Rose, then officially welcomed Diana to Nest Village as a new villager. The next morning, Crow was sleeping deeply until Ravi came to his bed. He woke up and thought Ravi might have come to wake him, but he just wanted to go back to sleep while feeling Ravi's soft fur. Unfortunately, Sebas came and really woke him up. As Crow got dressed, Sebas told him about two things planned for the day. First, Kentucky wanted Crow to visit the Rallybirds' breeding grounds. Second, Crow needed to inspect the newly finished outer wall. Crow understood and decided to visit the breeding grounds first. Outside, Rose and Diana were already waiting. Diana held Rose's hand and told Crow that they were going hunting. Then she pulled Rose along with her. Crow could clearly see that, as always, Diana was full of love for Rose. Later, at the breeding grounds, Kentucky excitedly shared that they had finally calmed down the violet male rallybirds. Crow asked how they did it. These male rallybirds were usually more aggressive than the females. When given healing grass, they got even more angry and started breathing fire. Kentucky explained that they didn't just use healing grass, they also added detox grass. Detox grass is used to make medicine that helps with poison, and Kentucky thought it might help calm the birds too. Crow remembered that dwarves used antidotes made from detox grass to help drunk people sober up. That meant the grass might also help with the birds' anger. Crow praised Kentucky's idea and told him to catch more female rallybirds for breeding. He also said he would build a fireproof coop for the males and reminded Kentucky to be careful of their fire attacks while taking care of them. Crow was happy because they could finally start a new business. Sebas asked what the business was about. Crow explained that larybirds had tasty meat, and their feathers and eggs were considered valuable. Crow believed that if Nest Village learned how to raise these birds, other villages and towns might also want to raise them. However, raising larybirds wasn't easy. It required growing special plants like healing grass and detox grass. To grow these plants, they needed an alchemist to add magic to the soil. So Crow came up with a business plan. Nest Village would send out their alchemists and earn money from the service. They would also earn from building special fireproof coops for the larybirds. Sebas agreed that it was a good idea, but he brought up an important question. Could these magical creatures really be raised? Crow agreed it was something to test first. He said they would begin with Red Village. During their last trade, Red Village had shown interest in raising larybirds. Since Nest Village owed them for the tasty vegetables they had shared, Crow wanted to help them first. Sebas suggested sending the alchemist to Red Village right away, and Crow agreed. But just to be safe, they decided that Kentucky would go with them. If the trial went well, Crow wanted Sebas to tell his father about the results. Crow believed this could be a great way to grow their business in the Eldorado territory. Sebas said they already had permission to raise larybirds, so the only thing that mattered now was whether the test would succeed. He said he would talk with Kentucky about it, and Crow thanked him. With that, the larybird breeding program moved on to the next stage. Later, near the village's outer walls, Crow asked Jimmy if the task was finished. After the trouble with the swamp lizard men, Crow wanted to make the village safer. Besides watching the alchemists and golems, Crow asked for a second earth wall to be built around the village. He asked the skilled alchemists to use their powers to create the new outer wall. Jimmy said that the alchemists had gotten better at their work, so they could now handle things without any problems. He also gave an update about the moat, saying that the work was going well and it would probably be finished the next day. Crow thanked him for the report. Jimmy also shared that potion making was going well, especially for Marika. She was now able to make an A-ranked potion. She had been working non-stop day and night without any sleep. That explained why there had been so many potions recently. Crow was happy to see their strong motivation, but he planned to remind them to get some rest. Jimmy agreed and asked him to do that. Jimmy added that it wasn't just Marika. Other alchemists were also very motivated. Before they came to Nest Village, many people used to call them mages wannabes who could only make potions and didn't respect them. It was even harder because C-ranked potions were cheap. Even if they made a lot of them, it was hard to earn enough money. Most alchemists had to get another job, which made it tough to practice making higher-ranked potions like B-ranked ones, which could sell for more. They were stuck in a difficult situation. Crow listened quietly. Jimmy was one of the lucky few who could work full-time as an alchemist, but even he had trouble with money. Not long ago, he built a small slide for the kids in the village. The children thanked him with big smiles. Later, some adults called him over and offered him food. At first, he felt shy about it, but they insisted. They told him he deserved it because he always helped out, whether in the fields or keeping watch around the village. They said an alchemist like him was important to the whole village. At that moment, Jimmy felt truly touched. Being thanked and feeling needed made him feel like he was dreaming. He said it was all because of Crow and thanked him deeply. Crow was surprised but happy to hear those words. Before, these alchemists were stuck, even though making potions was their main skill. Helping guide them in the right direction turned out to be a great success. As the village grew stronger, Crow hoped they could also help raise the reputation of alchemists everywhere. Just then, some villagers returned from patrol riding their horses quickly. They had rushed back to bring bad news to Crow. Their leader said that a group of orcs had been spotted several dozen kilometers to the northeast, moving toward the southwest. Crow was shocked. He started to worry that those monsters might be coming for their village. Based on the timing, he guessed the orcs were out looking for food before winter came. If that was true, Nest Village could be an easy target. Crow asked how many orcs there were, but the villagers couldn't give an exact number. They could only guess that there were over 1,000 of them. To make things worse, the orcs were carrying weapons and wearing armor, like they were preparing for a war. Everyone gathered in the village plaza. Crow thanked them for coming and said they probably already heard the news, but he confirmed it. An orc army was heading their way. He explained what orcs looked like. They walked on 2 legs and looked like pigs. On their own, they were ranked D, but when they attacked in large groups, they were considered C-ranked. He also warned them that there could be a smarter and stronger orc leading them. These leaders were known as the Orc General and the Orc King. When one of these leaders took charge, the orcs became much more dangerous. Normally, orcs weren't very smart, but with a leader, they followed orders well and fought like real soldiers. The Orc King was even more powerful. It had a special skill that made the whole army stronger. If an Orc King was leading, the entire army could be ranked as A, which was very dangerous. Crow wasn't sure yet if the army had an Orc General or an Orc King, but he believed there was a good chance it was an Orc King. The villagers became worried. These kinds of monsters were much too strong. Some wondered if they should evacuate, but Crow said it was too risky to run away because the orcs were already too close and there were too many of them. He told everyone they had no choice but to stay in the village and fight. To survive, he asked everyone to stand together and protect their home. The villagers looked at each other, unsure and afraid. Then a girl stepped forward and admitted she was scared. But someone quickly spoke up, saying they were willing to do anything to survive. Crow told them he was counting on them. He asked them to protect the village with everything they had. At that moment, everyone shouted together, showing they were ready to fight. Crow told everyone to start getting ready right away. He told Jimmy and the wall team to use as many mana recovery potions as they needed to finish their work. He asked Marika and a few others to refill the magical power in the golems. Then, he told the hunting team to collect the bones of the black buffaloes, because he planned to make bows and arrows. Just then, Chichikaka and some lizardmen arrived. They said they had heard what was happening. Chichikaka explained that if Nest Village was destroyed, the Kapoku tribe would also be in danger. He asked Crow to let them help. Crow agreed and gave them the job of delivering the arrows to the villagers. He also needed someone to bring potions to the alchemists, and Chichikaka said he would take care of it. Later, Nord and Verdo showed up with their tools. The two brothers offered to attach the strings to the bows. Crow thanked everyone for their help. Once all the preparations were finished, he planned to explain the next steps to them. After that, Crow saw the orc army coming from far away through his telescope. Sebas told him that everyone was ready. The moat was also finished just in time. Crow knew their counterattack was set, and all that was left was to activate his golem. The giant golem powered up and stood tall, looking strong and ready for battle. Crow announced that they were going to face the orc army, and everyone cheered with energy. The giant golem locked onto the monsters and charged forward like a bull. The orcs were shocked by its sudden appearance. The golem swung its leg in a big kick and crushed many orcs in one move. Their weapons flew through the air and some even hurt the orcs themselves. The golem stood firmly, showing off its strong new feet. Crow had made the feet bigger and added spikes to make it more powerful. Crow then looked around for the boss monster. He spotted a very large orc in the middle of the group, shouting orders. Crow guessed it was the Orc General. The orcs then split into two groups, trying to attack the golem from both sides. But Crow had a plan. The archers shot their arrows, but the orcs blocked them with their shields. They started laughing, until something hit them hard. Smaller golems had entered the fight and began smashing through the orcs. Jimmy told the other alchemists to keep the orcs away from the village walls. The golems fought like trained fighters and knocked down every orc that came near. Crow watched all of this and felt that his giant golem couldn't lose. He decided to go after the Orc General while they still had the chance. At that moment, the Orc General started making strange oinking sounds while looking at the giant golem. The other orcs seemed to understand and smiled. After getting their orders, they ran toward the giant golem, but it quickly kicked them away and defeated them. Another group of orcs came from a different side, but the giant golem fought them off too. However, the orcs were using a trick. While some distracted one of the golem's legs, others climbed up the other leg. They kept doing this over and over. As they held down one leg, the rest used their shields to push the golem and finally made it fall. The smaller golems also started getting surrounded by more orcs. Jimmy began to worry. He knew they would be in serious trouble if help didn't arrive soon. The giant golem tried to slap the orcs off its body like flies. The orcs then began hitting the spikes on its body, trying to break them. Crow noticed that the orcs were using their large numbers to win. His golem and the others were having trouble moving. Then Crow had an idea. He remembered that the golems weren't human. They didn't need to move like people. So he made the giant golem stand in a T-pose and spin its upper body really fast. The giant golem spun around quickly and orcs went flying off in all directions. The other alchemists were amazed by the move. The golem kept spinning until it created a strong tornado-like wind. Marika then told the others to follow Crow's example. They moved forward but kept a safe distance. The hunters kept shooting arrows to help the golems fight better. Crow cheered everyone on, telling them to keep going and give it their best. While all of this was happening, Rose and Diana were still running from somewhere else. As the hunters shot their arrows, the villagers and lizardmen kept bringing more to help. The golems kept smashing the orcs. Sebas and Seifa used fire magic to attack the large group. The giant golem spun around, hitting anything in its way. So far, Crow saw that his allies were doing well, but he got curious about the enemy's side. When he looked through his telescope, he noticed something surprising. Among the orcs, he saw a red lizard man with only one arm. It was the same one he had seen before, Babalgio. Crow wondered why Babalgio was even there. Some time ago, Babalgio shocked his tribe by saying he wanted to go to the eastern forest. He said he heard about a wide swamp there that could be a good new home for their tribe. But the others were worried. They reminded him that orcs lived in the eastern forest and would never let them pass. Babalgio then said they needed to offer something in return. He chose to give the orcs information about Crow and his village. He knew the orcs would need a lot of food for the winter, and the village was the perfect target. Babalgio and his group understood how strong Crow was, but they believed that with the orcs' help, they might win. Just like they hoped, the orcs agreed. They were desperate for food and accepted Babalgio's plan. With 20,000 orcs ready for battle, Babalgio believed they would easily defeat Crow and his allies. He cursed Crow and felt sure that everything was going as planned. But now, Babalgio faced something he didn't expect. He couldn't believe a golem that big even existed. His men were nervous and didn't know what to do. Babalgio told them not to be afraid. They had the advantage in numbers, and if they kept pushing, they could still win. Back on Crow's side, his face suddenly grew serious. Sebas asked what was wrong. Crow quietly said that he saw the red lizard man among the orcs. He blamed himself for what was happening, thinking it was all because he had spared the lizard men before. Just then, someone slapped Crow on the back and asked why he looked so down. Rose told him that Crow must have let the swamp lizard men go because he was determined, but now they had no choice but to fight both the lizard men and the orcs. She said they just needed to show the enemies who they were dealing with. Sebas agreed with her and said what had happened couldn't be changed. He told everyone they should focus on beating the enemies in front of them. He also called Babalgio ungrateful and said he wanted to hit him with a strong punch. The hunters smiled when they heard Sebas speak so confidently. Crow finally relaxed and agreed with Sebas. He told everyone to fight with all their strength. Rose was happy to see him back to normal just in time. She then told Diana to come with her so they could take down some of the orcs. Diana followed her right away. Crow asked them to be careful. He also told the two alchemists nearby to help Rose and Diana by using their golems. Back on the battlefield, one golem stood alone facing 3 orcs. One of the orcs tried to attack, but the golem hit back with a strong body slam. While it was busy, the other 2 orcs took the chance to attack it from behind. Luckily, Rose showed up just in time and quickly took down the 2 orcs. Blood sprayed as the orcs dropped to the ground. She turned to face the rest and gave them a confident smile. One angry orc rushed at her, but Diana stepped in and blocked the attack with her shield. She promised herself she wouldn't let her young lady get hurt. Rose told Diana to handle support, and together they cut through the orcs with ease. Crow saw that the girls were handling the fight well. He decided to focus on the orc general, but he couldn't use his giant golem because doing that might leave their group open to danger. As he was trying to figure out what to do, Ravi barked at him. The monster dog looked serious, like it had made up its mind. Crow asked what was wrong and gently patted Ravi's head. Suddenly, Ravi started to glow. It looked like it was changing. Crow felt his magic being pulled away. Everyone around them went quiet in surprise. Sebas and the other adventurers were even more shocked. They had seen this before. Ravi had grown much larger and changed into a full-grown ravine fang. It stood tall and let out a deep bark, very different from its usual cute one. Crow couldn't say anything when he stood in front of Ravi. Then Ravi growled quietly and let out a loud roar. The adventurers were confused when they saw Ravi suddenly become bigger. Crow quickly checked and realized that Ravi had used magic to grow in size. Ravi stepped forward while still growling softly. Sebas got ready with his sword in case something happened. But to everyone's surprise, Ravi still acted like the same friendly dog and even licked Crow. Crow laughed a little and said Ravi's licking was ticklish. He told everyone that Ravi was still the same even if he looked different. After hearing that, everyone felt relieved. Ravi sat down to make himself shorter and pointed his nose from Crow to his back. Crow asked if Ravi wanted him to ride on his back and go to the battlefield. Ravi barked to say yes, but Sebas didn't want his young master to go alone. He tried to get on Ravi's back instead, but Ravi looked away. Crow understood that Ravi only wanted him to go. Sebas tried to stop him, but Crow promised he wouldn't push himself too hard. He said he would come back if things got too dangerous. Then, Crow got on Ravi's back and told everyone he was heading out. Ravi quickly ran along the walls and jumped into the battlefield with Crow riding him. As they moved, Crow kept looking for the orc general. He told Ravi to keep going straight. Suddenly, a group of orcs blocked their path. This wasn't a random group, it looked like a small army, complete with weapons and shields. Crow expected something like this and was ready to use his air gun. But before he could act, Ravi sped up. Crow didn't understand why at first, but Ravi just charged into the orcs like a bulldozer. The orcs were thrown aside like toys. One orc tried to attack, but its sword bounced off Ravi's thick fur. Crow was amazed by how strong Ravi was. Soon, they reached the orc general and a few other orcs. Ravi stopped right in front of them. The orc stared at Crow and he calmly got off Ravi's back. The moment his feet touched the ground, the orcs rushed toward him. Crow said he would finish things quickly. He used his alchemy to change the ground, and sharp spikes shot up, stabbing the orcs like meat on a stick. All of them were defeated, except for one. Ravi barked and looked up. Crow looked too and saw the orc general still alive and full of energy. The orc jumped high, higher than Jordan, but while it was in the air, it couldn't move well. Crow saw his chance and used a strong air cannon. A huge blast of air hit the orc general and pushed it down onto the sharp spikes, joining the barbecue party. Now it has joined the rest of the orcs. Seeing the orc limp and not moving, Crow finally felt relieved. They had beaten the boss monster. Even though the battle was still going on, Crow noticed that the orcs kept fighting hard. This made him realize that an orc king must be leading them. He started to worry that things would go badly if he didn't find the orc king soon. As he rode on Ravi, his canine companion suddenly began running toward a direction on its own. Crow asked if Ravi could sense the orc king. If so, he told Ravi to go ahead. It didn't take long before Ravi led him to something powerful. Crow spotted a strong presence behind a group of orcs. This one looked different. Its shoulders were covered in armor and its eyes glared with intensity unlike the other orcs. It was the orc king, standing tall and proud among its army. This orc king was a B-rank monster with a skill called hegemony. That skill could link its power with its soldiers, helping them fight for days without getting tired. Worse, it could also grow stronger in battle, up to A or even S rank, based on how many of its soldiers had been defeated. Since Crow and the others had already taken down a lot of orcs, the orc king's power had likely grown to A rank. Fighting it while more orcs were around would be too dangerous. If they kept defeating more orcs, the orc king would just grow even stronger. Crow needed a plan. He quickly used earth magic to harden the ground and created sharp stone needles using a basic spell called Stone Bullet. He didn't aim to kill the orcs, he just needed to stop them. The stone needles shot at their feet, pinning them to the ground so they couldn't move. Unexpectedly, the orc king began slashing its own soldiers into pieces. It didn't hesitate at all. Crow was stunned. While he was still in shock, the orc king rushed at him with full force. Crow reacted fast. He used earth magic again to build a huge wall in front of him, but the orc king was too strong. With just one swing of its axe, it smashed through the thick wall and sent Crow flying. Ravi jumped in to protect Crow. The orc king growled and stared at Ravi. Ravi roared back and bit the orc king on the shoulder. Crow watched as Ravi held on tightly, but the orc king didn't seem hurt at all. With another swing of its axe, it knocked Ravi away. Ravi got back up, but then something even more shocking happened. The orc king's wound healed instantly. Crow and Ravi were both surprised. Crow wondered if it was magic or just a natural healing ability. Either way, Crow now understood that they were facing an incredibly powerful enemy. Something about this orc king was not normal. While they were staring at each other, more orcs showed up. Crow saw that he was outnumbered and thought about going back to the village to get ready for the orcs' attack. But if he waited too long, the orcs would have the upper hand. So he made up his mind to defeat the orc king right there and then. At that moment, Ravi let out a loud roar and released more magical power. It created sharp ice shards and sent them flying toward the orcs. The orcs couldn't do anything against the sudden ice storm and ended up frozen like popsicles. Crow thanked Ravi for taking care of the smaller enemies, so he could focus on the orc king. The orc king charged toward them. Crow knew he couldn't win in close combat. To stay away from the monster, he used alchemy to shape the ground into ground needles. But they didn't stop the orc king. It just smashed through everything with its axe. Since earth magic didn't work, Crow tried something else. He used a powerful air cannon made of compressed air. The blast pushed the orc king back. Crow quickly followed up by creating more ground needles, this time using them to trap the monster. The orc king couldn't move, surrounded by sharp spikes. Then one of the ground needles turned into a sharper spike and hit the orc king in the eye. The monster screamed and swung its axe wildly. Crow noticed it wasn't healing from the attack. That's when he realized that its healing doesn't work on its eyes. Angry, the orc king roared louder than before. It smashed the spikes in front of it and picked up a broken piece. Then, like a skilled pitcher, it threw the spike at Crow. The sharp piece hit his left leg and stabbed it. Crow screamed in pain. Ravi looked worried, but Crow stayed strong. He pulled the spike out of his leg and poured a healing potion on the wound. As he was healing, Ravi saw the orc king coming closer. Before it could attack, ice shards flew toward it. But the orc king didn't seem hurt at all. Ravi had used the ice attack, but it looked very tired now. Then Ravi returned to its original form. Crow realized that Ravi had almost no magic left. Still, that final ice attack helped enough. Crow thanked Ravi and said he would use its ice from now on. The orc king charged at Crow like a wild bull. At that moment, Crow used the ice shards that Ravi had spread earlier. He shaped them into a slide of ice that trapped the two-legged beast in place. But it didn't hold for long. The Orc King used its strength to break free and even sent the ice flying by flexing its muscles. As it walked toward Crow and Ravi, it brushed off the ice stuck to its clothes. The Orc King raised its axe to strike Crow, who was holding Ravi close. But then, it saw Crow moving his lips. Something didn't feel right. It turned to the side and saw something big coming. The giant golem was running toward them to help Crow. Crow had already called the golem earlier when he decided to fight the Orc King. He knew the village defenses would be weaker for a while, but if they could defeat the Orc King, the battle would end. When the Orc King saw the huge golem, it panicked and ran, even dropping its heavy axe. But the golem was faster and had longer steps. The Orc King looked back in fear, sweating as the golem caught up. Then the giant golem kicked the Orc King hard, tearing it apart. The golem stood still for a moment, almost like it was showing off its new kicks. Then it looked around and saw that the nearby orcs were no longer violent fighters. They turned into confused and scared pigs. They dropped their weapons and ran into the eastern forest. Now that the battle was over, Crow let out a long sigh and dropped to the ground. Then he laughed, knowing that somehow everything had worked out. Crow lay on the ground trying to catch his breath. After a moment he realized there was still work to do, so he stood up again. At the same time, the red lizard man was seen running into the forest. Babalgio couldn't believe the Orc King had been defeated. He began to worry that a certain someone might figure out what he had done. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them. It was Crow. He said it had been a while and gave them a cold stare. Behind him stood his golem. Crow reminded Babalgio about their deal and what would happen if he broke it. The red lizard man started to sweat nervously. Babalgio quickly dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness, saying he was only forced to fight by the Orc King and never wanted to go against Crow. Crow stayed silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked away. Babalgio smirked and quietly grabbed a dagger from his waist. As he charged at Crow, he cursed him and aimed to strike. But just then, two sharp spikes shot up from the ground and pierced Babalgio. Crow said that the same trick wouldn't work again. Crow also took care of the other red lizard men, even though he felt guilty about it. His clenched fist showed how he struggled with his feelings. Still, he didn't look back at the lizard man lying on the ground. Instead, he promised himself that he wouldn't let his thoughts distract him anymore. Meanwhile, Rose was finishing off the last of the orcs with ease. She even sliced one in half with a single strike. The remaining orcs were too scared to fight. They dropped their weapons and ran away. Just then, both Rose and Diana felt a familiar presence coming from the forest. In the distance, Crow was being carried by the giant golem sitting in its palm. He raised his fist and announced that the Orc King had been defeated. Everyone around him cheered. Some people got emotional because of the victory, and even the adventurers looked relieved. Marika cried, worried about Crow's safety. Crow then told everyone they would chase the rest of the orcs into the forest with the help of the golem unit. Rose scolded Crow for being too reckless by fighting the Orc King alone. Then the two of them shared a high five. Jimmy announced that the golem unit was ready. After that, Crow and the alchemists who had golems went into the forest. The alchemists chased the orcs without fear. They used their golems to knock down any orcs they saw. The orcs didn't fight back. They just kept running away, leaving their fallen behind. The last group of orcs ran deep into the most dangerous part of the cursed forest. In the end, Crow and the others managed to push around 3,000 orcs into the forest, where stronger monsters would likely deal with them. After the battle, the group started collecting the orc bodies. The alchemists used their golems to load the corpses onto carts. Crow asked Yord if the orc bodies could be used for materials. Yord agreed, but also said that orcs could be used as food. Rose worriedly asked if they were safe to eat and if they tasted good. Yord said that orc meat, especially the thigh and organs, was known to be tasty. Crow decided it was a good idea, especially since the village needed more food with more people moving in. The next day, the village held a big feast in the plaza with orc meat as the main dish. Crow raised his glass first and thanked everyone for their hard work. The crowd cheered and started eating and drinking. The dwarves were happy to drink even during the day. They thought orc meat stew went really well with their drinks. Meanwhile, Rose was enjoying the food. She and Diana were both surprised by how good the orc meat tasted. Then they noticed a strong smell nearby. They followed it and found a food stall where Crow was sitting and eating. Curious, Rose asked what he was doing. Crow explained that he had made a new dish that looked like pasta. Crow somehow brought tonkatsu ramen into this world. The night before, he boiled detox grass with orc bones and vegetables to remove the bad smell. By adding different extracts, he made the soup thick and flavorful. The soft, juicy meat melted in the mouth, and the half-boiled layered egg added a rich taste. When the warm yolk stayed in the mouth, slurping the noodles made everything complete. Crow couldn't help but slurp loudly like a true Japanese person. After finishing the last of the noodles, he sat back with a calm look on his face. He noticed the girls staring at the ramen, hoping to try some. Crow told them there was plenty to go around. The girls smiled happily. The smell of tonkotsu ramen spread across the plaza and everyone noticed it. Diana and Rose got their bowls and enjoyed the taste. Soon, the hunters and alchemists joined in. Even Kentucky and the drunk dwarves came over. The ramen stall became very popular and the rest of the villagers lined up for their turn. Just as Crow finished eating, Sebas walked up and asked if he was satisfied. Crow said he was, but something about Sebas's serious mood made him nervous. Sebas wanted to talk about Crow's risky decision to fight alone the previous day. Crow tried to get away by saying he still wanted more meat, but Sebas told him not to worry as he had already ordered a lot of liver, especially for someone who lost so much blood during the fight with the Orc King. Sebas wanted to talk while they shared the liver. Crow didn't like liver at all and tried to find someone to help him. He asked Rose and Diana, but they both looked away. Then he asked Marika, but she said sorry. Sebas had already bribed her with a high-ranked potion. Sebas was ready and handed him a plate of liver, asking him to eat. Seeing the liver in front of him, Crow panicked and ran off. Yes, this was the same boy who had bravely fought the Orc King all by himself. A week had passed since the war with the orcs. Crow, along with Marika, Jord, and 3 golems, went to the cursed forest to look for a certain material. Crow remembered when he told Marika about his work with raising rallabirds and sending alchemists to other villages. He explained how healing grass was very important for raising rallabirds, and only alchemists could use magic to help the grass grow. He believed that more people would start asking for alchemists, but he also knew that with more demand, there would be more danger. Marika could already imagine a situation where someone kidnapped an alchemist to raise rallabirds without paying for help. Crow also shared that their village had started making B-ranked potions in large amounts, and other villages were hearing about it. He worried that someone from their village might get kidnapped to steal the recipe. If people found out they could also make A-ranked potions, things could get even worse. To keep the alchemists safe, Crow had an idea to make special drugs and poisons that could be stored and used when needed. Back in the present, Jord reminded everyone that they had 3 types of materials to find, and searching the huge forest for them would be difficult. Crow said it wouldn't be a problem and used his appraisal skill to scan the area. His skill had somehow changed and now let him check many things at once. Thanks to that, they quickly found the first material, sleepgrass. Crow told Marika about it. She knew it could be used for self-defense, but she was worried because the sleep effect could spread over a wide area and might also affect the person using it. Crow explained that they could carry a small bottle filled with powdered detox grass. Eating the detox grass would cancel out the sleep effect. Marika agreed that this was a smart plan. While they continued looking, Crow came across something else, a poison mushroom. This mushroom could numb both people and monsters, and breathing in too much could even be deadly. Crow admitted he would rather use sleeping drugs, but keeping poison as a backup wasn't a bad idea. He said the golems would handle collecting the mushrooms. Even though the poison mushroom was dangerous, he reassured them there was another kind of mushroom that could be used as an antidote. Just as he was talking about it, Crow spotted a group of magic mushrooms. Eating one could help a person become resistant to the poison from the poison mushroom. Crow said he wanted to take some back and grow them in the village. Jord went to collect a few but noticed something. They looked exactly the same as the poison mushrooms. Crow admitted that without his appraisal skill, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference either. He wore his mask and reminded everyone to always check the mushrooms with appraisal before picking them. After that, Crow, Jord, and Marika gathered the magic mushrooms while the golems picked the poison mushrooms. In the end, they collected a lot of mushrooms. Crow suggested that they try eating some magic mushrooms when they got back to the village, but Jord and Marika looked unsure. Crow didn't argue with them since eating something called magic mushroom did sound a bit scary. Still, Crow wasn't the type to back down when it came to food. He made a hot pot using magic mushrooms and tomato soup. The soup was made by boiling rallabird bones with tomatoes. Crow thought the mushrooms would taste great with it. He took the first bite and said it was really tasty. Marika tried some too and was surprised by how good it was. She said the mushroom's flavor filled her mouth. Jord also gave it a try and couldn't believe that something so delicious could also help build resistance to poison. The 3 of them happily finished their meal. After eating, Crow told the others that eating magic mushrooms the right way could help protect them from poison. He asked Jord to help invite the villagers to eat the mushrooms and build their poison resistance. Meanwhile, Crow and Marika would work on making an antidote back at the alchemist's workshop. Later at the workshop, Crow prepared the ingredients. He said he was going to turn both the poison and sleeping medicine into gas. Marika asked how they would do that. Crow explained that they would create wind using the same idea behind the air cannon. Then they would mix that wind with the ingredients. Once the gas was made, they would seal it inside airtight glass bottles. That way, breaking a bottle would quickly release the gas in the area. Marika thought this was a smart way to deal with a lot of enemies at once. Crow then gave out tasks. He would handle the poison and Marika would handle the sleeping drug. When Crow gave the signal, they both used their alchemy skills to start processing the ingredients. They made air inside the bottles and mixed in the nearby materials. After a few turns, the gas settled inside the bottles and Crow sealed them tightly. The white gas was the sleeping medicine, and the purple one was the poison. Crow checked the results using appraisal and said everything looked good. Marika became curious about how far the gas could spread. Crow suggested they make more bottles, changing the amount of ingredients each time. Then they could test how far each one could reach in the lab. The two kept working hard with a golem helping them. They tested the sleeping gas first, biting on some magic mushroom beforehand just in case. Nothing happened right away, but they kept making and testing different amounts. Eventually, Marika found the right amount that could spread the gas across a wide area. Now that they knew the right amount, Crow focused on how to use the medicine in real situations. Just carrying a bottle around wasn't a good idea. It would be hard to take out quickly, and wearing it like a necklace would look strange. Marika even asked if it would look cute if she wore it like a pendant, but Crow told her it would still look weird. An advance has been shot down. Nice try, Marika. Crow kept thinking and eventually thought about asking the dwarves for help. He believed they might have good ideas when it came to making tools. Later, Crow visited the dwarves in their workshop. He noticed how hard they were working and praised them for it. The dwarves were surprised to see Crow and Marika. As a gift, Marika gave them a pizza topped with magic mushrooms. The dwarves really liked the taste and asked what kind of mushrooms they were. Crow told them they were magic mushrooms that could help protect against poison. The dwarves quickly guessed that Crow came to talk about tools made from poison mushrooms. Crow was impressed that they figured it out so fast. Nord said it felt like a natural idea. Then they looked at the container Crow had made earlier. After that, the two dwarves talked to each other while drawing on a piece of paper. They showed their drawing to Crow. It was a design for a cloak clasp. Nord explained it was big enough to be worn easily. Verdo said it could be removed and thrown on the ground to break open quickly. Crow was amazed by their idea and knew right away they were skilled at what they did. He agreed with the plan and asked them to make a prototype. The dwarves got excited and ready to work. Crow had been struggling with ideas for the alchemist, but now he had something both useful and stylish. The next day, Crow met Sebas on one of the village walls. Sebas wanted to talk about the village's defenses. He said the orc army had been defeated without trouble this time. Crow agreed and said that since the village had grown, there was now more land to protect. Because of that, the defenses had become weaker. He said they needed more people, and if that happened, the village would need to get even bigger. Sebas had an idea. He suggested building a large lake around the village to protect it, while improving the inside area. Crow thought about it and realized a deep, wide lake would be hard for enemies to cross. Sebas also said that if they limited the places where enemies could attack, the defenses would stay strong. Crow thought Sebas's plan was bold but smart. He also imagined the water near the village being shallow so villagers could enjoy it. Sebas said it would be nice if that area had a name since it could be a place to relax. He suggested calling it Lake Ness. Crow thought the name sounded familiar. He wanted to avoid it because he pictured a giant creature like a dragon rising from the water. Sebas asked what dragon he meant. Crow shared that there were stories of an ice dragon in the land of Eldorado. He had heard those dragons were very protective of their home, so they probably wouldn't come to Nest Village. Sebas understood and Crow told him to get some rest. He also said he would begin construction the next day. Far away, in the mountains beyond the cursed forest, a dragon that had been sleeping suddenly woke up. It growled and slowly crawled out of its cave. Sometime later, some kids were seen playing by the lake. Not far from them, Crow was fishing. He let out a long sigh and thought about how kids could still play outside, even in such cold weather. Marika said Crow was just like one of those kids, though Crow didn't bother telling her that she was nearly the same age as him. Winter had come quickly, but the village was well prepared. They had enough food stored, and everyone had warm clothes made of wool. It looked like Nest Village would be safe through the cold season. The new Nest Village was now surrounded by large farming land and the lake that Sebas had suggested. 2 bridges were built nearby, and there was a small area near the walls where people could relax. Marika said that Nest Lake was a good name, but Crow still had some doubts about it. He then asked her how the new cloak felt. Marika said it was great, and that she wanted to thank the dwarves for making it. Crow was happy to hear that. For the Rallabird project, Crow had sent Jimmy in Kentucky to Red Village to run some tests. The alchemist's cloaks were also finished. If the test went well, Nest Village could start the business for real. Right then, Marika asked if Crow was okay with relaxing that day. Crow said he just wanted to take it easy for now and promised to work harder the next day. When she asked what he planned to do, Crow simply said he would go check out the demon forest. The next day, Crow, Ravi, Rose, Diana, the adventurers, and Marika's golem entered the forest. Rose complained about having to investigate in such cold weather. Crow explained that this was the season when most monsters were asleep, so it was the best time to move around with fewer dangers. Jord reminded everyone that they were going to the same place where they had seen the Elder Grizzly before. He seemed worried about something. Crow understood what Jord was thinking. He was talking about the creature that had hurt the elder grizzly. At first, Crow believed it was the adult ravine fang they found dead in the forest. But there was a bigger question. Why had a snow mountain monster like the ravine fang come down into the forest? Crow could only guess that something even stronger had forced it out of its home. The adventurers started to sweat as they wondered if there really was a monster stronger than a ravine fang. Just then, Ravi noticed something. It jumped off the golem and began pulling on Crow's cape. Rose gently patted Ravi's head and asked what was wrong. Crow looked in the same direction Ravi was facing. It was strange for Ravi to act like this, so Crow thought something might be ahead. He quickly told everyone to stay alert. He would send the golem to scout. Crow focused and connected his sight with the golems. Then the golem ran ahead through the trees until it reached the edge of the snowy mountains. Crow looked around through the golem's eyes but saw nothing at first. That only lasted a few seconds. A large shadow suddenly appeared behind the golem. It turned around and saw a giant dragon staring at it. Crow was shocked. He didn't expect a dragon to be in this area. The dragon looked at the golem and asked what it was, saying it had entered its territory. Then, the dragon realized it was just a puppet and guessed someone nearby was controlling it. It glanced toward the forest and asked if the humans were hiding there. Crow saw the dragon smiling in a scary way. He quickly warned everyone that they were in danger and told them to run. He shouted that a dragon was coming. No one could believe what they just heard. As they ran, Crow told everyone to go back to the forest entrance. Rose said escaping was okay, but she wondered what they would do next. She asked Crow if he had a plan. Crow admitted they couldn't beat the dragon in their current state. He suggested they fight back using the giant golem that was parked outside the forest. As they got farther away, Crow suddenly remembered that he had left Marika's golem behind. He tried to call it back, but at that moment something dropped from the sky. It was the same golem they had left, now covered in saliva. The dragon licked its lips and said it had taken all of the golem's magic power. The adventurers first noticed the dragon when it appeared in the sky. It was a 750-year-old ice dragon. It had retired but was still the strongest creature in the demon forest. It could speak and understand human language. It liked water and ice, and its weakness was fire. The dragon asked again in a cold voice who they were. Crow quickly knelt down and said they were people who lived nearby and often checked on the demon forest. While doing this, Crow secretly sent his magic into the golem. It quickly recharged, and Crow was happy that he could control it again. Then the dragon told them to wait. Crow got nervous, thinking the dragon had figured him out, but instead the dragon was staring at Ravi. It asked if Ravi was a ravine fang. The dragon acted like it had seen Ravi before. Crow asked if the dragon knew the ravine fang. The dragon said it had fought the ravine fang itself. Everyone was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The dragon spoke about how that kind of monster once dared to challenge it. It then demanded they hand over Ravi so it could punish him. As Ravi's guardian, Rose stepped forward with her weapon and refused to let the dragon take him. After seeing her stand up like that, the dragon changed its mind and decided to kill them, even though it didn't want to harm humans at first. Diana tried to help Rose, but suddenly, a giant fist came flying in. The giant golem arrived just in time and punched the dragon. The dragon felt the blow and backed away a little. Crow shouted that the situation was dangerous, but everyone stood together to protect Ravi. They all got their weapons ready. The dragon was surprised they had brought something that powerful. The giant golem charged straight at it. The dragon flew up into the sky, flapping its wings, but the giant golem jumped straight up, clapped its hands together, and then slammed its rock-hard fists down like a hammer. The dragon crashed to the ground. The dragon tried to stand up again, but Rose and Diana rushed in. They attacked together, but their swords couldn't cut through the dragon's thick skin, so they had to fall back. Then Yord and Narcissus aimed at its eyes, thinking they might be weaker. They shot their arrows, but the dragon quickly used its wing to block its eyes. Just then, Sypha finished casting his spell. He created a powerful flame spear called Eons. Crow cheered, thinking that fire magic would work well against an ice dragon. But the dragon beat its wings hard, and the flame disappeared in seconds like blowing out a candle. It stood tall again, unharmed. Sypha was shocked that his magic had no effect. The dragon then said they wouldn't be able to reach it with power that week. At that moment, Crow shouted that it wasn't over yet. He reshaped the ground to build a curved wall of earth behind the ice dragon. The dragon quickly realized that Crow was behind it. Suddenly, the giant golem appeared again and started punching with its fists like a machine gun. After about a dozen punches, Crow moved in for the final blow. The giant golem swung its right fist upward and delivered a powerful uppercut. The hit was so strong that it knocked the dragon backward and even smashed through the thick earth wall behind it. The wall collapsed and buried the dragon underneath. Everyone held their breath, but the dragon slowly crawled out from the rubble. Rose was shocked that even such a strong attack didn't work. Angry, the ice dragon flew up into the sky. Crow saw magic circles forming around the dragon and knew it was getting ready to attack. He quickly used the ground nearby to build a protective wall. The ice dragon then shot beams of ice from the magic circles. Just in time, Crow's wall closed and blocked the attack. When Crow removed the wall, everyone saw that the entrance to the forest had turned into an icy field. What shocked them even more was the giant golem, now frozen solid like a popsicle. Crow tried to control it, but it wouldn't move, as if the ice was blocking his magic. The ice dragon laughed and said its ice couldn't be easily broken, claiming that Crow had lost. Crow stayed calm and focused, trying to melt the ice using his alchemy, but he knew doing that would use up all his magic power. Since he couldn't move the giant golem anymore, he had to try something else. He deactivated the golem. The giant body started melting and its frozen core rolled down to the ground. Rose nervously asked what he was doing. Crow held the golem's core tightly and asked her and Diana for their help. While the adventurers kept the ice dragon busy while protecting Ravi, Marika's golem showed up. It was holding the frozen golem's core. The ice dragon looked confused and thought they were just throwing random things at it now. The golem pulled back and threw the core high into the air. As the ice dragon watched the core fly up, it got distracted and asked where they were even aiming. Rose and Diana took that chance to try and cut the dragon's neck, but the dragon noticed in time. It smacked them away like flies, breaking their shields and swords. It laughed at them, saying they never learned, but the girls were smiling. They said the dragon had fallen for their trap. Among the broken weapons was a hidden glass container. It cracked open, releasing purple smoke that surrounded the dragon. The dragon quickly realized it was poison. It said the poison would only stop it for a few seconds. Crow then spoke up and said that a few seconds were enough. The frozen core began to fall back down toward the dragon. Crow thought about his brother Hawk, who had given him the gemstone. He felt sorry but knew what had to be done. He told everyone to get out of the area quickly to stay safe. Crow then used his alchemy skill to change the crimson stone. Even though he was in pain, he explained that he used something called transform. It was a part of alchemy that let him change one thing into another using magic. Unlike transmutation, it used less magic, but once changed, it couldn't be undone. This time, he changed a small crimson stone, about the size of a fist, into a huge boulder. It was a one-time move, something he could only do in a desperate situation. The ice dragon couldn't believe what Crow was trying to do. Then the giant boulder came crashing down, just like the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. Everyone held their breath again as they stared at the giant rock that had crushed the dragon. Narcissus was shocked that the golem's core had turned into such a huge stone. Crow explained that it wasn't regular alchemy. It was a type of transformation. Because of that, the golem couldn't be brought back to life. Jord wondered if the fight was finally over, but then, just a few seconds later, a beam of light shot out from the rock. The ice dragon was still alive, though it was hurt from the last attack. Crow was stunned. The dragon spoke, saying they had done well, and as a reward it would show them a bit of its real power. The dragon started gathering magic energy in its mouth. The wind suddenly picked up, strong enough to push people back. No one could move, not even Crow. When the dragon finished charging, it released its glacial erosion breath. The huge rock shattered into pieces that flew in every direction. Diana grabbed Rose and protected her as they were blown away. Even the experienced adventurers were thrown back by the force. Crow tried to stay in place, but he was swept away just like the others. A few moments later, Crow woke up because Ravi was licking him, clearly worried. The girls were badly hurt and unconscious. The adventurers were barely standing but managed to get back on their feet. Crow also tried to stand and told the golem to take Ravi and escape, but the ice dragon didn't let them go. Since Crow had been patting Ravi earlier, Ravi had absorbed the magic energy from him. This caused Ravi to suddenly change into its adult form, which surprised the ice dragon. Ravi stared straight at the dragon. Crow asked if Ravi would fight with him. Ravi answered with a deep bark. The ice dragon stopped for a moment. After seeing how Ravi had transformed, the dragon asked if Crow had the same amount of magic power. Then Ravi attacked, but the dragon knocked it away with its tail. Still, Ravi didn't give up and started shooting sharp ice pieces at the dragon. Watching Ravi fight gave the adventurers new hope, so they also joined the battle again. Crow told them he had a secret plan, but with them so close they might get caught in it, so he asked them to fall back. Jord wanted to stay, but he stopped when he realized something. The three adventurers then ran, with the golem carrying the injured girls. As they left, Jord told Crow to stay safe. Crow smiled as he watched them leave. Then he turned to the battle between the two beasts. But Ravi was clearly losing. The ice dragon mocked Ravi and asked if that was all he had. Ravi cried out for help. Crow fired sharp ice needles at the dragon, but they didn't work. The dragon, now angry, glared at Crow and warned him not to get involved or he would be killed. But Crow didn't back down. He said he wouldn't run away because he was Ravi's master. Crow focused his magic into his hands and used alchemy to create a sandstorm. The dragon thought the sandstorm was just a distraction, but even it wasn't sure if it would make a difference. Crow simply smiled. Suddenly, Ravi jumped out of the sandstorm and tackled the ice dragon. It turned out that Crow had made a hidden trap. a deep hole with sharp spikes at the bottom. The dragon asked when Crow had set that up. Crow removed the clasp from his cloak. The dragon, still confident, flapped its wings and tried to fly out of the hole. But something hit its face and broke apart. A cloud of white dust covered the dragon. It didn't even get the chance to speak before it quickly fell asleep. With no way to stop itself, the dragon dropped into the pit and was pierced by the spikes below. The once loud dragon now looked like a lizard on a stick. Crow and Ravi went to the pitfall to see if their plan had worked, but before they could reach the edge, the dragon flew out of the hole. The deep cuts from the spikes were already healing. Crow was shocked. Everything he had done had no effect. The dragon said it was impressed Crow got this far but told him it was useless. Wounds like those would heal quickly. Crow tried to fight again, but the dragon easily knocked him and Ravi to the ground. Crow was badly hurt and started coughing up blood from inside injuries. Ravi slowly got up and growled at the dragon. The dragon asked why a weak creature like him was still trying to fight. It hit Ravi again and said the difference in power was clear. But Ravi didn't stop. It bit the dragon's tail. The dragon got angry and asked if that human boy really meant that much to him. Crow told Ravi to run away. Ravi turned back into his small, cute form because he ran out of magic. Even though he was weak, Ravi's courage made the dragon remember something. Its own parent had once bitten its tail the same way. The ice dragon froze and looked at the unconscious Crow. Its eyes turned serious. Then it opened its mouth wide, aiming to eat the little Ravi. Not long after, Crow opened his eyes. Ravi was beside him, trying to wake him up. Crow was relieved Ravi was safe. Somehow, they were now on the fishing island of Ness Village. He also noticed that their wounds had healed. Suddenly, Ravi growled at someone coming closer. A girl with horns walked toward them and asked if Crow was feeling okay. She had sharp eyes like a lizard and a smile that showed her fangs. Feeling cautious, Crow asked who the girl was. She told him that they had just been fighting earlier. Crow was surprised and couldn't believe she was the ice dragon. The girl confirmed it and explained that she decided to stay in the village for a while, so she changed into a human form. Ravi looked a bit worried. Still shocked, Crow asked why she chose his village. The ice dragon asked him to listen to her story first. She began by saying that 500 years ago she came to the demon forest. Before that, she was always fighting other monsters to see who was the strongest. Because of her great power, she became the ruler of the forest and brought peace. But without fighting, the demons grew in number, the balance of nature broke, and the forest became wild and dangerous. To fix this, the adult Ravine Fang told her to leave the forest, but she could only live in places full of magic, like the demon forest, so she couldn't leave and ended up fighting the Ravine Fang. She said Crow probably knew that part already. However, after fighting Crow and Ravi, she changed her mind. She was amazed by Crow's powerful magic and said their battle was actually fun. Crow felt strange being called a monster by another monster. Because of that, she asked if Crow could give her some of his magic every day, just like Ravi had done before. Crow asked what she meant by that. She explained that if she left the forest, the monsters would go wild again, and that might be dangerous for the humans nearby. She also said this was something the adult Ravine Fang had wanted. Then she knelt down in front of Ravi. Even though there were reasons behind it, she said sorry for killing Ravi's parent and promised never to hurt Ravi again. Crow was surprised by her actions. Ravi gently tapped the dragon's hand with its paw. She asked if Ravi forgave her. Ravi barked with a smile. The ice dragon thanked him. Because she seemed truly sorry, Crow decided to accept her staying in the village. She was happy and hoped he would take good care of her. Just then, some monsters came buzzing in. They were called killer bees. They collected honey and were only E-ranked. Crow asked what they were. The ice dragon explained that these small creatures often brought her honey. Crow thought the honey might be gifts, and realized that even monsters had their own struggles. The ice dragon said she got along well with the killer bees and let Crow taste some of the honey. Crow found it sweet and tasty. As he enjoyed the honey, an idea popped into his head. He shouted something that left the ice dragon confused. A little later, Rose was seen complaining. She said they had just finished a tough battle and now the ice dragon was living with them and even making sweets. She also noticed strange buzzing monsters nearby. Crow said sorry for the sudden change. Rose admitted it was surprising. Still, she heard that Ravi had already forgiven the ice dragon, and since Crow was okay with it too, she didn't mind anymore. Crow went back to baking the sweets. After some time, the honey cookies were ready. He invited the girls to try them. The ice dragon was the first to take a bite, drawn in by the smell of honey. Her eyes lit up with joy and she said the honey tasted even better now. Crow was happy to see her enjoy it and thought about calling the kids. Soon the children came running after smelling the sweet scent. They gathered around the ice dragon and asked for some cookies too. She smiled and acted kindly toward them. Crow looked pleased as he watched the happy scene. After the kids left, Diana served some tea and said Crow did a good job. Crow thanked her. Then the ice dragon reminded him about their earlier talk. She needed some magic energy every day. Crow asked how much she needed. She said she needed half of what he had. Crow complained that it was too much. If something bad happened, he wouldn't be able to fight. The ice dragon reminded him that she had helped carry them back to the village. She wasn't sure what to do next. Crow was surprised by how she reacted. Still, he felt like he owed her, and having a dragon as a friend could help the village. So Crow agreed to give her what she asked for. The ice dragon was happy. Since they had made a deal, she brought out a contract. A glowing ball of magic appeared in her hand and floated toward Crow. He was confused at first, but then a mark showed up on the back of his left hand. The ice dragon said it was a summoning crest. Since she didn't want Crow to die, she promised to come help him whenever he called. Crow asked if she really meant any time. With that, their deal was complete. The ice dragon ran off toward the lake to go swimming. As she swam far away, Crow tried to test the summoning crest by calling her back. He called her Neshiko. She appeared right in front of him. The other girls were surprised that it actually worked. Rose even said that giving up half of Crow's magic was worth it. The ice dragon started to sweat nervously and asked if Neshiko was supposed to be her name. Crow couldn't tell her he made it up without thinking, so he said sorry if she didn't like it. She acted shy and asked why he picked that name. Crow explained that there was a lake in the village called Nessie Lake, though he didn't say it was based on a certain creature. Marika said Neshiko sounded nice. Rose said it was better than just calling her dragon. Diana hoped Neshiko would get along with everyone. Ravi seemed to like the name too. The ice dragon smiled and gave everyone a hug. She said that Neshiko wasn't a bad name after all. A few days later, at Eldorado's Birds Garden, their mansion, Pheasant got a new report. It was mostly about the legendary dragon that Crow had somehow befriended. Pheasant thought his son was being reckless. Without saying a word, he stood up and walked to the window. He remembered that it had been several months since he sent Crow to the frontier. He decided it was time to go and see things for himself. Crow got the news that his father was coming. Sebas told him that Pheasant would arrive in a week. Crow took a moment to think. A lot had happened, like Ravi, the A-ranked potions, and even a dragon living in the village. He felt like he might get scolded. Since his father was traveling all the way to this far-off place, Crow decided to welcome him in a big way. Once he made that decision, he wanted everyone to start getting ready right away. While the village was busy preparing, Neshiko and the bees showed up to greet Crow and Sebas. Neshiko explained that the killer bees wanted to move into the village too. Crow asked why. Neshiko said the bees felt safer in the village than where they were before, especially now that she lived there too. She also said the bees were willing to trade honey and help with any work in exchange for a supply of magic power. Sebas asked Crow what they should do. Since they would get honey regularly, Crow couldn't say no, and allowed the bees to move in. Neshiko was happy for her team. Crow also thought it worked out well because his father liked sweet food, so the honey would be useful. Sebas agreed with him. Neshiko asked what they meant. Crow explained that his father was visiting and he wanted to serve him good food. Neshiko then asked if they would make cookies again. Sebas thought for a moment and suggested adding more desserts to the menu since they had milk and eggs. Neshiko got excited and told him to get started. Crow and Neshiko walked to an empty field. Crow picked a good spot and used his alchemy skill. Right away, something amazing happened. A building started to rise all by itself. In just a few seconds, the killer bee's new home was finished. Neshiko was surprised at how fast it was built. The killer bees flew around the new bee house and went inside. They saw spaces where villagers could collect honey, store it, and even areas where the bees could make nests. Neshiko noticed how happy the bees looked. She suggested bringing over the rest of their group. That's when Crow realized they had just created a new way to get food. After that, Crow started thinking about something to help everyone relax. Maybe a hot spring. Neshiko asked what that was. Crow explained that it was a natural bath that comes from digging deep underground until hot water comes out, but he wasn't sure if one actually existed nearby. Neshiko said they did exist. She told him the mountains near the village used to shoot out fire not too long ago, so she believed they might find hot water underground. Crow asked when that happened since he hadn't heard of it before. Neshiko casually said it was just 200 years ago. Crow was shocked. It sounded like a long time ago, but Neshiko didn't think it mattered. For now, she suggested they start looking for one. The two looked around and checked the empty spaces near the village. After some time, Neshiko sensed something on the ground and said she had found the perfect spot. But the spot was right in front of the dwarves' home. Still, Crow agreed it was a good location because it was just above the village plaza. Neshiko said she would help with the digging. Crow used alchemy to create a deep hole in the ground. Neshiko told him to step back, then threw an ice shard into the hole. A loud sound came from inside, and after a few small shakes, water started coming out. When Crow felt how hot the water was, he knew it was a hot spring. He thanked Neshiko for her help. Then he quickly got to work, excited to finish building the hot spring before his father arrived. Seeing how excited Crow was made Neshiko smile. For a child, he had many fun and creative ideas. She thought she wouldn't feel bored living in the village for a while. Meanwhile, the killer bees were on their way to Nest Village. One of them stopped when it saw a nearby cave. Inside the cave was a completely different place. There was even a big mansion. A girl inside the mansion yawned and said she felt bored. She wished someone would come and try to beat her dungeon. Then she calmly stepped down from her throne and walked across the red carpet. After the hot spring was finished, the girls went to try it out. Rose couldn't believe that Crow went out of his way to make a hot spring. But she was a little worried when she saw Nishiko still wearing her clothes in the bath. The dragon asked if she really had to take them off. Rose explained that it would get in the way, since hot springs are places where people wash and warm their bodies. Nishiko seemed to understand, and her tight clothes disappeared. Rose poured water over herself before getting into the bath, but Nishiko was already making a fuss about the water and shouting. Rose told her to be quiet and just get in. Nishiko splashed the water around as they bathed. After the relaxing bath, Rose said that the perfect drink afterward was milk. She, Diana, and Nishiko all drank some. Diana agreed that milk after a bath was really good. Rose even started thinking about trying different milk flavors. Nishiko told them to have Kuro make some soon. Somewhere else, Kuro sneezed. Maybe he caught a cold. Or maybe someone was talking about him. A week later, Pheasant finally arrived at Nest Village. He was happy to see that Crow was doing well. Crow said it had been a while since they last saw each other, and he mentioned that his father hadn't changed at all. Then he told Pheasant to follow him so he could show him around the village. But as they walked, Pheasant wasn't sure if this place was really Nest Village. It looked so big that he started to wonder if it could still be called a village. While they walked through the plaza, Pheasant said he heard that Crow built the wall and the lake around the village. Crow confirmed it and explained that he built them to help keep the villagers safe. He also said that the alchemists were in charge of taking care of the village's buildings. To help with security, they had alchemists with golems watching over the village. Pheasant felt better after hearing that. Later, in the middle of the plaza, Crow showed him the busy food stalls. He told his father that this was where villagers could eat and relax. Pheasant looked around and saw that everyone was enjoying themselves. While walking, the father and son saw Rose standing near a stall, having a hard time picking something. Pheasant greeted her and Diana, saying it had been a long time. Rose looked surprised but agreed. Pheasant was glad to see that both girls were doing well. Since it was still noon, Crow decided to treat his father to Nest Village's special dish. Later, at a local shop, Crow served some food, sweets, and tea. He showed off pizza and hamburgers and proudly explained that the village even had a workshop where they made cheese and butter. Pheasant tried the pizza first and thought it tasted really good. At that moment, he understood why Owl had wanted an oven so badly. When he mentioned this, Rose asked if Owl was doing well. Pheasant shared that Owl had been full of energy ever since he returned to Bird's Garden. He also heard that Owl was doing great at night school. Owl even told him that Rose had become much better with a sword. Owl said he wanted to have a serious match with her again. Rose said she felt the same way. Diana didn't say anything and just smiled while eating more dessert. Then Pheasant looked at Ravi, who barked in confusion when he noticed the stare. Pheasant had already heard some things about Ravi. Crow confirmed that Ravi was the child of the Ravine Fang he had reported about before. He told his father that Ravi was smart and dependable. He helped take care of the sheep in the pastures and even fought beside them during the war against the Orc King. Crow said he was grateful to Duke Rosenberg for supporting Ravi. Pheasant stayed quiet for a moment, then admitted that he had once been ordered to kill the Ravine Fang pup. Rose was shocked. He explained that the Ravine Fang could grow into an A-ranked monster and might become dangerous to the Eldorado territory. But after seeing how much the village had grown under Crow's care, Pheasant decided to trust his son's judgment. He said that, in truth, he just wanted to support his son who was working hard in a faraway land. His job had gotten mixed up with his personal feelings. Crow was surprised to hear that. Pheasant gently patted Ravi and asked him to protect Crow in his place. Rose and Diana looked relieved. It seemed that, in the end, Pheasant had grown fond of Ravi too. Later at the potion warehouse, Marika welcomed Pheasant. He had heard that she had been working hard making potions. Marika proudly said she had made many B-ranked potions for a trade with the Stewart Company in the spring. Pheasant said she was doing well, but Marika quickly said she wasn't as good as Crow. She remembered the amazing feeling she had when she first drank one of his potions. It tasted so good that she couldn't forget it. She also said that Crow could easily make an A-ranked potion. Pheasant agreed and asked his son Crow to make one. He wanted to see Crow's alchemy with his own eyes. Crow said he would try. He placed the needed materials on a table while his father and Marika watched closely. Then Crow used his alchemy skill to make a recovery potion. The liquid in the bottle glowed and started to bubble. The bright light was so strong that it made Pheasant cover his eyes. He wondered if it had worked. Marika dipped a special paper into the potion. When it changed into rainbow colors, she said it was an A-ranked potion. Pheasant was shocked that such a powerful potion had been made in just seconds. Marika said this was easy for Crow, who was creating a new path for all alchemists. She asked if she could have the potion, but Crow reminded her it was for his father. Pheasant smiled. Later, Crow took his father to meet the killer bees and the lizard men. Pheasant also visited the Larabird coop and fed them. The dwarves invited him for a drink, but he politely said no. As he looked around, he noticed children happily playing in the playground while being watched over by a few alchemists. Just as they reached the central plaza, Neshiko flew above them in her dragon form. Pheasant was shocked to see a real dragon. Crow explained that the patrol in the demon's forest had just finished. Neshiko landed in front of them and Crow thanked her for doing a good job. Neshiko changed back into her human form and mentioned how big the village was. She said she wouldn't have made it back on time if she hadn't used her dragon form. Then she noticed someone new and guessed it was Crow's father. Pheasant confirmed it. Neshiko introduced herself as the ice dragon who had been causing trouble in Nest Village. Pheasant's father was surprised by how friendly she acted. Crow asked her to be a little more careful with her words. Neshiko understood but said she needed to recharge her energy first. She sat on the ground and Crow placed his hand on her shoulder. His magic flowed into her and Neshiko looked very happy. Some kids passed by and greeted her. She waved back at them. Pheasant quietly told Crow that he thought dragons were supposed to be scary, but Neshiko didn't seem like that. Crow explained that she had quickly made friends with the villagers and had almost become one of them. Since she was also helping protect the village, he trusted her a lot. Neshiko, feeling shy, playfully hit Crow on the back and told him not to praise her too much. Pheasant then knelt down and respectfully asked her to look after his son. Neshiko said she would. Later that night, Pheasant and his father relaxed in the hot spring together. Seba served them some milk. It was Pheasant's first time in the hot spring he had heard so much about, and he felt his tiredness slowly disappear. Sebas explained that this was a private bath Crow had prepared especially for him. Pheasant thanked Crow for the thoughtful gift. Sebas asked Pheasant how his visit to the Nest Village went. Pheasant had heard reports before, but he was surprised after seeing everything with his own eyes. He wondered if Sebas gave Crow any ideas. Sebas said he only helped with Crow's plans. Crow then listed things like cooking recipes, making cooking tools, and creating bedding and fur clothes. But he said he didn't do it alone. The people of Nest Village helped him. Pheasant understood this, especially after walking around the village. From the way the villagers looked at Crow, Pheasant could feel their trust and care for him. He realized Crow had a talent for bringing people together. Using both his alchemy and appraisal skills, Crow had come this far. Pheasant couldn't believe that a skill like alchemy, which was not very popular, helped start a new settlement in a faraway place. He was sure Crow would face and overcome more challenges. Crow was surprised at first, but then calmed down. He promised his father to do his best and meet his expectations. Meanwhile, a killer bee visited the female bath and found Neshiko swimming there. Neshiko noticed the bee reporting something. She asked what was wrong. The killer bee told her something shocking. Neshiko stood up and loudly asked again if the bee had said they found a dungeon. Soon after, Marika welcomed back a group led by Jimmy and Kentucky. She asked how things went in Red Village. Jimmy said the mission was a success. Kentucky also shared that they made friendly connections with the villagers. Jimmy then asked where Crow was so he could give his report. Meanwhile, Pheasant was surprised to hear that a dungeon had appeared near Nest Village. Crow explained that one of the killer bees had found a cave in the northeast forest a few days ago. Inside, it was filled with magic energy and monsters. Since it had many levels, they believed it was a dungeon. Neshiko agreed with this. Crow continued by saying that dungeons were places filled with monsters but also had valuable materials. These materials could help make their kingdom stronger. Pheasant was shocked that the first dungeon in their kingdom was found in their own land. He said they had to tell the king right away. Crow guessed that they would need to explore the dungeon first. Pheasant agreed and suggested that they hire adventurers to check it out. Rose then mentioned that her mother had told her stories about dungeons. The deeper one went, the stronger the monsters became. She also said there were special monsters called rare bosses. Pheasant remembered that Rose's mother, Camellia, was from Stonefield, where there was also a dungeon. Sebas said it would take time and effort to find high-ranked adventurers to go inside. Rose quickly said she would go and investigate right away. Crow thought that Rose just wanted to fight and found it hard to believe she was the daughter of the gentle Camellia. Still, he was also curious about the dungeon. Selling the materials from it could help their town grow. Diana offered to go with Rose. Crow said it was best for the Lord to see the dungeon in person, so he decided to go too. He also asked Neshiko to join them. At first, the dragon thought it would be annoying to fight monsters on every floor, but when Rose mentioned that dungeons also had high-quality ingredients, Neshiko got excited and agreed to come. Crow then asked his father for permission to investigate the dungeon himself. Pheasant felt better knowing that Neshiko was going along, even though he still felt bad about not going with them. Crow reminded him that he had to return soon and promised to send a report later. As he left, Pheasant told him not to do anything reckless and to stay safe. Crow and the girls saw him off. Later, the group gathered in front of the dungeon's entrance. Ravi and a killer bee also came along with them. Inside the first layer of the dungeon, Neshiko explained that the killer bee confirmed the magical energy inside the dungeon felt similar to the energy in the forest. Neshiko also said she hadn't felt the dungeon's magic from outside. She guessed that the entrance must have blocked the magical energy. Crow realized that was why Neshiko hadn't noticed the dungeon until now. Then Neshiko told everyone to stop. 2 orcs with weapons were walking around the area. Diana thought they might be survivors from the recent attack on the village. Nishiko asked what she meant, and Crow explained how a large group of orcs had attacked them before Nishiko arrived. Nishiko understood but said it didn't matter whether the orcs were survivors or not. They just needed to take them down quickly. She told Ravi to hold on and then rushed at the orcs. The orcs tried to fight back but Nishiko already punched one and knocked it out. The other orc tried to attack but Nishiko jumped and spun in the air, then hit its head with a drop kick. Both orcs were defeated and then disappeared, which confused Nishiko. Rose explained that monsters inside dungeons turned into something called drop items when defeated. Crow picked up the loot and said it was useful because they could gather materials more easily this way. However, he remembered that the orcs they fought before came from the northeast, and their bodies had stayed after the fight. Diana agreed. Rose guessed that monsters defeated outside the dungeon left behind bodies, but inside the dungeon they were absorbed or vanished in some way. Nishiko got annoyed that they were having a long talk and told everyone to move on. The group continued their journey and finally reached the second layer of the dungeon. Everyone was surprised to see a meadow inside the cave. Crow said this kind of sight was rare and only found in special dungeons. Then Nishiko noticed something far away. A huge monster that looked like a cow called a minotaur stood holding a big axe. Crow used his appraisal skill and saw that it was an A-ranked beast. It usually dropped horns and milk and sometimes dropped a rare meat called Chateaubriand. When Nishiko heard that, she got excited and quickly ran toward the monster. The minotaur noticed her and swung its axe. Nishiko blocked it with her left arm and punched the monster with her right. The minotaur was defeated right away and Nishiko eagerly checked the drop. Sadly, it only dropped the common items, horns and milk. Nishiko thought her luck was bad. Crow told her they weren't in a rush and that she could keep fighting until the rare item appeared. Realizing this, Nishiko ran off to find more minotaurs. Rose and Diana decided to join her. Crow sat down with Ravi and watched the others. He noticed that the milk drops already came in bottles. He thought about using those bottles for potions to save money on buying glass containers. Ravi tapped one of the minotaur's horns. Crow agreed to use it as material for Ravi's armor since stronger monsters might show up soon. He gave Ravi some magic and used alchemy on the horns. In just a moment, Ravi had his new armor. Crow was happy it worked and asked how it felt. Ravi barked in a cheerful way. Then Crow told him to help the others. Rose and Diana were doing great, cutting down any minotaurs they saw. Neshiko was surprised to see someone else join in. Ravi tackled a minotaur and beat it right away. Neshiko checked the glowing drop item and luckily it was the rare meat she wanted. She held it up and asked if it was the special meat. She asked Crow to cook it right away. Crow told them to search for the next floor while he got the tools ready. Soon after, Crow set up a grilling station and began cooking the meat. He was surprised that everyone had defeated a lot of minotaurs in such a short time. Rose said it was mostly thanks to Ravi, who ran around helping her fight the monsters. Since the girls still hadn't found the entrance to the third floor, Crow started to wonder if they had to meet certain conditions to make it appear. He also noticed that the number of monsters didn't seem to go down. No matter how many they defeated, more just kept showing up. It seemed like the monsters came back after some time. Nishiko then complained that the meat was taking too long to cook. Crow told her it was almost done and time to get ready. Just as Nishiko was about to grab some grilled meat, a minotaur suddenly appeared and smashed their cooking station. Luckily, everyone moved fast and dodged the attack. The grilled meat flew into the air but stayed safe. A huge mouth suddenly caught it. Nishiko got angry and demanded to know who dared steal her food. Standing in front of them was a huge minotaur. Crow used his appraisal skill and found out it was a rampaging minotaur, an A-ranked boss monster. It only appeared when over 50 normal minotaurs were defeated within an hour. This monster had a better chance of dropping the rare meat they wanted. Neshiko got even angrier. Her whole mood changed. She cursed the monster for hurting something important to her. Crow thought she was mad because of the danger to their group. But what mattered most to Neshiko was the meat. She jumped and spun in the air to kick the monster. Surprisingly, the boss monster held its ground, even against a hit from a dragon. Neshiko was shocked and the monster took the chance to knock her away. Neshiko, still impressed, admitted the monster was strong. Crow was shocked too. He hadn't expected it to stop Neshiko's attack. Rose quickly told Ravi to stop the monster from moving, while Diana would handle support. Crow handed Rose a gemstone. Ravi charged at the monster. The monster tried to strike first, but Ravi dodged and bit its shoulder. Rose then jumped in to attack, but the monster reacted fast and blocked her. Crow started to panic, but Ravi stepped in to protect Rose, breaking the monster's armor. Rose thanked Ravi for saving her. Rose climbed on Ravi's back, and Crow asked her to use the poison and sleeping agents. Earth walls rose around the monster, and Rose and Ravi used the chance to escape while throwing sleeping gas at it. Crow then signaled Nishiko. The monster broke through the earth wall, but Nishiko appeared and kicked it on the head. The hit took it down instantly, and it dropped the rare meat. Nishiko looked proud and happy to see it. Crow was still surprised that such a strong monster showed up on just the second floor. Since they hadn't found the entrance to the next floor yet, he guessed the higher floors would be even more dangerous. For now, he suggested they build a base to plan their next steps. He also wanted to ask Marika and the others for help. He asked Nishiko to send a message using the killer bee. But Nishiko was more focused on hugging her rare meat, protecting it with her life. Crow told her not to worry, it belonged to her after all, since she earned it. Just then, something appeared where the boss had fallen. It looked like the entrance to the next floor had finally opened. On the third level of the dungeon, Crow built a small house where the group could rest. They made it their base a few days after finishing the second level. The base was set up to help them explore the third level more safely. After that, Jimmy and the others went out to patrol. Crow reminded them to be careful. Meanwhile, Rose and Nishiko were having a small argument about something. Even with that, Crow thanked everyone for their hard work. The monsters on the third level were strong B-ranked ogres. When defeated, these ogres dropped magic stones. The stones could be used to make a barrier that lasted for half a day. The barrier blocked attacks, sound, sight, and even a person's presence. But attacks made from inside the barrier still worked. These barriers were placed in a circle around the base. Crow had everyone gather as many magic stones as they could, so each person would carry several. In the background, the girls were counting who had collected the most magic stones. Crow kept studying the stones, hoping to change them into golems. But the stones already had magic in them, so changing them into something else didn't work. Rose asked Crow if they had enough stones. Crow said they had plenty for now. He also mentioned how strong Rose had become since they entered the dungeon. Rose said it was because she had beaten many ogres. Still, she was confused why they couldn't move on to the next floor. Diana guessed that maybe there was another requirement they needed to meet. Just then, Marika arrived with some cooked rare meat for Nishiko. The dragon girl started drooling and quickly began eating. Rose felt a little jealous and wished she could eat some too. Nishiko told her not to worry, as she would bring back more rare meat after beating another boss. Just then, Jimmy and his team came back. He reported that a giant ogre had appeared. Crow used his appraisal skill and found out it was called the Eating Ogre. It was an A-ranked boss monster that only showed up after someone defeated 100 regular ogres within an hour. There was also a good chance it would drop an item called Oni's underwear. Crow shared what he had learned with the others. Rose asked what they should do, since Nishiko was still eating and Ravi was asleep. Crow noticed that the monster hadn't seen them yet because of a magical barrier that kept them hidden. He thought it was a good time to test the power of his new item. Some ballistas were then uncovered. The alchemists and their golems were the ones controlling them. These ballistas were made using the horns of minotaurs. They had worked well against regular ogres before, and Crow wanted to see if they could hurt a boss monster too. The other alchemists waited nervously. When Crow gave the signal, they fired. The giant ballista arrows shot through the air and hit the huge ogre perfectly. The monster roared in pain, confused and angry about what had just happened. It pulled the arrows out of its body and crushed them. Crow saw that the attack wasn't enough to stop it. Even with the barrier, the monster might soon figure out where the attack came from. Crow knew they had to finish it quickly before that happened. He told the others to get ready for the next shot. Just then, Marika saw an attack coming their way. It was one of the arrows, and it was thrown so hard that it broke through the barrier. The ogre had thrown the arrow and let out a loud roar. Crow saw that the barrier wouldn't hold for much longer. Rose said she would help Diana hold off the monster. But Crow told them to wait because the monster was an A+ rank stronger than the Minotaur they had faced earlier. He told them to stay inside the barrier for now. Rose said she understood and held a magic stone tightly. Then sharp stone bullets flew at the ogre, but it blocked them easily using magic. Crow changed the ground under the ogre into giant arms that grabbed at it. More stone bullets followed, and this time the monster couldn't avoid them. Hurt, the ogre tried to fight back using a broken ballista arrow. But before it could do much, Crow changed the ground again and made it form a giant fist that hit the ogre hard. The monster coughed up blood but still tried to stay on its feet. It got even angrier and roared loudly, filling itself with more magic power like it was powering up. Crow and the others stood frozen. He had thought the ballistas would be enough to stop the monster, but it was too risky to get close and they needed to beat it fast. So Crow decided to use his last resort. He called Nishiko using their contract. Just before the monster's huge fist could hit them, Nishiko appeared right in front of it. She still had a piece of meat in her mouth. Without a word, she angrily punched the monster. The hit was so strong it spun the monster through the air. That one punch was enough to defeat it. Nishiko gave them an annoyed look and complained that her meal had been interrupted. But the others cheered for her and praised her strength. Crow apologized and thanked her. Suddenly, something fell on Nishiko's head. Everyone looked to see what it was. It turned out to be the boss monster's drop item called the Oni's underwear. It was a piece of equipment with B-rank magic recovery and C-rank thunder defense. It could also change its size to fit whoever wore it. After Crow explained what it did, Nishiko tossed it aside because it wasn't food. Rose caught it and asked if she could keep it. When she heard about the magic recovery effect, she got excited and ran off to try it on. Diana followed to help her. Inside her room, Rose put on the item. Just like Crow said, it adjusted to fit her perfectly. Diana was happy that Rose got a useful piece of equipment. Rose said she needed to become strong enough to defeat an A-ranked monster because she didn't want to slow anyone down. Suddenly, Nishiko lifted Rose's skirt and wondered how such thin fabric could restore magic. Rose quickly covered herself and shouted at Nishiko. Then Nishiko explained that the entrance to the fourth layer hadn't appeared yet even after they defeated the boss monster. She said everyone had been split into teams, and the three of them were sent to check the nearby forest. The three girls began their mission. Rose and Diana rode on Nishiko's back. Rose asked her to fly slower because she couldn't see what was ahead. Nishiko complained that they were too fragile. Then something appeared right in front of them. Rose and Diana told Nishiko to watch out, but she noticed it too late. She stopped suddenly, and Rose and Diana were thrown off her back. They landed inside a strange entrance. Nishiko tried to rescue them, but the entrance closed right away. Even with her strength, she couldn't open it. At the same time, in a castle deep inside the dungeon, a girl watched as Rose and Diana entered the fourth layer. She thought it was a waste because she believed the two girls were going to die. Tall Cyclops monsters soon surrounded them, making them look small and helpless. With the two girls surrounded, the Cyclops attacked first, swinging its fists. But to the monster's surprise, a magic barrier stopped the punches. The monsters looked confused. Rose felt relieved that she had brought a magic stone with her. Diana was surprised too, but also worried. She didn't know how long the barrier could last against such a strong enemy. Since they couldn't see the entrance, Rose knew they couldn't return to the third layer. Diana stood still, unsure of what to do. Then Rose said she would fight and hoped her body enhancement magic would help her move fast enough to avoid the monsters. Diana warned her it was too dangerous and offered to help, but Rose told her to trust her, then use the magic. As soon as Rose stepped out of the barrier, the Cyclops focused on her. She shouted at them to get their attention. It worked. All of the monsters came after her. Rose tried to fight back, but her attacks only left small cuts. She quickly realized that these monsters were stronger than B rank and she couldn't beat them with her power alone. Thinking fast, Rose ran up the arm of one Cyclops and stopped behind its neck. The monster tried to punch her, but she jumped out of the way. Instead, the Cyclops accidentally hit its own ally, destroying it. An item was dropped by the defeated monster. Rose felt lucky. These monsters were powerful, but not very smart. She just had to make them fight each other. As she fell through the air, another Cyclops tried to hit her. Rose stepped on the air using her magic and dashed downward. The Cyclops missed and ended up punching its partner again. The attack was so strong that it knocked out the other Cyclops in one hit. The rest of the monsters were defeated the same way, and each dropped an item. Rose looked at the items and noticed they looked like acorns. She picked them up, but just then another Cyclops appeared behind her. Rose turned too late. The monster kicked toward her, and in the process she dropped her magic stone. At the last second, Diana pushed her out of the way and took the hit. The powerful kick sent Diana flying into a boulder. Rose ran to help her, but the Cyclops was already charging at them again. Rose felt she had to protect Diana and defeat the monster on her own. She didn't even know what the dropped items were for. But then she remembered something. Each item dropped by the monsters seemed to be connected to their powers. She thought about how strong the Cyclops were and decided to take a bite of the acorn, hoping it would help. The Cyclops reached them and threw a punch that smashed everything in front of it. Blood splattered. The monster thought it had won, but then it screamed in pain. Its arm had been cleanly cut off. Rose stood in front of the injured Diana, looking brave. Diana stared at her, confused about what had just happened. Just as Rose had expected, the acorn really boosted a person's power. Because of that, she was able to activate another ability. She used her body enhancement magic again. Rose believed they could win. This time she didn't hold back. She rushed toward the Cyclops and aimed to cut off its head. She quickly noticed she was moving faster than ever before, so she kept attacking non-stop. At last she succeeded in using double enhancement magic, but the side effects were worse than she thought. To fully master it, she knew she still needed more time. Rose had always looked up to knights. She trained hard every day to become one and to grow stronger. During her training, she heard that Crow had gone to the frontier where many demons showed up. She became worried and wanted to help, so she followed him there. Crow had been working hard as the lord of a new village. He fought strong enemies and earned the respect of many people. Now Rose wasn't worried about him anymore. Still, she felt a strong desire to stay by his side and support him. Holding her sword tightly, she promised herself she would become a true knight, one who could protect Crow and Nest Village. With one final strike, she defeated the monster. Right after that, Crow and Neshiko arrived. The dragon girl ran up and hugged Rose and Diana, saying how scared she had been. When Rose saw her crying, she told her it wasn't necessary. Then she thanked Crow for coming. He was relieved to see they were safe and gave them recovery potions. Rose said they were late and proudly told them she had beaten the monster by herself. Diana cheered for her and said her lady was amazing. Crow guessed that Rose was still thinking about fighting, but Rose said it wasn't just about battle. She had found a new goal during the fight. While she worked toward it, she asked Crow to keep watching over her. Rose looked like someone who had just realized her true feelings. Then she panicked, turned around and felt embarrassed about what she had just said. In fact, Crow had seen the end of the fight. He used his appraisal skill and confirmed the monster was A-ranked. He saw for himself how much stronger Rose had become. Meanwhile, Nishiko was munching on the acorn that had fallen from the monster. She said it didn't taste good at all. Crow checked it with his appraisal skill and learned it was called the power-up fruit. Eating it could make someone stronger for a short time. He explained this to the others. Just as Crow was about to suggest searching for the entrance to the 5th layer, the ground suddenly shook. 2 huge armored golems appeared, each holding a giant mace and a shield. Using his appraisal skill, Crow found out that the monsters were called Sosuth. They were A-ranked unique monsters, which were very different from rare bosses. Rose remembered hearing that unique monsters like these didn't come back once they were defeated. Crow felt relieved when he heard that. However, it looked like they couldn't reach the 5th layer unless they defeated the Sosuth. Rose agreed that it would be a big problem to fight 2 A+ ranked monsters at the same time. Diana then noticed that the Sosuth hadn't moved from their spot. She figured out that they could only stay close to the gate and not go far from it. Crow guessed that the monsters wouldn't attack unless someone got too close. Nishiko thought that was helpful and created a large ice lance. She wanted to attack the monsters from far away. Crow tried to stop her, but she had already thrown the lance. Sadly, the magic attack bounced off the monsters' shields and flew back toward them. Luckily, they moved quickly and avoided getting hit. Diana noticed something important. Crow then explained that the Sosuth had shields that could reflect magic. Also, if someone got too close, their magic would be absorbed. Rose understood that they couldn't just run up to the monsters without being careful. But Nishiko also realized that using magic from a distance wouldn't work either. Then Crow said he had an idea. To make it work, he needed Rose and Diana to eat the power-up fruit. After that, the group faced the Sosuths again. Crow told the girls to follow the plan. First, Nishiko attacked the one on the right to lead it away from the other. She tackled it and pushed it far to the side. In her true form, she was much stronger. The Sosuth swung its arm and hit Nishiko with its mace. But Nishiko caught the mace in her mouth. She knew Sosuths were built for defense, but their attacks didn't bother her much. Then she felt her magic getting drained. She remembered Crow's warning not to take too long once the Sosuth's magic absorption started. Nishiko knew she had to finish the fight quickly. She began throwing punches, but the Sosuth blocked them with its shield. So she spun around and used her tail to knock it off balance. Then she grabbed the arm holding the shield and pulled it off. She realized the power-up fruit had really helped her. After that, she backed away. Crow had told them to step back once the shield was gone to avoid losing more magic. Meanwhile, Rose and Diana were fighting the other Sosuth. Rose flew up and attacked, but the monster blocked her easily. Crow helped by raising a platform made of earth. Diana rode the platform and attacked the monster's arm joints, the ones holding the shield. After that, both girls stayed on the platform. The Sosuth swung its mace at them, but Diana's shield was strong enough to block the hit. Rose jumped to the highest platform that Crow made. The Sosuth didn't see her in time. She was already above its head. Rose then slashed down and cut the arm holding the shield. Now that both monsters had lost their shields, it was safe to finish them with magic. Just then, one of the Sosuths shot a beam from its eyes and hit Nishiko's wing. She fell to the ground, and Crow quickly ran to check her injury. Nishiko told him not to worry because her healing powers were strong. The Sosuth began charging another beam attack. When Crow saw this, he used a magic stone to create a barrier. But it wasn't strong enough. The beam simply broke right through it. Crow was surprised and thought maybe an earth wall could work better. Rose and Diana ran over and said the monsters were acting strangely. Nishiko warned them that things were getting dangerous and told them to climb onto her back. Meanwhile, someone was watching them through a crystal ball. It was a girl who said the Sosuth's hidden attack was really scary. She hoped the group could defeat the monsters. She also wondered if they would be able to reach her. Who could this mysterious girl be? Crow and the other girls rode on Nessie's back as she flew forward. The dragon wondered if the searcher was using her magic power as its energy source. Crow confirmed that the monster had absorbed her power and was using it. Nessie believed the searcher would keep launching attacks. As soon as she thought this, the searcher continued firing beam-like attacks. Nessie was hit because she could not dodge in time. Rose noticed it was very hard for them to avoid the searcher's attacks. She wanted to strike back, but it felt impossible. The monster began preparing another attack. Nessie explained that her skill Hailstorm needed some time to activate, and they could not risk getting shot down while waiting. Crow knew they needed to buy time, and an idea came to his mind. He quickly explained it to Nessie, and she understood right away. She promised to defeat the searcher together with Crow. Rose felt uneasy and wondered what they were planning. Crow then used the sand around them and turned it into a large sandstorm. The storm blocked the enemy's view and made it hard for them to see. Rose realized what Crow had done and understood that the enemy would struggle to aim properly. Nessie stopped flying and began casting her spell. The searcher started firing attacks blindly. The beams missed them but still cut through the sandstorm. Nessie acted boldly, knowing the enemy could not see clearly. She said she only needed a little more time to finish the magic circle and launch her attack. At that moment, the searcher finally aimed in their direction. Rose and Diana felt fear as the enemy faced them. Nessie was shocked that it attacked so quickly, charging faster than before. Suddenly, sharp blades of wind flew toward the enemy. The searcher's charge was broken, and its beam shot upward instead. Rose wondered if that attack was really wind magic. Nessie praised Crow for his action. Crow had combined the wind and created wind blades with stronger power than the megaton air cannon. It was his first time making this skill and he did not expect it to be so strong. Nessie believed it happened because Crow was influenced by her magic through the summoning mark. Crow then realized that his power had grown without him even noticing it. Nessie finally finished casting her magic spell. It was now her turn to act. She released her hailstorm spell and the entire area became filled with cold, frozen air. In just a moment, the Surters became trapped inside thick ice, turning into a single massive block. Nessie was not finished yet and prepared a final attack to end the fight. She had the others hold tightly onto her back so they would not fall. After that, she released a powerful breath that broke down the frozen enemies. The ice shattered, and the area burst apart with the enemies at the center of the blast. Soon, the group landed safely back on the ground. Rose noticed that Nessie's power was far greater than before, especially compared to their earlier fight together. Nessie then changed back into her humanoid form. It was clear that she had never used this much strength against humans before. She showed her true power without holding back. Crow and the girls felt a chill run through them as they watched. What mattered more to Nessie was the result. The defeated enemies dropped nothing at all. Instead, the gate they had been guarding slowly opened. Beyond it was a path with a fountain at the center. On both sides stood statues of armed monsters, lined up in silence. Crow felt that the place did not feel like a normal dungeon. He had already confirmed that the Surters left no rewards, so he urged the group to move forward through the gate. Nessie felt unhappy about the outcome. Crow and the girls passed through the gate and walked between the strange statues. Before long, they reached another gate that led to a dark and quiet mansion. As they entered the mansion and its grounds, nothing unusual happened at first. That changed when someone appeared inside one of the rooms. The woman seemed surprised that the group had reached the inner area so quickly. She had not expected them to defeat the Surters either. She introduced herself as Shelby, the one in control of the dungeon. A confident and unsettling smile formed on her face as she stood before them. Nessie asked what the girl meant by Dungeon Master. Crow wondered who the girl was, so he used his appraisal skill on her. To his surprise, it did not work. He could not see any appraisal screen at all. This confused him because it was the first time his appraisal skill had ever failed. Shelby then casually asked what was wrong. Crow introduced himself as the lord of a nearby village and explained that they had come to investigate after discovering the dungeon. When Shelby heard they were from a nearby village, she became excited. She asked if he meant the huge town and moved her face very close to him. Crow thought that technically it was still a village. Rose stepped in and pulled them apart, then asked again what Shelby meant by Dungeon Master. Shelby explained that a Dungeon Master was an entity that created and managed dungeons. She controlled everything inside, from generating monsters to creating item drops. Rose had never heard of such a thing before and asked why Shelby appeared before them. Shelby pointed at Crow and said she wanted to meet him because his magic power was abnormally high. She also mentioned the Dragon Lady with him. She claimed she had been watching the two of them for a while. Crow did not expect to hear that they had been monitored. Since Shelby came to meet them directly, he wondered if that meant she had no hostile intent. He then introduced Nessie as his summoned beast, explaining that she lived with him in the village. Shelby said she was surprised to see a dragon exploring a dungeon and she never expected a dragon to follow a human. Nessie stated that whoever she sided with was not Shelby's concern. She then turned to Crow and suggested that he should not reveal any more information about them. She felt it was already suspicious enough for Shelby to claim she was a dungeon master. Shelby pouted and suggested showing her power instead of just talking about it. She took out a crystal ball and asked them to touch it. She explained that it would instantly send them to the first floor of the dungeon as a test. Nessie said she could not trust such a strange item. Shelby then teased them and asked if it was really fine to leave the pet dragon behind. Crow wondered if they could truly trust the girl. Still, they had no other way to move forward. Because of that, he decided to go first. Rose grew worried, but Crow reassured her that everything would be fine. He said he could feel that Shelby was not planning anything harmful. Shelby felt relieved and glad that he understood her. Nessie insisted on going as well. She believed it would be easier to protect Crow if something went wrong. Crow had no real choice and agreed. The girls joined Crow as they touched the crystal ball together. A sudden flash of light blinded them, and in the next moment they found themselves on the first floor of the dungeon. Diana stated that it truly was the first floor. Shelby proudly confirmed that she had told the truth. She then opened a hidden panel and showed them something else. The entire area began to glow brightly. Crow soon realized that their health was slowly recovering. Shelby explained that she had created a safe point. It was a safe zone where dungeon monsters could not enter, and it also helped adventurers recover. She asked if they trusted her now, but Crow still remained unsure. Shelby then suggested that they walk around the dungeon together. As they explored, she shared how surprised she had been when she discovered a large village in such a remote area. Crow asked why she had created a dungeon in a place like that. Shelby explained that she could not choose the location. The dungeon appeared on its own, and it usually formed in the countryside because it required a large open space. Crow understood that the location had been chosen at random. While walking, Shelby pointed out how dangerous the area could be. She mentioned that some swamp lizardmen once mistook the dungeon for an orc settlement. They even offered food and later left the dungeon on their own. Crow realized she was talking about Balgio. Shelby explained that once dungeon monsters left the dungeon, they became wild monsters. The dungeon no longer had control over them. Since they would become hungry outside, she wondered where they had gone. Rose then guessed that when dungeon monsters became wild, they would no longer drop items. Their bodies would remain still after death. Shelby confirmed that this was correct. Even so, Nessie said she still could not trust her. She questioned why Shelby had ignored the large group of orcs that left the dungeon. She believed the orcs who attacked their village must have come from Shelby's dungeon. Crow asked Nessie to calm down, reminding her that they had already driven the monsters away. Shelby then explained that dungeon masters were forbidden from interfering with intruders. She revealed that there had been around 20,000 orcs, but only a few had returned. This had given her a bad feeling. She had only just learned that Crow and the others had solved the problem. Shelby lowered her head and apologized for the trouble she had caused. Nessie said she understood why Shelby had let the orcs go, but she still wanted to know who Shelby truly was and why she created the dungeon. Crow and the others also waited for an explanation. Shelby said she could not reveal her true identity yet, but she explained that she owned a special magical tool. She had used this tool to create the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, she was able to collect the magic power that others used while fighting. To increase the amount of magic power gathered, she placed many strong monsters inside. Rose remembered that magical tools were rare items filled with magic. These tools were usually found only as dungeon drops, and very few people had ever seen one. Nessie said the dungeon felt like a strange space that gathered magic power on its own. However, she pointed out that if someone wanted magic power, there were many other places filled with it, such as the Demon Forest. Shelby explained that the dungeon was special to her. She said going to the Demon Forest could cause serious problems for her. She believed a dragon lord like Nessie would understand the reason. Nessie agreed in a cold manner. Crow felt confused and wondered what kind of trouble they were talking about. Nessie then asked why Shelby needed to collect magic power in the first place. Shelby answered that she needed it to survive. After hearing this, Crow realized the truth. Shelby was likely a monster who could change into human form. Just like Nessie, if people stopped entering the dungeon and magic power stopped gathering, Shelby might disappear forever. Nessie understood this fear well. She had also left the Demon Forest and moved to Nest Village for the same reason. She understood Shelby's situation, but she still did not fully trust her. Even so, she liked the valuable items dropped in dungeons and admitted that creating this dungeon was a good idea. The others also agreed with the dragon, who loved rare drops. Nessie then said she could forgive Shelby for the orc incident if Shelby listened to her request. Shelby waited to hear what it was. Later, during the second wave of the dungeon, Nessie defeated a single minotaur. After the battle, a huge pile of dropped meat appeared, along with many rare items. Nessie smiled when she saw it and decided to forgive Shelby. Shelby felt surprised by how simple dragons could be. Crow was shocked that one monster could drop so many rare items at once. Shelby explained that she had increased the drop rate. Nessie felt excited and wanted to eat the meat right away. Crow suggested returning to the base and holding a small party. He wanted to try cooking new dishes and invited Shelby to join them. Shelby accepted the invitation and decided to go with them. The group then teleported to the dungeon's third floor where the others were camping. Everyone felt shocked when Crow and the rest suddenly appeared in front of them. They quickly noticed the girl who came with them and asked who she was. Shelby smiled and waved at everyone in a friendly way. Not long after that, everyone became busy preparing food. They cooked the meat they had brought back and made a cream stew. They gave some to Shelby and she ate it happily. She found it very good and said she wanted more. She asked for second and third servings and also asked if they used the milk that had dropped earlier. Crow felt happy when he heard that she liked the food so much. After she finished eating, Shelby stayed close to Crow and held on to him. She asked him to show her around their base and pulled him away with excitement. Rose could only stand there and watch them go. Diana then asked if this meant a new rival had appeared. Rose agreed without thinking. She soon realized she had spoken out loud and felt embarrassed. Her face turned red and she angrily asked what Diana was even talking about. Crow later guided Shelby around the base and introduced her to his familiar. He even let her rest on a soft and comfortable bed. She also met the rest of the team and looked very cheerful the whole time. Crow felt glad to see her enjoying herself. She said it had been a long time since she talked with many people and that made her very happy. Crow then asked if she had always been alone. He asked about her family and friends. Shelby explained that she had been separated from her family. Even the monsters in the dungeon could not share feelings or words with her. She did not have any companions and she had spent her time alone. Crow realized she had been lonely in the dungeon the whole time. This investigation revealed that the dungeon was dangerous in many ways. The monsters inside were high-ranked, so people who entered without knowing the risks could lose their lives. He also wanted to stop powerful dropped items from falling into the hands of bad people. Since Shelby could not directly interfere with intruders and for the sake of Nest Village and the Eldorado domain, they needed to take action. As for Shelby, she was still surrounded by mystery, but Crow felt that she was not a bad kid at all. He decided what to do next and asked everyone to listen carefully. He announced that he was thinking of creating an adventurers guild in Nest Village. He wanted many adventurers to use the dungeon and help with the village's growth. For that purpose, he planned to make sure the dungeon would be safer. He asked if everyone was willing to cooperate. No one in the group disagreed. Crow then asked if Shelby would be fine with this plan. Shelby said it was fine, but her position was different from the others. Crow explained that they would keep her role as the dungeon master a secret. When she wanted to come to their base, he believed she could blend in by dressing like an alchemist. He then told Nessie that until the Adventurers Guild was established, he wanted her to work on using magic power inside the dungeon. Nessie reminded him that she also patrolled the demon forest and asked for a reward. Crow said he would think about it. Shelby was surprised as everyone continued discussing the plan. Rose mentioned that she now had more places to train. The alchemists were also excited about making potions for adventurers and even planned to set up a potion shop near the dungeon. Since the distance from the village was short, traveling would not be difficult. They also suggested starting a regular carriage service using golems. Shelby dropped to the ground feeling relieved. Crow told her that she could freely tell everyone about her true identity when she felt ready. He then asked if she would like to become one of their companions. Shelby smiled and ran toward Crow to hug him while agreeing. She looked forward to working together with them in the future. Nest Village's Adventurers Guild was soon built and opened. It became busy every day with people coming and going. On one such day, the atmosphere suddenly changed when several well-known figures entered the building. Everyone stopped their work and turned to look as a famous A-ranked adventurer party walked inside. The group was a widely known team from the royal capital. It was made up of Luke the swordsman, Sylvia the mage, and Eileen the priestess. The three of them had been childhood friends and had formed a party together long ago. After hearing about the discovery of the Bellfire Empire's first dungeon, they decided to use the frontier village of Nest as their base starting that spring. Lisbeth, the guildmaster of Nest Village's branch, welcomed them. She confirmed whether they had come to challenge the dungeon. It had been a long time since they last met. Lisbeth was a half-elf and a former member of a legendary adventurer party that had been active years before. The trio already knew her from her time as the deputy guild leader in the royal capital. Lisbeth asked how they were doing in the village so far. Luke shared how impressive the village was, since its development rivaled that of the royal capital. Aylin expressed her surprise after learning that an alchemist lord had built the entire village. Sylvia added that even an earth attribute mage would not be able to do something like that. Lisbeth felt pleased that they liked the village and completed their registration. She then instructed them to use the regular shuttle to reach the dungeon. Soon after, the trio rode in a fast carriage pulled by a horse-type golem. They found the idea of using a golem very interesting. Sylvia had heard that controlling golems was difficult, yet the ride felt smooth and stable. Eileen also learned that the one controlling it was an alchemist. Luke reflected on how he once believed alchemy was a useless skill, but after seeing all this he began to rethink that belief. Later at the dungeon entrance, the whole place bustled with activity. An employee announced that the morning shuttle had arrived. The trio looked around and noticed how lively everything felt. They felt excited as they prepared to explore the dungeon. They entered the dungeon and reached the first floor. Near the entrance they noticed several people touching a glowing orb. Luke remembered hearing that adventurers could instantly move to floors they had already cleared. Eileen thought the system felt very convenient. Luke read a guidebook and learned that the first floor allowed parties up to C rank. At that moment, Sylvia warned them that monsters were approaching. A group of D-ranked orcs rushed toward them. Luke told the girls to attack. Eileen cast her support spell. Luke cut down the charging monsters. Sylvia sent waves of ice spikes that struck the enemies from above. The battle ended quickly. After some time, the trio decided to rest. Luke checked the guidebook and said there should be a rest area nearby. Soon after, they arrived at a safe point. Many adventurers relaxed there while monsters completely ignored the area. Luke remembered the guidebook saying the place had healing effects. Their wounds closed almost at once and their tired bodies felt refreshed. They felt amazed by how fast their strength returned. Sylvia noticed that monsters did not come close at all. Eileen believed the area was built to keep adventurers safe. After recovering, they chose to continue their adventure. They soon reached the second floor and saw many golems and ballistas placed near the entrance. They recognized the golems as the same ones they had seen earlier in the village. Someone explained that the third floor offered paid rentals of golem units controlled by alchemists. Not long after, the swift archers appeared and greeted them warmly. Luke felt happy to see familiar faces and remembered meeting them in Nest Village during a request. The archers explained that they now worked directly for the Lord and were willing to answer questions. Sylvia believed the archers were offering help so the group could move on to the third floor. They checked the guidebook again and read that they needed to defeat more than 50 minotaurs before the boss monster, the rampaging minotaur, would appear. Defeating it would allow them to advance to the next floor. Sylvia thought the requirement felt very strict. One of the archers told them not to worry and explained that the golem units were meant for this challenge. He suggested renting a few golems and fighting together. Sylvia agreed that the idea sounded safer. Luke decided to accept the offer, and Eileen went to ask about the rental details. Soon after, the group went to hunt the Minotaurs one by one. They defeated each one without trouble until the boss monster finally appeared. The trio was shocked when they saw it. It was larger and clearly stronger than the normal Minotaurs. One of the hunters moved closer and said he would protect Sylvia. She thanked him and relied on him. Luke noticed that the archer still had feelings for Sylvia, but Sylvia only saw him as a fellow adventurer. The battle then continued. The alchemists stepped forward and ordered their golems to use the ballistas. The golems fired their shots at the boss monster. The Minotaur swung its axe and knocked the arrows away, then rushed toward the alchemists. Magic attacks soon hit the monster and drew its attention away from them. The mages then released many spells at once. They covered the monster in constant magic attacks and did not give it time to recover. Luke realized he could not stay back any longer. He asked Eileen to place defensive and speed-enhancing magic on him. Eileen quickly cast the spells without delay. Filled with power, Luke charged toward the Minotaur and struck it with many fast sword slashes. He avoided the monster's counterattacks with ease. He tried to move behind it, but the monster kept up with his movements and finally landed a hit. Luke stepped back for a moment and felt relieved that Eileen's defensive magic had protected him well. Arrows from the archers then hit the Minotaur, and they signaled Luke to act. Luke jumped forward, closed the distance, and slashed the monster's neck with full force. The boss monster finally fell to the ground. After the monster was defeated, Eileen celebrated with joy. The alchemists congratulated the group for their success. Luke said the victory was only possible because of everyone's support and teamwork. The alchemists then told them that the lodging facility on the third floor could grill the meat dropped by the boss monster. They said the meat was very tasty and worth trying. Sylvia agreed and said they would take the meat there. The archers then explained that they had another job waiting for them. It was time for both groups to part ways, and Luke's team said their goodbyes before moving on. Later, inside the adventurer lodging facility on the dungeon's third floor, the dining area stayed busy. Many people moved around and the place felt lively. Sylvia noticed the good smell of food and it made her comment on how nice it was. Eileen already felt hungry. Luke suggested that they eat the meat they had collected earlier in the dungeon. While looking around, Eileen spotted an empty space in the corner. They sat down at the table and soon another person took a seat with them. It was Shelby. She apologized for sitting there, but Luke said they should be the ones to apologize instead. When he looked more closely, he realized that she was an alchemist staff member from the guild. Shelby asked if she could share the table with them, and they agreed. As they ate their meal, Shelby asked if it was their first time entering the dungeon. Sylvia confirmed that it was. Luke then mentioned that there were many strong monsters inside, and they had a hard time at first. Still, they managed to move forward because the dungeon was well designed. Shelby reacted with a light laugh and explained that the dungeon was carefully set up by the Lord. Eileen then realized that she meant Crow Eldorado. Sylvia said that they had not really spoken with him and wondered what kind of person he was. Shelby then admitted that Crow was her benefactor. The three of them listened as she spoke about him and explained that he had achieved many great things. From the way she talked, it felt clear that many people admired him, just like she did. Hearing this, they felt that living in Nest Village would likely be pleasant and stable for them in the future. At the same time, in a tall building known as Nessie's Tower, Crow looked down over the village. From the top, he could clearly see that the number of people and buildings had grown. The village had safely survived the winter. With the arrival of spring and the help of the Stuart Trading Company, many immigrants arrived. Alchemists and guild staff also came to settle in the area. Lisbeth, whom Stuart had introduced earlier, proved to be very capable. Because of her efforts, they successfully set up the Adventurers Guild in Nest Village. Crow continued to keep Shelby's situation and background a secret, just as he had promised. Since their main focus had been the guild's establishment, dungeon exploration had only reached the 4th floor. To keep everyone safe, Crow planned to continue exploring the 5th floor and deeper areas only when the timing was right. Nessie then shared that she greatly enjoyed the view from the tower. Crow felt glad that she liked what she received. He then asked why she had called him there. She explained that there was someone she wanted him to meet. At that moment, small sparks of fire appeared nearby. Soon after, fire spirits formed from the flames, and one of them stepped forward and greeted Crow. She introduced herself as Ophelia, the queen of fire spirits, and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Crow responded that he also felt the same way and asked her to call him by his name. Ophelia then asked him to do the same in return. Crow did not expect spirits to truly exist. Spirits were known as legendary beings equal to dragons. They were said to be divided into 4 types: fire, wind, earth, and water. First he had met dragons, then came Dungeon Master, and now spirits appeared before him. He wondered when he would finally get a chance to rest. Ophelia then explained that she had come with a request. She asked if the fire spirits could live in Nest Village. Crow felt shocked and questioned the reason. Ophelia explained that they could no longer stay in their original home. Nessie then shared that fire spirits once lived near places called dragon veins. She explained that dragon veins were streams of powerful magic that flowed deep under the continent. However, there were rare places where these veins flowed closer to the surface, and the Forest of Demons was one of those places. Crow then understood that the forest was filled with magic because of these dragon veins. Nessie confirmed this and explained that monsters, including herself, were drawn to dragon veins. Spirits were affected in the same way. Crow then realized why Nessie had been so attached to the forest. Ophelia continued by explaining that the dragon veins that once flowed deep beneath the forest had begun to move under Nest Village instead. Crow felt shocked by this news. Nessie said she was also surprised when she noticed it, since such changes usually took hundreds of years to happen. Crow asked what could have caused this shift. Ophelia admitted that she did not know. Nessie simply nodded in agreement. Crow then wondered if the movement of the dragon veins would affect the village or the forest. Nessie confirmed that the influence of dragon veins spread across a wide area. She believed that even if part of the flow changed, it would not cause major harm to either the village or the forest. Crow felt relieved to hear this, since it meant there was no need for him to take apart the village. Ophelia then explained how spirits were first born from dragon veins. Unlike monsters that only searched for the magic of the dragon veins, spirits grew weak when they stayed far away from them. Crow then understood why they had asked to live in Nest Village, which was the closest place to the dragon veins. Ophelia promised they would not cause trouble for the villagers and asked for his permission. Nessie shared that she and Ophelia were old acquaintances and supported their request. Crow did not hesitate and agreed to let them move into the village. Ophelia and the other fire spirits felt relieved and thanked him. Crow then asked if they had any place in mind where they wanted to live. Ophelia answered that there was one location, the village hot spring facility. Crow thought that the fire spirits truly liked warm places like hot springs and agreed to let them stay there. To show their thanks, Ophelia offered to handle all fire-related work and asked him to guide them to their workplace. She then changed into a smaller form, which surprised Crow. Ophelia explained that someone like her could change size whenever she wanted. Crow felt a little uneasy about letting the fire spirits work, but he believed this would help everyone get along better. He then offered to guide them around the village. They soon arrived at the village square where several people were baking pizzas. The children had been eager to eat, while the parents struggled to control the fire. They had trouble lighting it and making it hot enough. Crow asked them to wait for a moment. Ophelia then released flames into the oven, and the fire instantly grew stronger. Everyone was shocked by the sudden increase in heat. Ophelia then checked if her help was useful, and Crow confirmed that it was. Some villagers then asked in worry who the small figures were. Crow calmly explained that they were spirits from old legends. Ophelia expressed her hope to work together with everyone in the village. The fire spirits were also given the task of controlling the hot spring temperature. The residents of Nest Village welcomed them warmly, and the spirits began their new life among the people. 1 month later, an even bigger surprise event happened. Ophelia brought more spirits with her. There was Aquilina, the queen of water spirits. There was Shankuru, the queen of earth spirits. There was also Elawaram, the queen of wind spirits. Ophelia asked Crow if it was possible for the other spirits to move to Nest Village as well. Crow felt surprised when he saw all of them together. Ophelia explained that the spirit queens could talk to each other through their minds. The 3 queens had asked where Ophelia had moved. They also shared that they had grown weak when the dragon veins changed location. After coming to the village, their strength slowly returned. They felt at ease in the area and found the place pleasant. Because of this, they asked Crow if they could settle there. Crow thought about the situation. Having all 4 great spirits living in one village felt unbelievable to him. Still, he could not ignore them when they were facing trouble. In the end, he agreed and suggested finding proper places for them to stay. The spirit queens felt happy and celebrated together. From that day on, all the spirits came to live in Nest Village. In the sewage treatment plant, the townspeople and the slimes had struggled to manage the work. Thanks to the water spirits, the sewage became clean in a short time. Even in Lake Ness, Nessie confirmed that the water had become purer than before. The water spirits decided to live in Lake Ness. They helped purify reservoirs and lakes, and they also assisted the slimes with sewage treatment. They became guardians for children who played near the lake and kept them safe. In the farm area, the farmers asked the spirits to increase crop production. The earth spirits then tended the fields with care, and the crops grew all at once. The spirit queen even discovered the legendary mithril, which made the dwarves very happy to receive it. The earth spirits decided to live in the farm area. They helped the alchemist grow crops and pastures, and they provided rare materials to the blacksmiths for their work. Meanwhile, on the ranch, the ranchers had trouble with a thick and dirty smell that filled the area. The spirits helped purify the air and turned it into fresh air. In the alchemist's atelier, the spirits also helped improve ventilation. The wind spirits decided to live in the ranch grasslands. They helped remove bad smells from the ranch, improved airflow in rooms, and assisted with cheese fermentation. Furthermore, by assigning one spirit of each type to every household, the lives of the residents of Nest Village became more convenient each day. Daily tasks became easier and the village felt more comfortable to live in. This made Crow realize that the village had become more developed than the royal capital. Nessie believed this was a good thing because it made life easier for everyone. Crow agreed, but he still felt concerned about the dragon vein. Even though there had been no effect on the village yet, the worry stayed in his mind. Nessie explained that she and the spirits had been investigating it and promised to inform him if they discovered anything. Crow could only hope that it was nothing serious. Nessie told him not to worry because she could protect the village no matter what happened. Crow felt grateful for her support. The next day at Crow's residence, he asked his butler about the important report. Seaboss explained that it did not come from him alone but from others as well. Soon after, Rose and Diana entered the room. Their faces looked serious, and Rose stated that they needed to discuss something important. After they sat down, Seaboss asked Rose to speak first because he believed the matter was related to him as well. Rose accepted the chance and began to explain. She reminded everyone that the Earth Spirits had discovered a way to find and obtain mithril for the village. Because of this, she wanted to use the mithril to make a sword. Crow responded that it would be better to first talk with the blacksmith and asked what the sword would be used for. Rose explained that it was for an event that would take place in 2 months, the swordsmanship tournament. The tournament was held every year at the arena in the royal capital. In the youth division where Rose planned to compete, noble children aged 12 to 13 or representatives of the same age fought using sword skills. Many nobles gathered to watch, and knights and members of the royal family also attended. A strong performance could lead to better chances and opportunities in the future. Crow believed that Rose could already win the tournament even without a mithril sword. Diana agreed with his opinion. However, through Viscount Rambling, Duke Rosenberg had made a request for them to show a mithril weapon at the event. Crow began to understand the reason behind this request. At that time, the nobles of the Bellfire Kingdom were divided into 2 groups over the question of royal succession. One group followed Duke Rosenberg and supported Crown Prince Adonis as the next ruler. The other group followed Marquise Vertour and supported Prince Aeneas instead. Crow then realized that the tournament was likely being used as a silent battle between the 2 sides. Seaboss confirmed that this guess was correct. He explained that the Rambling family belonged to the Duke's faction. If Rose won the tournament, it would become a strong chance for the Duke's side to gain more influence. On top of that, if Rose used a mithril sword, it would act as a public display for mithril weapons. This would cause many orders to come to Nest Village. As the village grew richer, the Duke's power would also continue to grow. Crow then asked Rose if she was truly fine with this plan, since there was a chance that people would say her victory came from the mithril sword rather than her own skill. While calmly drinking her tea, Rose stated that she did not care what others thought. What mattered to her was that she wielded her sword for herself alone. Hearing this answer made Crow and the others feel relieved and pleased. Crow decided to fully support her and encouraged her to give it her best effort. Just then, Seaboss also told Crow to do his best. This was the moment for Crow to explain his situation clearly. Seaboss confirmed that he had received a letter from Lord Pheasant. The letter stated that Crow was also requested to come to the royal capital during the tournament. Crow felt shocked by the news and wondered about the reason. Seaboss continued his explanation. As a member of the Eldorado family under the Duke's faction, they wanted Crow to contribute to the event. He was asked to perform a demonstration using golems during the tournament's opening ceremony. On top of that, he was required to sell Nest Village's specialty food at the food stands, such as pizza and Larrabird sandwiches. Crow felt that everything had been decided too suddenly and struggled to accept it. However, Seaboss had not finished speaking. He explained that Crow's main task was to have an audience with King Warren. He would be accompanied by Nessie and Lavi and would also watch the tournament together with the Crown Prince. Crow was deeply shocked when he realized that he needed to interact directly with royalty. Seaboss confirmed that the recent growth and progress of the village had already reached the king's ears. Because of this, the king wished to meet Crow in person. He had also shown interest in the Ice Dragon and Ravine Fang. Crow felt that this was far beyond his position, since he believed he was almost an outcast from noble society. Seaboss then held Crow's hand and reminded him of his vow. From the day Crow left Bird's Garden, he had already become a fine lord. More than that, he had grown into a noble who brought benefits not only to Nest Village but also to the entire country. This role was not above his position at all. In fact, he deserved even greater respect. Crow was deeply moved by the old butler's words. Seaboss admitted that his thoughts might sound bold, but he encouraged Crow to expand his actions beyond the village. He wanted as many people as possible to learn about the person named Crow Eldorado, someone filled with great potential and promise. Later at the Rambling estate, Rose thanked Crow for walking her back home. Crow said it was nothing and wished both her and Diana a good night. Just as Crow was about to leave, Rose asked if they could talk for a short while. They then walked together to the garden. Rose asked if he had already made up his mind about going to the royal capital. Crow said there was still a lot of work that needed to be done, but that was not the only reason. What Seaboss had said earlier made him think deeply about what kind of future he wanted to choose. Rose then asked if he remembered the first time they had met. It happened long ago during a party. Rose introduced herself to the Eldorado family. Crow's father was impressed by her manners, which made Rose's father feel proud. He said he might have put too much effort into educating his eldest daughter. Crow's father then introduced his children one by one. After the others, he introduced Crow, who was the same age as Rose. Crow felt shy at the time. He hid behind his mother and gave a small greeting. Rose felt surprised by his reaction. Crow's mother also introduced herself politely. Crow pulled on his mother's dress and said he did not like the place because there were too many people. Crow's father scolded him and told him not to think only of himself. Crow's mother then asked her husband to take their other two sons and greet the rest of the guests. Crow's father apologized and left Crow with her. Crow's mother smiled at Crow and then invited Rose and her mother to have some cake in another room. Rose's father encouraged his wife and daughter to accept the invitation and go with her. Later in the private room while the mothers were talking, Rose went over to Crow, who was trying to stay by himself. She said that she had the same picture book as him. She asked if he liked the golems shown in the book. She hoped he could become an earth magic user, which was one of the 4 elements, so he could grow into an important noble in the future. Crow said he did not want that. Unlike his brothers, he did not like talking with adults or training with swords. He knew he was not suited to be a noble and believed everyone would only laugh at him because of it. Rose scolded him after hearing that. She told him not to speak about himself that way. She asked if he even had any dreams or goals. She said it was not fun to always think so negatively. Crow then asked about her dream. Rose said she wanted to become a knight who would protect people using her own strength. Crow replied that her dream sounded noble, unlike his own thoughts. Rose told him that even without a clear dream, he could still move forward. She said he should focus on what he could do instead of worrying about what he could not do. She believed he would achieve something one day. Crow complained that she was too noisy and said he already understood that. Rose then complained that he was being rude and said that being selfish would not help him achieve anything. Seeing this, Rose's mother tried to calm her down, but Crow's mother signaled her to let the children handle it themselves. Crow said he did not need Rose to tell him what to do because he was already trying to find what he could do and what he wanted to achieve in the future. The mothers smiled as they watched, feeling proud. Rose asked if that was true and then offered to help him search together for what he could do. Back in the present, Rose pointed out that they used to talk like that. Crow thought that the version of himself before his past life memories returned had been very childish. Rose said that was how they began to play together so often. Crow remembered that Rose had always seemed like a tomboy and always looked like she was enjoying herself. However, when she learned swordsmanship from Owl, she failed many times and cried often. Rose claimed she did not remember that at all. Crow sat on the edge of the fountain while they kept talking. They continued to recall their childhood memories as Rose stood nearby and listened. Soon the topic of going to the royal capital came up again. Rose believed it would be good for Crow to go there since there were things he could only do outside the village. If he continued to do his best, she felt sure he would find new goals along the way. She then leaned against his back as she sat beside him on the edge of the fountain. She felt that when Crow found something important, she would be happy to stay by his side. The two shared a quiet smile and enjoyed the calm moment together. 2 months later, everything was ready. Everyone in the village came out to see Crow off. Seba said he would do his best while acting as Crow's proxy. The alchemist promised to protect the village while Crow was away. The adventurers also prepared themselves and vowed to work hard. The townspeople wished Crow a safe journey and hoped he would succeed in the royal capital. Crow, Rose, and the others then left the village together. No matter what awaited him in the royal capital, Crow promised himself that he would face it directly and without fear. 2 weeks had passed since they left Nest Village. Nessie often complained about the many detours along the road. She believed they could have reached the royal capital much faster if she had transported everyone by herself. Crow explained that this slow journey matched the way stories usually traveled. He believed it was important to stay in villages along the way, spend money on lodging, and show the Eldorado family crest painted on the carriage so people could see it. At that moment, Crow said they had finally arrived. Nessie and Robbie looked out the window and stared at the royal capital in the distance. As they moved closer, they felt amazed by the sight. When they entered the city, Nessie commented on how large it was. Crow confirmed that the royal capital was 10 times bigger than their village. Many shops were set up in each area to meet the needs of the people living there. Nessie assumed the city was just as prosperous as Nest Village. Even so, she believed their village was easier to live in and had taller walls. She tried to lift Crow's mood, but he explained that he was not bothered by the comparison. For the tournament, Rose and Diana stayed at the Rambling Family Villa. Both of them also had separate duties at the castle. Crow planned to spend his time with Nessie, Ravi, the Golem unit, and the villagers assigned to manage the food stalls. When they arrived at the Eldorado family villa, Sebastian's son Steiner, the current head butler, welcomed Crow back. Crow's older brothers also came out to greet him and warmly welcomed their youngest sibling. As Nessie stepped out of the carriage, Crow's brothers turned their attention to her. They introduced themselves as sons of the Eldorado family. Nessie explained that she had been taking care of Crow back in the village. Ravi also greeted them, especially Owl, whom he already knew. Owl felt impressed by Ravi's calm behavior while standing in front of a legendary dragon. Steiner then guided them to their rooms. Once inside, Ravi and Nessie quickly rested on the soft bed. At the same time, Crow went to speak privately with his brothers. He asked Hawk if he was now living in the villa. Hawk confirmed this and explained that he was attending a nearby magic school. Crow then remembered that Owl usually stayed in the night school dorms. Owl explained that he had heard Crow was coming and chose to stay at the villa for a while. Hawk mentioned that many rooms were usually empty. He felt glad that the villa would feel more lively for some time. Crow also felt happy that he could spend time together with his brothers again. Since they had time before dinner, they decided to talk for a while. Hawk had heard a lot from their father about Nest Village. He felt happy to hear that the village's development was going well. Crow said it was also thanks to them. When Owl had been there, the village had grown quickly. Using Hawk's red magic stone, Owl had created the giant golem and saved the village from danger. Hawk had told Crow to use the stone if he was in trouble, but he did not expect him to use it the way he did. Owl remembered that Crow had also lost the giant golem afterward. Crow agreed, but explained that he had received another red magic stone from Stuart. He planned to create the giant golem again for the opening ceremony of the swordsmanship tournament. Owl felt excited because he wanted to see it happen. Hawk also found it exciting. Crow then asked how the two of them were doing. Hawk said he had been focusing on training in fire magic at the magic school. As for Owl, he was said to be very talented in both theory and practice, and there were rumors that he could become a future sage candidate. Impressed, Hawk said it was too much to be called a sage this soon. Crow knew that Hawk was popular and good-looking, so he was probably one of the most admired students at school. Crow also mentioned that Hawk would soon become the successor of their family. Hawk said it was not officially decided yet, but he had been working hard to improve himself so he could protect their people as a noble. He said he was ready to take over the Eldorado family at any time. Crow was surprised by his determination. Owl just smiled. Crow then asked Owl about his night school. Owl said he trained with many students every day and it was fulfilling. Hawk imagined the tired faces of so many students. Crow agreed. Owl added that not many students could keep up with him. Crow guessed that Owl was at the top of the school. He worried that Owl might be pushing himself too hard just to get stronger. Owl admitted that it was true, but he said his skill in body enhancement magic was still not enough. Hawk remembered that Owl had already been scouted by the Royal Guard Knights, so he thought Owl was already skilled enough. Crow was shocked to hear that someone as young as Owl had been noticed by such a large group. Owl said he was still waiting before joining the Knight Order. A few months ago, the day before Owl left Nest Village, he told Rose during their training that she had improved a lot since coming to the village. He felt glad that he could leave for the night school without worrying. Rose then said she had a request. She promised she would win the next swordsmanship training. She asked him to fight her seriously. Owl was surprised but agreed right away. Owl explained that he wanted to focus on improving his swordsmanship for the upcoming battle with Rose. That was why he had not yet decided to join the Royal Guard Knights. Crow understood and thought Rose would be happy to hear that Owl was training with her in mind. Hawk was surprised to hear that Rose had made Owl say that. Owl added that Rose might catch up to him someday, but even if she did, he would not let her surpass him. He loved swordsmanship and did not want to lose to anyone. He wanted to become the strongest knight. Hawk believed Owl could achieve that. Owl was still thinking about whether he would join in the first place. The Royal Guard Knights served the royal family, but right now, there was someone he wanted to support more than the royal family. He quickly glanced at Crow. Crow asked if something was wrong, and Owl said there was nothing. The brothers continued talking with relaxed expressions. Soon, Steiner told them that dinner was ready. Crow's brothers had already decided on their future goals and what they wanted to become. As for Crow, he hoped that with Rose by his side, he would find his own path too. The brothers went to the dining area. Nessie complained about how late they were. Crow said they had come right away. Nessie then told Steiner that the meat was delicious. Ravi agreed with a loud howl. Steiner felt honored. Owl told Crow to eat well to prepare for the event. Hawk agreed because Crow would be meeting the king. Crow said he would face it with full determination. In the Bellfire Kingdom where Crow lived, the nobles were split into two groups because of the royal succession. One group followed Duke Rosenberg and supported Crown Prince Adonis. The other group followed Marquis Vertour and supported the second prince. Rose wanted to grow the power of Duke Rosenberg's group. She planned to win the swordsmanship tournament using a mithril sword from Nest Village. Crow had a different task. He had to show a golem at the opening ceremony and meet the royal family. Because of this, he traveled to the royal capital. It was also the day he would meet King Warren. Crow, Nessie, and Ravi were the ones who would meet the king. Before they left, Crow went to check on Nessie. He asked if she was ready. Nessie, dressed in fine clothes, greeted him with a smile. She asked how she looked and if her outfit suited a noble like her. Crow blushed and could not answer right away. He did not expect the clothes to suit her so well. Rose then appeared and noticed his red face. She asked why he reacted that way after seeing Nessie. Diana stood beside her. Crow was surprised to see Rose wearing new clothes. Diana explained that she had them made for the mock battle in the tournament. Rose still looked upset because Crow reacted differently to her. Crow suggested that they leave since their guide had arrived. As they traveled, Crow thought this was not just a simple meeting with the king, he was also giving a mithril sword to the royal guard. To show how strong the sword was, Rose would have a mock battle with a royal knight 3 days before the tournament. Crow planned to watch that battle after the meeting. Rose sounded pleased when she thanked him. Soon, Nessie saw the palace in the distance. She was shocked by how large it looked up close. The palace was known as Bellfire Castle. Crow and the girls stepped down from their carriage and entered the castle. While walking inside, Nessie asked what kind of person King Warren was. Crow explained that the king became ruler at 27 years old and had achieved many things since then. The people called him a wise ruler. Nessie believed he must be capable, so she decided she would act with grace as well. Crow felt uneasy for some reason. The knight guiding them said the king was waiting ahead. A large door opened. Inside the hall, King Warren sat on his throne with a calm look. Crow was surprised that there was only one knight standing beside the king. It seemed less guarded than he expected. Crow knelt and tried to introduce himself, but Ravi suddenly jumped onto his shoulders and stopped him. Before he could continue, Nessie proudly introduced herself as the Ice Dragon. She spoke to the king as if she stood above him. Crow quickly took Ravi off his shoulders and told Nessie to follow proper manners. When the king covered his face, Crow became worried. He thought they had angered him, but the king was only trying to hide his laughter. A moment later, he burst out laughing and told them not to worry. He said that Nessie and the Ravini Fang were honored guests. He asked them to relax, lift their heads, and stand. Crow followed the king's order. He felt relieved that King Warren was easy to approach. The king praised them for coming. He also praised Crow's achievements. Crow had used alchemy to improve Nest Village, which had almost been abandoned. He had also created a giant golem and defeated a group of rare monsters. The king said he was deeply impressed. Crow explained that alchemy had many possibilities. He hoped his success would raise the status of alchemists. The king agreed. He admitted that his view of alchemy had changed a lot. He said Crow's work was impressive and showed the true value of the craft. Crow replied that the king was too kind. Then the king said he wanted to speak about Nessie. He understood that she was Crow's summoned beast. Because of that, he believed she had no hostility toward the Bellfire Kingdom. Nessie confirmed this. The king then asked if they could borrow her power if monsters appeared and threatened the kingdom's people. Crow realized the king was asking if Nessie could help the kingdom when needed. He did not want to place Nessie in constant danger. Nessie said she was Crow's summoned beast, so the final decision was his. However, she explained that it would be better if she did not travel to many places often. Dragons usually stayed in their own territory. If she fought in other areas, other dragons might see it as strange. They could think she was invading and might attack her. That could lead to dragons fighting each other. Crow had not expected that there were more dragons in the world. He realized the world was more dangerous than he thought. The king said he understood. He decided it was best for Nessie to remain in Nest Village. Nessie agreed that this was the best choice. Next, the king wanted to see the transformed form of the Ravini Fang. Crow picked up Ravi and asked him to transform. Ravi shone briefly and grew into his large form. The king was surprised. The wolf was the same size as the corpse that had been brought from Nest Village. The legendary wolf truly stood before them. Ravi suddenly leaped toward Crow. The king and his knight grew tense, but instead of attacking, Ravi acted like a spoiled pet. He followed Crow's commands. He shook, played dead, and rolled over. Everyone in the room fell silent. Crow explained that Ravi would obey his orders and would not harm anyone without his permission. King Warren stepped down from his throne and asked if he could touch the wolf. Crow gave him permission. The king walked closer and reached out to touch Ravi's fur. Ravi responded by licking him. King Warren felt relieved when he saw that she was well trained. Soon after, his tone became serious. He told Crow to explain himself. He listed Crow's actions one by one. Through alchemy, Crow had created even the giant golem. He also had the Ice Dragon, known as the strongest type of monster, and the legendary Ice Wolf Ravini Fang by his side. With all that power under his control, the king asked what Crow planned to achieve. Crow answered that he wanted to explore the royal capital first before giving a clear answer. He said he would respond after spending more time in the city. King Warren understood and agreed to wait until the swordsmanship tournament ended. He then said the time had come. He told Crow that he would soon witness something interesting during the mock battle. Later, at the training grounds, Crow, Nessie, and Ravi sat beside Diana. Diana informed him that the mock battle was about to start. Crow thought about what the king had meant by something interesting. Nearby, Nessie and Ravi cheered for Rose. Rose stood calmly on the battlefield and took a deep breath. From her opponent's build, the person did not seem to be an adult. Still, that did not matter to her. She had no plan to lose. She had trained with her sword for 2 months, and this was her chance to show how much she had improved. The referee asked if she was ready, and she confirmed that she was. The mock battle began at once. Rose moved first and attacked quickly. When she swung her sword, her opponent stepped aside and parried her strike with ease. The move caught her off guard. Her opponent then aimed a slash at her neck, but Rose blocked it without trouble. At that moment, Rose realized her opponent planned to stay on the defensive and wait for an opening to counterattack. Knowing this, she chose to press forward. She strengthened her body with magic and launched a series of fast, strong strikes. She did not give her opponent a chance to fight back. Thanks to the Oni pants she wore, the time she could use magic had increased greatly. She decided to keep pushing forward and maintain the pressure until the end. Rose felt surprised when her opponent kept striking back whenever they had the chance. They pushed her away with strong force. She noticed that they kept up with her speed. Their clean and controlled movements showed real skill. Rose decided it was time to use a technique she had learned after facing death many times on the frontier. She felt it was worth showing now. Flames appeared on her arms and legs as she took her stance. Both her opponent and the crowd felt shocked. Earlier, she had shown this technique to Diana without using the power fruit, and Diana thought it was amazing. During the battle against the Cyclops, Rose had covered her whole body with 2 layers of magic power. This new technique came from that idea. She adjusted the magic around each part of her body to increase her muscle strength in a balanced way. She called it Body Enhancement Magic Overlap. Rose dashed forward with great speed and strength. She struck her opponent too hard and sent them flying toward the watching knights. The knights caught the opponent and the sword hit the ground. Everyone watching stayed silent in shock. Rose calmly sheathed her sword. The referee announced that she had won the match. Diana rushed to her and praised her performance. Crow said he was surprised by the technique she had created. Rose giggled and said it was the result of her training. However, she admitted that she still could not control the magic well, so it drained her magic power and stamina. Her opponent stood up and walked toward her. They admitted they had been completely defeated. Rose said it was a good match and praised their sword skills. She asked for their name. The opponent apologized for not introducing himself earlier as he removed his helmet. He explained that because of his position, he thought she would not fight seriously if she knew who he was. He then introduced himself as Adonis Bellfire, the first prince of the kingdom. Rose was shocked when she found out that her opponent had been the crown prince. Crow then understood that this was what the king had meant earlier. He realized how bold the prince had been to join a combat match himself. Rose's face turned pale and she quickly apologized in a loud voice. While Diana calmed Rose down, Crow went to meet the crown prince. Nessie and Ravi followed him and they all looked out the window together. Crow admitted that he had been surprised to learn that Adonis had been Rose's opponent the whole time. Adonis apologized for the surprise. He explained that he had started learning swordsmanship to protect himself as a member of the royal family, but he had become deeply interested in it. Because of that, he had wanted to face Rose, who had been known as a strong candidate for champion. The prince was only 15 years old, yet he had already shown great skill in both swordsmanship and ice magic. Crow asked if Rose had been a strong fighter. Adonis agreed that she had been very formidable. He said her sword technique had been fierce and she had used her speed to confuse her opponent. He also asked if the move she had used in the middle of the fight had been body enhancement magic with wind attributes. Crow confirmed that it had been. What impressed Adonis the most had been Rose's final attack. He could not believe that such power had come from someone as small as her. He thought she had been a remarkable talent. Crow could clearly see that the crown prince truly loved swordsmanship, just like Rose and his brother Owl. After a while, Adonis realized that he had been getting too excited in front of his guests. He then asked Crow, Nessie, and Ravi to become his friends, since he would rely on them during the tournament. In private, he requested that they simply call him Adonis. He insisted that no one, not even his father, would see it as disrespectful. The group looked at each other for a moment and decided to treat him casually. They also asked him not to act too formal with them. Adonis looked forward to getting to know them better. Crow felt relieved that the crown prince had been easy to approach. It gave him a sense of comfort about what was ahead. Diana suddenly ran toward Crow and Adonis while calling their names. Adonis remembered that she was Rose's attendant. Diana told them that something had happened at the training grounds. To their surprise, the head of the Virtuer Marquis family had arrived. He had once made a large fortune through sea trade and was known as a fire magic user. Crow felt cold sweat on his back. He wondered why the leader of the opposing faction had come. The Marquis greeted the crown prince and explained that he had come to the castle to introduce his family's swordsman. The swordsman would take part in the upcoming swordsmanship tournament and would represent them before the second prince. He then introduced his second son, Delvis. Delvis was 13 years old and used earth magic. Rose noticed that Delvis did not look like a swordsman. She asked if he would be the one joining the tournament. The Marquis said no. He explained that they would send a proxy swordsman instead. At that moment, a sheep beastkin girl stepped forward. She introduced herself as Milka Tempest. She was 13 years old. She said she had Wind's Blessing, fought with 2 swords, and loved jewels. Rose quietly told Crow that her horns showed she was a beastkin. Crow asked what Rose knew about beastkins. Rose had heard that they had strong physical abilities. Unlike humans, they were not given magic. Instead, they had special abilities that were different from magic. Crow guessed that Wind's Blessing was the special ability he had seen when he used his appraisal skill. Milka then walked toward them in a relaxed way and asked if her jewels looked nice. Crow saw the jewels shine in the light. The Marquis explained that he had heard about a skilled swordsman in Earl Rittenberg's land. Since he had good ties with the Earl, he decided to recruit her. Rose still seemed unsure after hearing that. Now that everyone was there, the Marquis suggested that they get used to competing before the real tournament. He asked for a practice match at the training grounds, if the Crown Prince allowed it. Adonis said he could not decide alone and asked for the others' opinions. He explained that the training grounds had magical tools that could cast defensive spells. Because of this, no one would be seriously hurt or forced to miss the tournament. Crow thought about it for a moment. He wondered if he had been overthinking the Marquis's visit. Maybe the Marquis had not come to the castle just to meet them. Suddenly, Rose said she wanted to fight. She wanted to face Milka to test her strength. Milka looked sure of herself. Crow warned Rose to be careful. Adonis allowed them to use the training grounds, but they had to stop when he gave the signal. He told the others to watch from the second floor. The two swordsmen stood in the center and prepared to fight. When Adonis gave the signal, the match began at once. Their swords struck each other without delay. As they fought, the Marquis watched with a strange smile. He believed Milka's true strength came from her left sword. She used her right sword to trick and defend. When her enemy lost balance, she attacked with her left sword. Just as he expected, Rose lost her footing. Milka landed a heavy blow that sent Rose crashing into the wall. Crow grew worried. The Marquis's son looked pleased and made a sharp remark toward the other side. Milka turned her back and began to walk away, as if the fight had already ended. Adonis sensed something from the broken wall. Diana said that kind of attack would not defeat her lady. Milka suddenly stopped. She felt a strong presence behind her. Rose burst out of the dust. She had used body enhancement magic to strengthen herself. She rushed forward with great speed. Milka blocked the attack just in time. Both the Marquis and Crow were surprised. If Rose had not used her magic at the right moment, she would have been defeated. Milka realized the fight had become more exciting. Rose began attacking again and again. Milka avoided the strikes by flipping backward. Rose chased after her without stopping. Milka doubted Rose could match the strength of a beastkin. Rose felt shocked. Milka was not simply blocking, she seemed to read every attack before it came. Then Milka jumped forward and slammed her sword into the ground with force. The impact shook the area, and everyone stepped back in surprise. Milka told Rose to stand up because she was about to crush her. The Marquis and his son felt sure she would win, but Rose was still standing. She was smiling. Milka felt irritated and questioned why Rose kept smiling. Diana remembered that her lady became much stronger when she wore that look. Crow agreed. Milka tightened her grip on her swords. The jewel on her ring cracked. She said she might need to use her full power. Rose decided to do the same. Wind began to gather around Milka. The Marquis's son could not believe she had already used her strongest move, the wind blessing. At the same time, Rose tried to push her body enhancement magic even further. At that moment, the Crown Prince stopped the match. He said it had gone far enough. Nessie felt disappointed because the fight had just started to become exciting. The Marquis began to clap and thank the girls for the battle. He also thanked the prince, then left with his group. Milka was called over. She took off her broken ring and held it tightly. She looked at Rose with anger and said they would settle everything at the tournament. Rose said she would be ready. After the Marquis and his group left, the Crown Prince apologized to Rose. He said it was not wise to let the fight continue. Rose thanked him for stopping it. She then asked if she could use the training area until the tournament. Adonis agreed and even suggested they train together. Rose did not expect to meet such a strong swordsman. She felt things had become more interesting. She planned to finish her special technique within 3 days. Crow met the king that day and Rose showed what mithril could do. Because of this, the demand for mithril weapons and armor in the royal capital would likely rise. At the same time, Crow felt pressured by the Marquis's actions. He wondered if the Marquis only wanted to study their fighting skills before the tournament. Crow understood that he needed to stay alert during this conflict between factions to protect Rose. He did not know that someone had been watching them from the shadows. That night, the Marquis knelt before someone and thanked him for sharing the information about when Crow's group would arrive. A young man stood by the window and said it was also a chance to learn about Milka's abilities. He believed she could win the tournament. Now, he only needed to make contact with Crow. The Marquis trusted him, the second Prince Aeneas. 2 days before the swordsmanship tournament, Rose trained with the Crown Prince and the Royal Knights. They trained hard for hours. After some time, Adonis reminded Rose that it was time for lunch. She agreed and stopped training. When they entered the dining hall, Nessie was amazed by the large amount of food on the table. She asked if she could eat all of it. Adonis told her she could eat as much as she wanted. Crow then asked Rose about her training. Rose said she was improving because of the Crown Prince's guidance. Adonis said he enjoyed training with her. While they were talking happily, Crow heard noise outside the door. A maid was trying to stop someone from entering, but she failed. The second prince, Aeneas, forced his way inside. Crow recognized him at once and wondered why he had come so suddenly. Aeneas demanded that Crow hand over the dragon and the ice wolf to the royal family. Crow and Rose were shocked. Nessie and Ravi looked confused and did not understand what was happening. Aeneas stated that nobles existed to serve the royal family. Because of that, he believed important military assets should belong to the royal family. Adonis stepped in and explained that Duke Rosenberg and Count Eldorado had already agreed that Nessie and Ravi would remain under Eldorado County. Aeneas ignored this and asked if his brother truly understood what Ness Village had been doing. He explained that alchemy, once seen as useless, was now being used to grow medicinal herbs, raise monsters, and manage the country's first dungeon. This helped them gather people and gain power quickly. He warned that legendary monsters were dangerous, but alchemists could be an even greater threat to the kingdom. He said he could not allow a place like Nest Village to grow without control. At the very least, he insisted that the dragon and the ice wolf should be managed by the royal family as soon as possible. Crow knew that alchemists had started to gain respect because of how Nest Village grew through alchemy. Still, he also knew some people saw the village and alchemy as a threat. He understood the second prince's thinking. Crow knelt and said he was always ready to stand by the royal family and do his duty as a noble. Aeneas believed Crow was finally obeying him without complaint. But Crow felt he had to speak up if the prince tried to separate him from his friends and companions, even if the order came from royalty. Aeneas suddenly grew angry. He took Crow's words as open hostility toward the royal family and announced it loudly so everyone could hear. The knights did not fully believe him because they knew Adonis was close friends with Crow. The maids, however, understood Aeneas. They knew his loyalty to the royal family was real. Aeneas then challenged Crow to a duel. If he won, Crow had to give him the dragon and the ice wolf. Adonis tried to stop his younger brother, but Aeneas told him to stay silent because he was speaking to Crow. He also said that if Crow won, he would follow whatever Crow asked. Crow saw how serious the second prince was. He asked what kind of duel they would have. Aeneas remembered that a swordsmanship tournament would take place in 2 days. He suggested they choose a knight to fight for them in that event. He had already chosen the marquis swordsman, Milka Tempest. When Crow heard her name, cold sweat ran down his cheeks. Aeneas turned away, thinking Crow had become afraid. He claimed no swordsman could defeat Milka. Just then, Rose stepped forward and said someone like that did exist. She called out to Nessie and Ravi and admitted that they were precious to her. She promised she would win and protect them. She asked them to trust her and not worry. Nessie said those were big words, but she was not worried because she believed in Rose. Ravi agreed. Rose then asked Crow if he felt the same and told him to nominate her. Crow stayed silent for a moment. Then he smiled and accepted the second prince's challenge. He chose Rose as his proxy knight. Aeneas said he was glad the matter was settled. He claimed he would arrange the tournament so the girls would not face each other until the finals. He told them not to lose before then. He also warned Crow not to run away. After his brother left, Adonis held his head as if he had a headache. He apologized to Crow for his brother's selfish actions and said he would speak to their father. Crow told Adonis not to worry because he believed Rose could win. Adonis looked relieved and said he would believe in Rose as well. Rose told them to leave everything to her. Even so, Nessie could not believe that such a mean child was Adonis's brother. Adonis explained that Aeneas used to be kind and that they once got along well. At some point, Aeneas began to avoid him and even stopped speaking to him. Crow understood that it was because the royal succession was on the line, and their bond as brothers had become complicated. He had a good relationship with his own brothers, so hearing this made him feel sad. Setting that aside, Adonis pointed out that it would be dangerous if Aeneas became king. Because of that, he could not afford to lose the fight for the throne. Nessie and Ravi's fate depended on the duel. Crow and Rose could not afford to lose either. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Aeneas trembled as he asked if everything would be fine after what he had done. The Marquis stepped closer and held his small hands. He told the second prince that things would be fine as long as he left everything to him. When Milka heard that she would be the prince's proxy and that her opponent would be Rose, she felt excited. It was the perfect chance to defeat Rose on a grand stage. One day before the tournament, Crow and the others gathered outside the royal capital. He praised everyone for their hard work during practice. He said the golems moved perfectly and believed their performance would make the opening ceremony exciting. The alchemists felt happy and relieved after hearing that. Now Crow only needed to finish creating the final golem. At that moment, Nessie in her dragon form called out to Crow. She felt upset and asked if he planned to turn them into a show for humans. Ravi, who was also in her transformed state, agreed with her. Crow stayed calm and explained the real plan. The theme of the performance was the Gigant Golem, guardian of the royal capital. In the story, monsters attacked the capital and the people were filled with fear. Then the Gigant Golem appeared, defeated the monsters and brought peace back to the city. By having Nessie and Ravi act as the monsters and fight in the show, he wanted to clearly show the strength of the Duke Rosenberg faction to the other nobles. Nessie understood his explanation. One of the alchemists, Jimmy, then asked if the nobles would truly stay quiet after seeing the great power of the legendary Ice Wolf and the Ice Dragon. Crow doubted it. After what had happened with the second prince, he believed the Marquis faction would likely take action. The alchemist suggested that it might be safer not to place Nessie and Ravi in the spotlight. Crow said he understood the concern, but he wanted to use this rare chance. Many people probably saw Ravi and Nessie as frightening monsters. If the public saw them taking part in the performance in a calm way, it would show that they meant no harm. Nessie said she did not like being involved in human conflicts. Still, since Crow had planned this while thinking about their best interests, she and Ravi would perform well and show their grace to everyone. Ravi agreed with her. Crow thanked them and said he was counting on them. Since practice had ended, he told everyone to get some rest and prepare for the big performance the next day. Later, Jimmy went to the royal capital's commoner district. He went there to calm his nerves, but the city only brought back bad memories. In the past, he had felt trapped by stress and worry. He struggled every day just to get by. He sold C-ranked potions for a low price with a few other alchemists. The shopkeeper paid them, but he often asked when they would finally be able to make B-ranked potions. He knew they did not earn much from C-ranked ones alone. Jimmy said they trained hard every day, but it was not easy. The shopkeeper sighed and said it must have been hard to end up as an alchemist for life. When Jimmy and the others left the shop, the two other alchemists talked about going to their second jobs. One of them asked if it was true that Jimmy did not have one. He guessed that things were tough for Jimmy too, and offered to introduce him to his other job. Jimmy paused and looked down. His mind was filled with doubt, and he did not know what to say. The others understood what he was going through and told him not to push himself too hard. After they left, Jimmy kept thinking about how bad his situation was. He needed to make and sell more C-ranked potions. He also had to learn how to make B-ranked potions. If he did not improve, his life would stay the same forever. Soon after, Marika came to see him. She wanted to tell him something. She knocked on his door, but no one answered. She looked through a nearby window and saw Jimmy lying on the floor unconscious. She rushed inside and helped him. She felt relieved when he woke up. As he slowly sat up, Jimmy asked what had happened. Marika told him he had collapsed in his study. Jimmy put on his glasses and apologized for worrying her. He said he had rested enough and needed to return to work. Marika asked him to take better care of himself. Jimmy clenched his teeth and looked at her. He said that saving people with potions was something he took pride in as an alchemist. That was why it hurt so much when others pitied him and called his skill useless. It was painful to know he could not even make B-ranked potions. Still, he wanted to keep training. One day, he hoped to become the proud alchemist he dreamed of being and finally hold his head high. Marika felt surprised by what he said. She told him she was glad he took pride in being an alchemist. To her, making potions was fun. She loved being an alchemist too. She paused for a moment. Then she said something wonderful had happened to her. She believed she had found an alchemist she could look up to. Jimmy was shocked. He guessed that this person must have been more skilled than her. Marika took out a bottle of potion from her sling bag and asked him to drink it. When Jimmy saw the color, he thought it was a B-ranked potion. He could not believe she was giving him something so valuable. Marika told him not to hesitate and just drink it. Jimmy slowly opened the bottle and drank the potion. At once, his tiredness disappeared as if it had never been there. He asked if she had made it herself. Marika said no. She explained that it was made by an alchemist who had gained their skill at 12 years old. Jimmy found it hard to believe that someone so young could already make a B-ranked potion. Marika went on to explain more. This young alchemist was trying to save a frontier village that was close to being abandoned. He built strong walls using alchemy. He made high-quality furniture. He even raised monsters while ruling the land as its lord. Jimmy could not believe that an alchemist was doing all of that. Marika said she had heard that the village was looking for alchemists to move there. That was why she had come to see him. She wanted to check if the stories were true, so she planned to travel to the village. She asked if he wanted to go with her. Jimmy struggled to believe everything he heard, but if those achievements were true, he wanted to learn from that alchemist. He asked Marika to tell him more. Back in the present, Jimmy remembered the time he trained under Crow. He had worked hard and improved his alchemy skills. At last, he was able to hold his head high as an alchemist. He reminded himself that he needed to repay Crow for everything he had done. He had to perform perfectly in the demonstration the next day. Crow safely finished his meeting with the king and also grew closer to the first prince, Adonis. However, he had originally been invited for the swordsmanship tournament. On top of that, a duel was arranged with the second prince, Aeneas, and the custody of Neshiko and Ravi was at stake. During this time, Crow also met Marquis Vilter, the leader of the opposing group. Because of all this, Crow entered a situation he could not afford to lose. The first day of the swordsmanship tournament began. The royal capital was full of temporary shops and visitors. Food was sold everywhere. The main event took place in the Colosseum. where the crowd waited with excitement. In the waiting area, Crow stood with his group of alchemists. He told them that their time had finally come. He reminded them that people had always called alchemy useless. He knew each of them had gone through difficult and painful experiences because of that, but he promised things would change. He said alchemy would no longer be seen as useless. He wanted their performance to show everyone how powerful alchemy could be. Jimmy and the others agreed. Crow then told them to begin their performance. Crow and his group went to the center of the Colosseum, where a fake castle had been built for the performance. Crow began to narrate while the others acted out their roles. He explained that people once lived peacefully in the royal capital. Then one day, a large group of monsters attacked. The alchemists at the side created golems to act as the monsters. As the story continued, Crow described how the people panicked and moved toward the center of the stage. Jimmy acted his role with strong emotion and called for help. At that moment, Left touched an expensive gem buried in the ground. A leg made of dirt rose from the stage, followed by the pelvis, the upper body, and the head. Crow carefully transmuted it into the giant golem. The huge golem stood in the center of the Colosseum. The crowd cheered loudly in excitement. Rose's family and Crow's family watched with pride and admiration. The alchemist, still acting, asked the giant golem for help. It nodded and took a fighting stance. The smaller golem monsters rushed in to attack. The giant golem knocked them down with a single swing and held back its strength so it would not cause real damage. It continued fighting off the remaining golems coming from different directions. After all the smaller golems were defeated, the actors thanked the giant golem for saving them. But the performance was not over yet. Left then changed the air around the Colosseum, filling the stage with a strong and violent wind. The audience grew tense as they watched shapes form inside the gusts. Ravi and Nessie appeared in their monster forms. The Marquis watched with interest. Prince Aeneas saw them clearly now as the legendary Ice Wolf and Ice Dragon. The audience became nervous. They had heard rumors that these monsters were kept in Eldorado County, but now they saw they were real. They also realized how massive the creatures were, and they understood that if these monsters ever attacked the royal capital, they would not stand a chance. Nessie and Ravi then shook things up in the stage play. Nessie fought the giant golem with her bare hands. The adult audience felt overwhelmed by its presence, while the younger viewers cheered for the giant golem. The giant golem then struck Nessie and knocked her to the ground. It tried to land a finishing blow, but ice suddenly froze its joints. Ravi was there to help. Nessie then used the chance to fly upward. She made an arc in the air, flew back toward the giant golem, and hit it hard. This made the giant golem fall flat on the ground. Nessie and Ravi then turned their gaze toward the fake royal castle. The actors prayed for the giant golem to get back up. At that moment, the giant golem stood up again and grabbed Nessie from behind. This made the audience even more excited. Even those from the opposing faction started to sound impressed, though some members reminded them not to. Still, those who were impressed could not help but react that way when they saw the strong performance. Even the Marquis started to look nervous. Milka was not watching and was just sunbathing. Prince Aeneas watched with a serious expression on his face. Nessie tried to fight back and push the golem away, but the giant golem began spinning its upper body. Crow and the others cheered for the golem and told it to save the royal capital. The spinning became faster and stronger until it formed a large tornado. The tornado blew Ravi and Nessie out of the Colosseum. The crowd kept watching with excitement even as strong winds filled the area. It did not matter which group they belonged to. Everyone stayed focused on the fight. The giant golem finally stopped spinning and the two giant monsters were gone. Crow then ended the performance and bowed. He explained how peace had returned to the royal capital and how people had gone back to their normal lives. Everyone became silent, except for the king, who clapped and said the performance was excellent. Rose praised Crow and the others for being amazing. Crow's brothers said they felt moved by the giant golem. The other nobles were surprised that an alchemist could create something like that. The children cheered and said the giant golem was incredible. Ravi and Nessie returned to Crow and the others and joined the audience's loud cheers and applause. Nessie was happy that the performance had succeeded. Crow thanked everyone. Meanwhile, the Marquis told his son to begin their plan. Seeing how calm and friendly Nessie and Ravi acted with Crow on stage, the audience began to think that the monster was not dangerous and might even be friendly. At that moment, the Marquis took a voice amplifier from his pocket and asked the king for permission to speak. The king, using a similar device held by his aide, allowed him to continue. The Marquis then said he was deeply impressed by Crow and the alchemist's performance. He did not expect them to control golems so well or even create a gigant golem. On top of that, they had also tamed an ice dragon and the legendary Ice Wolf. He then said it was a waste for such powerful forces to stay only in Eldorado County. He suggested that the royal family should take control of these monsters and use them across the kingdom to fight other monsters so people could live in peace. The nobles agreed one after another and said it was for the good of the citizens. They believed Crow would accept it, but the Marquis was not finished. He added that Crow had already refused this idea even though the second prince shared the same opinion. Because of this, some nobles began to call Crow narrow-minded for not thinking about the rest of the kingdom. Adonis finally realized what the Marquis was doing. He was stirring up the crowd's emotions to turn them against Crow. The Marquis continued his speech. He said the second prince, who strongly cared about his duty, could not step back for his people. Because of that, he arranged a duel with Crow over the Ice Wolf and Ice Dragon. However, the duel would not be fought directly. Instead, each side would choose a proxy knight. The knight for Crow's side was Rose. The knight for the second prince was Milka. The Marquis explained that the outcome would be decided by which side had the higher final ranking. If Milka won, the Ice Wolf and Ice Dragon would belong to the royal family. The nobles became excited and started supporting Milka, thinking it would benefit the kingdom if they gained control of the monsters. The king angrily told everyone to be silent. He confirmed that he had heard the story from both of his sons. He claimed that Crow only accepted the duel so that the Ice Wolf and Ice Dragon would not be put in danger. He asked Crow again if he truly accepted the duel. Crow calmly and firmly accepted it. The Marquis looked like he had already won after hearing this. The king then officially guaranteed the duel. If the second prince won, the Ice Wolf and Ice Dragon would become property of the royal family. If Crow won, the king would grant one of his wishes. He asked the Marquis if his understanding was correct, and the Marquis confidently agreed. However, the king also stated that all participants, not just Rose and Milka, should give their best in the swordsmanship tournament. With that, he formally ended the opening ceremony of the tournament. Everyone cheered loudly. The Marquis felt happy because they now looked like allies of the people, while Crow and Rose were seen as enemies of the people. The second prince also agreed while lowering his head. Crow and the others stayed serious. The intense opening ceremony ended, and the swordsmanship tournament would begin in the afternoon. During lunch break, Crow sat down with the first prince for a talk. Adonis did not expect the Marquis to make such a move. He even used the moment to improve the second prince's reputation. However, he noticed that Crow remained calm. Crow said he had already expected the opposing side to do something like that. In fact, he felt things were working in their favor. Since the Marquis had spoken about the duel in front of a large crowd, they could not back out now. Adonis thought that if they won, the opposing faction would back off from Nessie and Ravi, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, at the food bar, Nessie asked a maid for more food. Rose was surprised when she saw how much Nessie ate. She wondered if the dragon would keep eating that much for the next 3 days. Nessie asked what she meant by 3 days, since she thought all the matches would end that afternoon. Rose then explained that the tournament lasted 3 days and used a bracket system. Nessie thought the setup sounded tiring. Left remembered that potions were not allowed. Rose confirmed it. She also said things would go smoothly for them until the 4th round. On the final day, Rose would have 3 matches in a row, and she was expected to face Milka in the finals. She believed Milka would also reach that stage, so she needed to save her mana and stamina until then. Crow believed Rose would reach the finals if she just fought normally. Because of that, he could not imagine the Marquis staying quiet until the final match. They still needed to stay alert. Despite Crow's worries, Rose won her first match without any trouble, and the first day of the tournament ended without any incidents. However, on the second day, something happened. Crow and Nessie looked at a cup of drink that was mixed with poison. If someone drank it, they would be paralyzed for half a day. Crow asked if it was really found in Rose's waiting room. Nessie confirmed it after using her sense of smell. Adonis suggested throwing away all the drinks in that room. Crow then wondered if this was done by the Marquis's faction. Adonis said there was a strong chance it was. He explained that the Marquis was very careful and thorough. Even if they confronted him, he would likely deny everything because there was no proof. Since things were getting worse, Adonis thought it would be better to inform his father and cancel the tournament. However, many people were looking forward to the event, so they decided to stay quiet for now. He also said the opposing faction would likely try to interfere again. Crow believed that when they did, it would be the best chance to expose their crimes. He also said that his best friend Rose would not want the tournament to be cancelled. Meanwhile, Rose continued her match and easily disarmed her opponent, forcing them to surrender. With this win, she completed 3 rounds. However, she showed no sign of happiness. The audience sounded disappointed. Crow then decided to go and pick Rose up. As Crow went to meet Rose, he met a woman who looked lost while searching for Rose's waiting room. Crow was surprised to see Rose's mother, Camellia, after a long time. Camellia was happy to see how much Crow had grown. Crow said it had been 5 years since they last met, so it was normal that he looked different. Camellia agreed and asked how Rose was doing. Crow told her that Rose was fine. Crow thought Camellia might feel lonely with Rose away in the frontier lands. Camellia said she did miss her daughter, but she was not worried because Rose was capable. She also said that her husband was not happy. He had allowed Rose to follow her own wishes for a while, but he still wanted her to come home after the swordsmanship tournament. That was the promise they made. Crow remembered Rose telling him about this when she first arrived in the village. Since she did not bring it up again after they left, he assumed she had been given permission to return to Nest Village after the event. Just when they were talking about meeting Rose, two men jumped out from their hiding spot and pointed blades at Camellia. They knew she was Rose's mother and told her not to move. Crow became worried. He thought the men were assassins hired by the Marquis faction and planned to take Camellia hostage to force Rose to lose the match. Camellia tried to explain that they had the wrong person. However, Crow warned the men to stay away from her. Camellia felt happy to see that Crow had become a dependable gentleman. Her lack of awareness of danger surprised both Crow and the attackers. Hearing her mention Crow's name, the attackers decided to take Crow as well, and told him to raise his hands. Crow followed their order, but at the same time he summoned Nessie, who had been eating. Nessie landed on the attacker holding Camellia and knocked him out. The other attacker was shocked by what happened. Crow then told Nessie to grab him. Even though she did not know the situation, Nessie ran at the attacker and knocked him out too. Soon after, the same attacker slowly woke up while tied to a chair. In front of him was his partner, unconscious on the ground with his eyes wide open and drooling a strange liquid from the corner of his mouth. This confused and panicked him. Crow was glad he was awake. He said it was time to begin. Holding a strange-looking bottle, he asked how long the attacker could last under torture. The assassin nervously asked what Crow meant by torture. Crow calmly explained that he had made the assassin drink the same truth serum that his partner had taken. According to Crow, the drug would force him to reveal everything he knew. However, it came with a dangerous side effect. If the person stopped talking, their throat would start to burn. Soon after, intense pain would spread throughout their body. In the end, they would die, just like the assassin lying motionless on the floor. The assassin looked at his dead partner. Crow explained that the other man had refused to say anything. He warned that the same fate awaited him if he stayed silent. A sudden burning sensation rose in the assassin's throat. Crow stated that the drug was beginning to take effect. The man cried out as the burning spread through his body. Crow urged him to speak if he wanted to live. He also warned that any attempt to fake his suffering would result in being gagged. The assassin found Crow terrifying. Despite being just a child, Crow seemed far more dangerous than anyone he had met before. The man became convinced that he would die a miserable death. Desperate, he begged Crow to save him. Crow then offered him a deal. If he revealed everything he knew, he would receive the antidote. The assassin quickly agreed. Crow picked up a bottle and said they had an agreement. Nessie watched the scene with interest. The truth serum was actually fake. Crow had created it on the spot by mixing large amounts of spices, herbs, and water into an extremely spicy sauce through transmutation. Crow handed over the fake antidote and the assassin drank it. Feeling immediate relief, the man let out a long sigh. Crow then began questioning him about his identity and the people he worked with. Meanwhile, Rose and her father learned that Camellia had almost been kidnapped. Rose immediately asked her mother if she was all right. Camellia assured her that she was safe thanks to Crow and Nessie. Adonis explained that Crow wanted to leave a message for Rose. Crow and Nessie would be away for a short time, but they planned to return before the finals. He wanted Rose to focus on her upcoming matches. Rose suspected that the situation was connected to the Marquis. To keep everyone safe, Oliver suggested that Camellia stay in a secure location during the tournament. However, Camellia insisted on watching her daughter's matches. She believed there was no reason to worry. Instead, she planned to stay in a less noticeable place with her husband. Adonis agreed with the idea, but he decided to assign royal guards to escort and protect them. Soon, the fourth round of matches began. Rose's opponent was Douglas Pomero, the proxy knight of House Rittenberg. He was not particularly large, but his low center of gravity suggested a fighting style that was difficult to predict. The match between Rose and Douglas started and was announced. The two did not waste time and quickly clashed swords within seconds. Douglas said he was glad to face someone who claimed she could win the entire tournament. Rose told him not to speak to her with his bad breath, which made Douglas angry. He then told her that her mother had been kidnapped and that she should quietly lose the match if she wanted her to be safe. Rose thought that he was pathetic. Douglas did not know that the kidnapping had already failed. Confident that he would win, he told her to stay still. Rose instead punched him and sent him flying. Douglas was surprised but managed to stand his ground. Rose felt sorry for him, but she said that dirty tricks would not work on her. She remembered that the rules stated a competitor only lost if they surrendered, lost a body part, or stepped out of the ring. She held her sword in a backhand grip and decided to end the match. Douglas rushed at her, but Rose blocked his attack and pushed him back. She believed the match should have ended there. The spectators were unsure, but some thought Douglas was barely still inside the ring. Others insisted the match was not over. The referee also said Douglas had not stepped out, so the match continued. Rose was surprised, but she realized the referee had been bribed. Douglas and the referee both showed confident and dishonest smiles. The Marquis believed the match was already theirs since Rose's mother was being held hostage and the referee was on their side. He thought Rose could not win fairly. Douglas kept attacking without stopping and told Rose to do something. Rose calmly blocked his attacks. In her mind, she could not forgive those who disrespected a sacred swordsmanship tournament. She counterattacked, but Douglas quickly dodged. Still, Rose had a plan. She calmly raised her sword again. Douglas launched his final attack to finish the match. Rose found the right moment and countered. Her sword became engulfed in flames, showing her silent anger to everyone. With one wide swing, Douglas was thrown out of the ring and sent toward the Marquis's balcony. He was knocked unconscious and his body was scorched by the flames. Rose then approached the referee and jokingly asked if there were still any complaints. Flustered, the referee declared her the winner. Rose's brother was glad that Rose had cleared the 4th round. Diana said that only the final day was left. The Marquis's son could not even see the last attack. Milka was surprised because she thought it was on a completely different level compared to the body enhancement magic from before. She became more serious and looked forward to the fight even more. Then she left the balcony. The Marquis also left with several hooded men and went to a quiet corridor. He asked about the situation. The hooded men confirmed that the kidnapped Camellia Rambling was being taken to the hideout at that moment. The Marquis noticed that Rose did not show any panic. He thought the mother had already been rescued, but he decided it was only a false alarm. He told the men to leave the woman with the kidnappers for now. There was no need to rush because he still had more pieces to use in his plan. Meanwhile, the transport continued moving outside the capital. The kidnappers said that what had happened to them made them realize their mistakes. They swore to make up for their crimes and live properly from now on. Crow, who was with them, said he would only forgive them if they truly meant it. He also said his plan involved the two of them, and asked if they were ready to betray their most important allies. 2 hours earlier, the two kidnappers had admitted that they were part of a criminal group called Silent Darkness. It was made up of people who could not join guilds because of their skills, along with people who grew up in poverty. They mainly operated in and around the royal capital. Crow then assumed they were also hired to arrange the poison drink and the kidnapping. The two confirmed that their boss had accepted the job. Crow asked for the name of the person who hired them, and they said it was Dwayne Vilter. Crow thought that capturing only these two would not solve the main problem. He needed solid proof of the Marquis's crimes. He then asked where their boss was. The two said their boss was at a hideout far outside the royal capital. Crow understood and said he needed something from them. The two stood up and asked what it was. Crow said they would infiltrate the hideout and told them to lead the way. One of the kidnappers lowered his head and admitted that he had realized bad actions always came back in the end. He did not want his sins to keep growing. He wanted the others to face judgment just like him and make up for their crimes. Crow fell silent. Even the other kidnapper had nothing to say. Meanwhile, Nessie could not hold herself back any longer. She broke free from the ropes and began complaining to Crow. She angrily asked why she had to act as Camellia's decoy. Crow reminded her that the criminal's goal had been to kidnap Rose's mother. If Camellia was not there, they would become suspicious and never allow them inside the base. Once they got inside, they could move forward with their plan. Nessie was eager to defeat everyone and end the problem right away. Crow explained that if they did that, the remaining criminals would be alerted and escape before they could be caught. Nessie found that hard to believe. She complained that she should have been enjoying a fancy dinner instead. Crow replied that the role required someone strong, dignified, and elegant like her. After hearing that, Nessie accepted the task and said she had no choice but to do it. As payment, she asked Crow for meat. Crow thanked her for helping. The kidnappers were surprised that meat alone was enough to satisfy a dragon like her. Before long, the carriage arrived at its destination. The group got out and headed toward the entrance. One of the kidnappers told the guards that they had brought Camellia with them. The guards were surprised to see that she was smaller than they had expected. Nessie started getting annoyed, but Crow reminded her to stay calm and continue acting like Camellia. Doing her best, Nessie introduced herself as Camellia. The guards then asked who the young boy with them was. The kidnappers explained that he was a noble child who happened to be nearby. They believed he could be sold for a good price, so they had brought him along as well. The guards praised them for their work and instructed them to take both captives to the boss. As they moved forward, one of the kidnappers quietly gave Crow a wink and a thumbs up. As Crow's group went inside, he dropped an item that cracked as soon as it hit the floor. Smoke quickly spread across the entrance, making the guards sleepy. They fell asleep almost at once. Crow said it should keep them unconscious for a while. The kidnappers removed the ropes and said they would stay at the entrance as planned. Crow trusted them to hold their position while he and Nessie moved deeper into the hideout. As they continued forward, Crow noticed that the hideout was surprisingly well maintained. He remembered hearing about traps that were placed to stop intruders and warned Nessie to be careful. Right after Crow said those words, Nessie stepped on a trap. Black threads wrapped around her leg and pulled her toward the ceiling. However, she easily broke free by kicking the iron threads apart. When she landed and leaned against a wall to steady herself, she triggered another trap. A pit suddenly opened beneath her. Fortunately, Crow reacted quickly and used transmutation to create a rock platform under her. Seeing this, he could only let out a tired sigh. After a while, they reached the deepest part of the hideout. Members of the criminal group had gathered there to eat and enjoy themselves. Crow wanted to discuss a plan with Nessie, but she suddenly caught the smell of something delicious and disappeared from his side. A moment later, Crow found her sitting among the criminals and eating grilled meat. She finished one skewer almost instantly and reached for more. The criminals quickly noticed her. They drew their weapons and demanded to know where she had come from. Before they could do anything else, Nessie knocked them aside with a single kick. The remaining men immediately realized she was no ordinary girl. Nessie removed her hood and revealed that she was actually an ice dragon. Everyone was shocked except for one man with long, messy hair. The criminals rushed at her together, but Nessie defeated them one after another with ease. Crow joined the fight, and together they quickly overwhelmed the rest of the group. In no time, every criminal in the room had been defeated. Nessie looked at the fallen men and wondered if they had really believed they could defeat her and Crow. The man with messy hair suddenly spoke and complained that the two had caused quite a mess. From his strong and commanding voice alone, Crow guessed that he was the leader of Silent Darkness. The man confirmed it. Crow said that he had something he wanted to ask. As the leader stood up, he said it was a coincidence because he also had questions for them. He explained that he was interested in the enormous amount of magic power Crow possessed. The leader pointed his right hand at Crow. At once, Crow felt his magic power leaving his body. It felt as if the leader was draining it away. Unlike Ravi's case, however, his physical strength was not being taken. At that moment, Nessie rushed in and landed a powerful kick on the leader, driving him into the ground. However, thick black haze began to pour out of his body until nothing remained. Crow gasped for air as exhaustion washed over him. He realized that the leader had drained even more magic from him than he had given to Ravi. Nessie asked if he was all right. Crow thanked her for saving him. Nessie then said something felt strange. She had not sensed even a trace of magic from the leader. She believed that the person they had fought was only an illusion, and that the real body was somewhere else. Crow had never heard of magic that could create such realistic illusions and wondered who could use it. Nessie said she knew of someone capable of that kind of magic. However, she claimed it was a dragon. The news shocked Crow. He had never expected another dragon besides Nessie to be in the royal capital. He asked if dragons could really disappear like that. Nessie said she could not. She believed it was another unique ability that belonged only to that dragon. Crow realized they did not have enough information on this matter. The strange technique used on him also continued to bother him. At the same time, Nessie was deep in thought. She could not believe she had failed to notice another dragon nearby. She guessed that the dragon's real body was far enough away that her magic detection could not reach it. She could not think of any way to track it down. Just then, the two kidnappers from earlier arrived along with the alchemists. They helped gather the captured criminals and loaded them into the carriages. After everyone had been loaded, Crow instructed the alchemists to hand the criminals over to the royal guards. Since there was always a chance something unexpected could happen, he had previously sent the Golem squad ahead so they could meet up later. As the carriages traveled toward the imperial capital, a dragon suddenly appeared nearby. This time, Nessie immediately sensed the sudden and massive surge of magic power. She called out to Crow and pointed toward a nearby cliff. Standing on top of the cliff was the Darkness Dragon, a 600-year-old dragon that could control dark magic. It belonged to a rare species that was not connected to any of the four major elements. The dragon stared down at them with a smirk while the bright moonlight shone behind it.